new tornado warning has been issued.
Okay, testing 1 2 3. Can you hear me okay? Is the mic doing all right? Let me know. How's it going? We are live here on YouTube, and I'm going to switch over to the radar here real quick, and we're going to say hello. Welcome to another Ryan Hall Y'all stream. I'm sorry we're late. Looking for some feedback in the chat here. Looks like we're looking good. Mike is a bit weird. We're experiencing some major technical difficulties today, so that's why we're a little bit late. So if we can get a little confident, the mic volume is fluctuating. Okay, all right. Let me try to come up with a quick solution for that, and then we'll get into the coverage here. I'm sorry we're late, guys. Once again, we've been running around like you would not believe, trying to get this ready to go. And I think we're pretty close to being there. But there's a couple other bugs that we got to work out. Okay, so while I get my gears in gear. Why don't we go ahead and say hi to Andy real quick. Meteorologist Andy Hill is here with us. Let's make sure he's able to be seen. And Andy, go ahead and tell us what's going on right now, man.
All right, Ryan, I'm going to cover for as long as you need, so just tell me when, okay? So hopefully everybody's doing all right today. Sorry it took us a while to get going, but we have the whole day in front of us. whole day in front of us of weather to cover, with these supercells now in southwest Georgia, more developing back behind them in southeast Alabama that are going to move into that same environment and do bad things there. Hopefully not too many bad things, but the moment they do something, we'll be here to cover them. And then in addition to that, that's our round one that will be ongoing for a while. Round two is going to come in from the west. Right now, it's near Texarkana and has produced a tornado there, actually. That same supercell, I believe, has tracked for hours and hours and hours and hours from the Texas Panhandle. Pretty sure it's the same one. If not, it's tracking through much of the same locations. And that's going to be the one that continues on a southeastward track through northern Louisiana into southern Mississippi and becomes what could be our derecho later today. We'll have a sweeping, very upper end wind risk, a damaging wind threat associated with that complex of storms as it continues to develop. And we'll also have spin up tornadoes. We could have more cells develop out in front of that storm as it tracks through the night. So we'll show you like the simulated radar, what it could look like from the HRRR model. We can show that to you on Radar Omega, and that just goes to show, like, this is a very unusual setup. So all that being said, all the storms that we're going to cover, this is very unusual. You don't get a moderate risk in this area in June. That doesn't happen. Needless to say, even like a hail risk or a strong winds are, like, this is a very unusual risk, but we're here to cover it. So if you're ready to go, Ryan, let's get into it, because we've already had a couple of confirmed tornadoes today, and I think we're going to see quite a few more.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill. We're going to dive into some of these warnings real quick. I do want to say that we've got our most significant warning right now, which all of these are pretty significant, but if you're in Lafayette, Miller, Bossier, Caddo, Bowie, or Cass counties over here, a little bit farther to the west towards Arkansas, or if you're in Early, Baker, Calhoun, Daughtry, any of these counties in Georgia, a very dangerous situation is unfolding for you. Specifically, we are very concerned about this continuing supercell here near Bancroft and Damascus in Georgia. This is a very dangerous storm. Classic supercell. Actually not so classic. It's kind of not very common that you see the forward flank just dip that far south with a clear, wide open hook here on the back end. Another kind of unusual look to this storm here, but this is almost certainly producing something dangerous here. It just moved through or near the town of Blakey, and it's moving over towards, once again, Damascus. Downstream, if this thing is able to keep it up, we are also concerned about Milford potentially over here in Georgia. So make sure you guys are prepared for that. Okay. Dangerous storm moving through Georgia. We've also got a tornado warning for Morgan and Leary in Georgia. So make sure if you're over here, you are taking cover right now. Still working to try to fix the microphone issue, guys. We've almost got it ready, but I think we've got it as close as possible. And then I do want to jump over real quick on the Radar Omega app to our other warning a little bit over here. We've got another cluster of storms that was producing a tornado warning just moments ago and is now just a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. Now, I hate to say just, because that is certainly not something that you should take lightly here, but we have a destructive severe thunderstorm moving into southern Miller and southern Lafayette counties in northern the Bossier Parish there in Louisiana. We've got 80-mile-an-hour wind gusts in baseball size hail. That's one of the most significant warnings I think I've seen in a long time here. Over 3-inch in diameter hail and 80-mile-per-hour winds getting ready to move into Plain Dealing, Spring Hill, and Taylor. And this is right around the tri-state area between Texas, Arkansas, and Louisiana. Texarkana, this area over here, Cotton Valley, Haynesville, y'all get ready for that. Now, this did have a tornado warning associated with it not too long ago. Now now I think we're mainly concerned about the giant hail and the wind-driven nature of that hail as it moves into these areas along the border of Arkansas and Louisiana. We've got big-time storms moving into Greenville, Mississippi. Okay, guys, this is a huge deal. Like, we've got tons of storms popping up all over the place here between Winona and Starkville in Mississippi. We've got them now moving into Utah and Tuscaloosa in Alabama. And then, of course, we've got our big tornado makers currently down here south and west of Albany. And the lights are green, so Andy wants to talk. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, and on that last scan, I think the most pertinent threat that we'll be covering has shown up northwest of Damascus with this supercell. It's been struggling for quite some time to put something down very consistent, but from what I can tell, there's definitely a tornado on the ground now as of about a minute and a half ago, just south of Bancroft and northwest of Damascus. So that's going to be the storm that's probably going to get new tornado warning associated with it, and it looks pretty gnarly. So let's zoom in and focus on this one. It is in a favorable environment for quite some time out in front of it, so hopefully we can get everybody to shelter out in front of this storm and also in the current tornado warning polygon.
Thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill. Guys, this is a very, very concerning looking signature here on radar, just to the south and west of Arlington and just to the north and west of Damascus. These are places that you've probably heard of, even if you're not from Georgia. So that tells me that this is not just some rural area where nobody's going to be in the path of this thing. We've got lots of people potentially in the path of a strong thunderstorm capable of producing a big-time tornado moving towards, once again, Crossroads, Douglasville, and Nicholasville in Georgia. This is also near Rowena, okay? So if you guys know where Crossroads is, you know where Rowena is, and there we go. That is a confirmed tornado now for Early County, Georgia. I didn't hear that one on my end. Did you guys hear that on this stream? Okay, sounds good. Okay, so we've got a confirmed tornado here, once again, near Rowena. If you guys know about where the New Prospect Church is, if you know where that is, south of Arlington, that's around where this tornado is right now. Imagine you're on Highway 35 between the Crossroads Cemetery and New Prospect Church. That's a huge area, okay? It's not that big, but the tornado is going to be somewhere in there, and it's moving almost, let me put this into motion here, it's moving almost due east, but we've got to start looking at the potential of an occlusion here. We've got to watch the behavior of this supercell very closely as it continues to do this weird dance where the forward flank is pointing almost directly south. So this thing could go anywhere is what I'm trying to say. Don't pay too close of attention to exactly what direction it's going. If I'm in Arlington, if I'm in Nicholasville, all the way down to Old Damascus and Douglas Crossroads, I'm taking shelter right now. But the specific area where this thing is right now is near Rowena, near the Liberty Hill Cemetery, New Prospect Church, and the Crossroads Cemetery. The closer this thing gets to Milford, and the closer it gets to Nicholasville, the more or the less rural this area is, I guess. So this is where we start getting really concerned about how many people are in the path of this thing. I don't know how many people we have watching right now, but if you haven't yet, please consider sharing our stream across social media in any way that you can. We want to get this information in front of as many people as possible. And it's June. It's June 14th, 2:21 p.m. on the East Coast. June 14th. This is not supposed to be happening in the deep south this time of year. People are on their tornado vacations right now. Tornadoes are not on a lot of people's minds in this part of the world. So we need to let them know that this is a very dangerous situation. Even though it's not March, even though it's not April, this is a big deal here, as we've got a very big, dangerous storm, more than likely a big tornado now. Yeah, that's a big one. Just to the south of Arlington, Georgia. Once again, the town of Rowena, not a huge town, but whoever is there, the little community here, has got to get underground. That is that's an unfortunate thing to see there on radar as soon as we start the stream. If this does occlude, if this does start to try to do that last minute northward track here, this could get a little dangerously close to Arlington, or at least just the outside areas of Arlington. Now, I don't know if that's going to happen, but respect the polygon. Everybody from Arlington all the way down to Damascus needs to be in their safe spot right now, and I suspect we'll see a new warning here soon that extends this polygon to Milford as well. Okay, so what we're looking at here, if you're just now tuning in, is we've got a supercell producing a very large tornado near Arlington, Georgia, and it's moving east towards Milford. Now, everybody between Damascus, Milford, Leary, and Arlington needs to be paying attention to this, because I believe it's going to be a problem for quite some time. It's in a good environment, I guess you could say, if you're talking about the favorability for tornadoes. So please, if you know anybody in this area, you got to let them know what's going on. You see this blue? You guys see the blue here? If you're new here, that's not good news. You never want to see that whenever we look at the composite reflectivity or the correlation coefficient on radar. What this is telling us is that there is stuff in the sky there that shouldn't be there. It doesn't correlate with the rest of the stuff. Okay, most of the stuff is water and hailstones. However, whatever is right here is much bigger than those things. So we're dropping the correlation coefficient, and that lines up directly with our velocity couplet. We have winds blowing counterclockwise very strongly, right next to each other in opposite directions almost. So that tells us that we've got counterclockwise rotation here, and we have a debris ball. This is the most radar confirmed tornado you'll see. This is the textbook definition of it. So there is a big monster tornado on the ground here, ripping up debris just to the south of Arlington, Georgia. Now, we have multiple warnings. Actually, right now we just have two. There is another tornado warning just to the north here. The storm that moved near Morgan is showing less signs of rotation. But if I zoom out here, guys, we've got a lot going on. All of these cells have the potential to cause problems today. We've got another little area of convection popping up down here near Donaldsonville. If I go out even farther than that, I mean, shoot, guys, back here towards Tuscaloosa, back here towards Arkansas, the Texarkana area, literally a monster supercell throwing 80-mile-an-hour baseballs around out here. This is an extremely dangerous day. We are kind of zoning in on this storm because there's a huge tornado down, but know that this is going to be going on for a while and impacting a lot of people. We do have a team of some of the best storm chasers in the world out there helping us out. A lot of these guys are in Alabama and Louisiana. We don't have anybody in Georgia. Nobody could get there in time. Everybody was traveling from the plains, to get over to where these storms are happening today. But we do have storm chasers, and they're trying their best to give us a view of this stuff. And speaking of storm chasers, Riley has an update for us. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Ryan, I don't think we caught it on the overlay, but that tornado warning did just go PDS. I'm going to look into why we didn't get the pop-up down at the bottom, but it is a particularly dangerous situation now. Also, we do have two storm chasers out in the Louisiana area, so we do have good coverage of this entire event.
Okay, thank you very much, Riley. Riley's helping us communicate with the storm chasers, and he also helps us with a lot of the technical IT stuff here. Lots of people in the background helping this be as smooth as it is right now. We're holding it up on stilts. I mean, like we've had some problems this morning, but everything's going to be all right as we continue to track these warnings. We do have a PDS warning now, like Riley said, and basically all that means is everything that I was just talking about, but with an exclamation point at the end. An exclamation point at the end. Okay, this is a big, nasty tornado. And like there's no denying it. Even the National Weather Service, the warning coordinating officers down there, everybody involved in this agrees this is the kind of situation where it's unfortunately it's going to be hard to. If you take a direct hit from a storm like this, it's going to be hard to come out okay unless you know that it's coming and you've taken some sort of precaution to protect yourself from it. So you got to get underground, or you got to get into the most interior room of your home. You want to surround yourself with as many walls as possible. And hopefully, if you've got a helmet laying around, throw that on, okay? Bring me with you on your tablet or cell phone, and we will get through this together, okay? Riley, go ahead.
Hey Ryan, I was just going to talk about these storms in general on a more interesting note. If you look at that storm, it's not shaped as normally as you would see a supercell. These are actually moving to the southeast. And one of the things you said earlier is that you don't think that they could be as a threat because they're moving southeast. But if you look at the surface winds, they're actually coming from the southwest. So these cells are going to have perfect inflow for the time being, even though they are not your normal east or northeast movers.
Yeah, absolutely. On a meteorological level, and I'm sure Andy can weigh in on this as well. These are very impressive supercells. Usually when you see the model showing southeast movers, you think a certain way, but the hooks of these storms, the bases of these storms, are not necessarily moving southeast. I mean, it's a very interesting thing, but unfortunately, it's a very dangerous thing for the residents here that are in the direct path of these storms. So I'm going to do my best to continue to relay as much information as possible. And we do also have people listening in on the scanner feeds and emergency management in these areas. And if we have any news at all about damage or anything like that starts coming through that can help us tell the story here, we will have Carly Sisson come through and relay that information for us. Hopefully she has access to the lights. If not, Riley, you can just tell me. So Nicholasville, Douglasville, you guys are next in line here. But once again, we have to start thinking about the southern Arlington area, Jones Spur, Ivy's Mill, and Milford as well in Georgia, as these are this is gonna cause a big problem here. I'm already seeing a lot of damage reports as well from earlier storms today. This is not the first tornado that we've seen today. We've already seen a couple. And I am doing my best to retweet as much of that information as possible. If you know anybody down here, I try to, during live streams, I try to make the Ryan Hall Y'all Twitter feed like the culmination of all of the weather information. So anything that I see that's interesting, a storm chaser report, something from the National Weather Service, I just retweet it. So if you want to go over there and see all that stuff, it's available to you. Wow. And somebody, you guys can also send me your pictures and videos as well. I'm already seeing a lot of hailstones coming in. So make sure you guys are sending that stuff to me on at Ryan Hall Y'all on Twitter. Don't do it, though, if you can't do so safely. Remember, wait until the storm has passed before you start going out in the hail, okay? All right, so back to the topic at hand. We have two supercells really trying to cause some problems here in Georgia. One of them's got a tornado down on the ground right now, moving towards Rowena and Nicholasville. We've called those town names out multiple times today. Hopefully the residents there have heard us and the National Weather Service in our efforts of trying to get the word out here, because it's going to be rough whenever it comes through. Now, the last couple scans there may suggest that we could be seeing some slight weakening, but it also could be cycling. The interesting thing about this is wide open. Okay, so normally when you see the forward flank dip down in front of the hook like that, you start wondering about like the life that the storm may have left. But I actually just see an open door here for more warm, moist air to potentially make it into the circulation. So we're just going to assume that it's going to go on for a long time and take every precaution necessary to protect our life and property here in Georgia as it continues to move east. Let's see. We do have a watch, or a couple watches out, and I wanted to share that with you as well. There's a couple different things that I wanted to show you. First of all, SPC Outlook today does show the 10% hatched risk here, which is something that normally triggers us to do a live stream earlier than we did today. We just had some problems, but that's one of the driving factors behind the forecast today. We've got a significant chance of tornadoes and damaging winds. That's going to be a big part of today's system as well. As we go later into the evening, the late afternoon, the evening hours, the damaging wind threat is off the charts. We might even see, I've heard us throw the word around already, a derecho today into tonight, which is, in some cases just as bad as some of the tornado stuff that we talk about. So we're going to be here with you throughout the evening. And we're going to relay these warnings as much as possible. Also, flash flooding is going to be a big deal. There's so many things that are happening with this setup. It's hard to keep track of them all. But yeah, I just saw in chat, somebody said, what is this, April? And I know what you're saying. This is very unusual to see this time of year down here. We've got some big time problems unfolding in the form of tornadic supercells in Georgia in June. So that's something that you don't normally see. We still got a strong couplet here. More than likely a big tornado still on the ground between Arlington and Milford moving east. So make sure you guys are taking shelter. Let's very quickly check in on some of these other warnings as well. Okay, so we've got 2 tornado warnings. Both of those are in Georgia. I'm going to go check in on our big time severe thunderstorm warning as well, as we've got this huge storm moving between Mississippi and Alabama now. Cochran, Bridgeville, Aliceville, West Green, Morrows Grove, Union. You guys have to watch this very closely. This is bringing about 2.5 inch in diameter hail and 70 mile per hour winds. That will cause damage to your house, and that will potentially threaten your life if you're in the living room or outside. Or, you got to take shelter for these kind of storms. Okay, even if there's not a tornado on the ground, you have to protect yourself from that level of intensity from a severe thunderstorm. The storms today are of a different breed, even for the deep south. Keep that in mind. It's not something that you'll hear somebody like me say lightly. You definitely need to be taking these storms more seriously than your typical June storm. Greenville, you guys have got 60 mile an hour winds and 1.25 inch in diameter hail coming towards you. Shreveport radar is showing us this giant supercell also continuing to descend from Arkansas into Louisiana. And we do have some storm chasers that are going to try to get pretty close to that one for us as well. And we'll cut to them whenever necessary. But man, just an incredibly widespread day. We're looking at all these storms through the Radar Omega app, who once again is one of the big reasons why we're able to go live today. And now we've got a PDS warning. So let's go back to that. More PDS polygon here. So that's actually pretty big. You see the black flashing polygon? That's the new feature that Radar Omega lets us show you the most recent warning. It's going to flash for 60 seconds here. That's your PDS warning. And it includes Leary, Milford, L Model, Ivy's Mill, and Jones Spur. Let's read some of the text on this. Southwestern Daugherty County, and Baker County, Calhoun County, and Early County in southwestern Georgia. At 2:33 p.m., a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located near Arlington and it's 11 miles southwest of Morgan, and it's moving east at 30 miles per hour. Okay, 30 miles per hour. So that's what we are looking at right now. And this is, once again, I want to reiterate, because some people might be new here. I feel like sometimes there's areas that I've covered a lot, and some areas where this might be the first or second time that I've covered it. If you're not familiar with the intricacies of how these warnings are issued, a PDS warning is a particularly dangerous situation. Okay, it's only issued whenever the National Weather Service knows almost without a shadow of a doubt that there is a life-threatening tornado on the ground. So, like, not even just a regular, all tornadoes are bad, obviously, but this one is of significant importance. It's for you to pay attention to if you're in the path here. So once again, Nicholasville getting ready to take a direct hit from this big tornado that's getting ready to come through. And then Ivy's Mill and Milford, you're next in line. We can hope that it kind of weakens before it gets there, but we're not going to bank on that hope. Okay, we are going to be as vigilant as possible, and we're going to take shelter all the way down to L Model and let's see here, some Milford in Georgia. So let me zoom out, show you some context. This is all around Albany, Georgia. It's happening now, all around Albany, Georgia. And it's going to continue to move in the general direction of Albany, Camilla, Pelham, Sylvester, Tifton. All these areas in southwestern Georgia are under the gun today for not just tornadoes, but big time tornadoes as we go later into the day. Now, things are going to get even more interesting back here towards the west. These cells have the potential to produce tornadoes today. Alabama, you're not out of the woods yet. Things are still developing for you. Additionally, if we come back here towards Texas, as far west as Texas, we have storms back here as well. And at some point, we're going to see a huge Boeing line segment of storms form, and maybe even potentially a derecho. So, and if you are confused about what that is, maybe here in a second we'll have Andy go into detail a little bit more about what a derecho is. But basically, we're talking about a damaging line of storms that goes on for a very long time and is once again, of significance more than your average line of storms. So we're talking about damaging winds in excess of 70 miles per hour for a very large area. And unlike a tornado, everybody gets hit, right? If you're in front of a derecho, it doesn't matter the intricacies of where exactly the hook is or anything like that. Everybody gets hit. So we're unfortunately expecting some damaging winds tonight across this area, and we'll be here with you through that as well. Let's dive back in to our PDS warned cell. And my goodness, I mean, you ever seen anything like that? We started watching this around Blakey. It produced a large tornado here just to the south and east of Bancroft. There's your big debris signature. It looks like it recycled a little bit and is now more than likely producing another tornado here to the south and east of Arlington. How many times will it recycle? How long will we deal with this? I don't know. But everybody in that polygon should be in their safe space right now. Yeah. Okay, I'm just looking through. Just looking through Twitter, just see if there's any significant developments. There's all kinds of new watches getting ready to come out. Let's see. Yeah, there's nothing there's no immediate new information here. I do see a lot of you guys sharing this, and I really appreciate that. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Ryan, while we have a little bit of a lull here, will you go ahead and turn up the sound coming from the overlay? We need a little more audio on all of our warnings and mod messages.
Yep. I got it. I got you.
All right, I'm going to send a test mod message with GTX here in a second.
Okay, sounds good. And by the way, guys, once again, we were a little bit late today because we've been setting up some new stuff, and we thought we had a little bit more time than what we actually had. We had people running around here today. You wouldn't believe the chaos here at the Weather House, but we finally got it ready to go. And I do believe, was that a test from you, Riley, or is that a real orange light signal there?
That is an orange light.
Okay, all right. So when the lights turn orange now, Carly has something for us. So go ahead, Carly.
Yeah, just a quick update.
Kyle
Of
says
course,
hi, and we
the
are
biggest
testing
concern right
still.
now is obviously the Damascus, Arlington, and Blakely, Georgia storms. There's not a ton of news out of those right now. I have heard of some power lines that are down in Early County, which is where Damascus and Arlington are. But unfortunately, right now, we're kind of in that part where it's sort of painful. We have just to wait and see what happens. But of course, as soon as anything comes out, I will let you know.
Okay, thank you very much, Carly. And guys, we've got people that are listening to, once again, the scanner feeds and hopefully browsing social media, scouring every possible channel to find information, like what's happening, what's actually happening down here with these storms, and so that we can relay that news to you as soon as possible. Because I know I've seen it happen a million times. We start talking about a tornado. Everybody from around that area and everybody that knows anybody from that area starts tuning in. Tornado goes through, right? And we don't know anything other than like what the radar suggests. And so now we've got all these people watching, and we have to move on. Like I have to start talking about the next towns that are going to get hit. But we don't want to leave everybody behind that tuned in to hear about what was happening with the towns that just got hit. So as often as possible, and as soon as we learn the information, Carly will be coming through with some of that information. But remember, whenever a place gets hit by a tornado, the first thing that happens is not that everybody goes outside and posts stuff to Twitter and even, makes announcements on, radios and stuff. We've got to give these people time. And as soon as we hear something, we will let you know. And thank you guys so much for sharing this. I think we're doing a good job of getting the word out. We've got some good news on the most recent scan here with our storm. It looks like there's a little bit of a lull in the amount of rotation that we're seeing here, but I don't know how long that's going to last. This is what a bad situation looks like as far as a velocity couplet goes. You can see a very tight couplet here where the rotation was, and you can see how that continued for quite some time. A little bit of an inclusion there, but we will see probably a new
tornado
rotation
watch has been
happen
issued.
right here. Yeah, that's unfortunate. This is not going to give up. So we'll have to watch this new. You've heard me call it dangly bit before. This is our new one that we're going to have to watch. If it curls up, this might cause a new tornado here near Milford. We're also watching this storm moving towards Albany, Georgia. You guys have to watch this very closely. Now, this storm doesn't look nearly as organized as the one to the south and west, but that can change very quickly. If you're in Albany, prepare to potentially take shelter as a warning may be issued at some time. Okay, we got an update from Andy now. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, actually, I just shared with you a mesoscale discussion put out by the Storm Prediction Center. So it's highlighting an area there in parts of northeastern Louisiana and into central Mississippi that says a particularly dangerous situation, severe thunderstorm watch will be needed, which is exceptionally rare to have this. It will probably include also some lower end tornado probabilities for that, and there's the watch right there as well. So we have that retweeted on Twitter. So that particularly dangerous situation, the severe thunderstorm watch, is going to be out ahead of our expected derecho event, which I can talk about now as well. Literally, this means one of the most popular ones happened in August 2020, where this literal line of storms just blew through Iowa and northern Illinois. And it just had 100-mile-an-hour winds with it for over an hour, or many hours of the day. And a lot of people will remember that in those areas from August 2020. The same thing could happen today, right along that swath through Jackson, Mississippi, Yazoo City, all the way east to Meridian. It was there is the chance for a very significant windstorm event today, the kind that can blow down a couple trees in your yard, top over a fence or so. It's going to be very, very windy for a lot of people. So all along that severe thunderstorm watch, if we could show that graphic, is where that is expected to take place. So the derecho simply means that the wind event is going to happen. It's going to have significant gusts of 75, 80-mile-an-hour winds all along this yellow area here. And it's going to be sustained. So almost nobody is going to miss out on the wind today in these areas. So there will still be probably tornado warnings with this that we'll cover, but really we're going to be seeing probably a bunch of those destructive severe thunderstorm warnings come through for 80-mile-an-hour wind gusts or greater. And those severe thunderstorm warnings will also make it so that you'll hear the tornado sirens in a lot of these areas. So if you hear sirens later today in Jackson, be prepared for that for all of our friends there in Mississippi, Northeast Louisiana, and Southeastern Arkansas.
Okay, thank you very much, Andy. Yeah, very rare to see this, guys. Another crazy kind of thing for June or any month really, to see a PDS severe thunderstorm watch down here in Mississippi. We are on the verge of witnessing a derecho. I do believe that here is a widespread gusts up to 90 miles an hour likely. We got 1.5 million people under the gun tonight until 8 p.m. Central. That's when this watch goes up, but I'm sure there will be new watches issued probably farther south and east. Scattered hail up to apple size likely, and a few tornadoes are also likely. So this is a particularly dangerous situation. There will be multiple towns here in this area by the end of tonight that have significant widespread wind damage. Your town could be one of those places. So think about that, right? You might have a couple hours, before the bulk of the storms get to you. What do you got to do to get ready for something like that? Go ahead and take care of that now, and then come, be with us through the rest of the evening as we cover this event as it unfolds. Right now, we're kind of focused in a little bit farther east, because before the derecho starts, we've got a tornado situation, a really bad tornado situation continuing to happen over here in Georgia. We've seen multiple tornadoes already today, and we've got these pesky supercells that keep trying to produce new ones. In fact, we've got one getting ready to come through the town of Milford here in Georgia. So I'm going to go to our Radar Omega radar here, and we're going to zoom right in on Milford. The circulation is near the town. Okay, it's if you're in Milford, you have to be getting to shelter. I'm going to hope for the best and hope that this goes just north of town. But even if it does that, there's other places up here along Highway 37 and then over towards Holt and El Model that will be directly impacted by this tornado if we see a new circulation come up here, or even if we don't. Take shelter now, and go ahead, Riley. Riley, you're muted.
Sorry, I learned that one from you. Anyways, one of the things that I thought is important to point out is, even though this is a severe thunderstorm watch, the last tornado watch we had also had a 60-20 tornado probability. We still have that. But the reason this is a severe thunderstorm watch is because that is the biggest problem that these storms are going to be like. That's the problem with these storms. So we still have that elevated tornado threat. We just have to be more concerned about the 90-mile-an-hour winds that all of these severe thunderstorms will be producing.
Absolutely. Yeah, there's going to be probably a lot of we're going to continue to see this supercell situation unfold for the next little bit, but we're also going to see probably a lot of spin-up MLQCS tornadoes embedded in our line whenever that forms. So like things are going to be pretty intense throughout the entire evening on every level. Okay, you're going to hear us go back and forth between 4 or 5 different states, and you're going to hear us relay information from the severe weather side, the flash flood side, and the tornado side. And I think we've got something from Carly. I guess the lights aren't working. Carly, go ahead. What do you got for us?
Yeah, just want to give you a really quick update. We are getting some reports now that there are multiple structures damaged along Highway 200, and that is directly east of Damascus, Georgia, directly under that tornado warning cell from earlier. And also some reports that they might be having trouble emergency personnel reaching the people in that area. So it's possible we have some maybe potentially intense damage there. I'll keep my eyes and ears out for you and keep you updated as soon as possible.
Okay, thank you so much, Carly. It sounds like some of the damage reports are coming in now from near Damascus. Remember, we had a tornado go between Damascus, Crossroads, and Nicholasville in Georgia earlier. We're just now starting to hear about some of that and the extent of the damage, and I'm sure as we learn more, the story of what happened there will be told in real time here, and that's the goal, as we also try to let everybody ahead of this thing know what's going on. Milford, we started talking about Milford an hour ago, however long we started the stream on. It's happening now. Whatever's happening with this storm, it's happening in Milford. So if there's a new tornado down, that's going through town or just to the north of town, and then that's going to continue to move off to the north and east. Remember, Baker, Calhoun, and Daughtry County in Georgia, everybody in those counties needs to be in their safe spots right now. The storm over here near Albany, Georgia, is not warned at all. Okay, so there's no tornado warning or severe thunderstorm warning with it. I believe it's probably pretty strong. You're experiencing a lot of that right now in Albany. Probably some small hail, some gusty winds. The concerning part of the storm, if there is a concerning part of it, it's going to be down here towards the base. And if there's enough rotation there to warrant a tornado warning, we will see that pop up here soon. I don't believe there is right now, but this has the look to it to where we really have to pay attention to Albany and the suburbs here over the next little bit. That could maybe produce a tornado in the near future. Okay, so we actually only have one tornado warning right now, and it's our storm here near Milford. So we're going to zoom out and we're going to take a look at some of the other things that are going on too. We've got a severe thunderstorm up here near Atlanta, just to the south of town. 60-mile-an-hour winds getting ready to move into places like McDonough, Locust Grove, Unity Grove, and Leadmore and Ola. Get ready for that. If I put this into motion, you can see the downtown Atlanta area is going to get missed by a lot of the stronger storms, at least during this round. There's more to come, though. You're definitely not out of the woods there in Atlanta yet, as we can see back here towards Gadsden and Birmingham, another area of convection, another strong zone of storms is getting ready to move into Margaret, Springville, and, of course, Atala, all along the I-59 corridor here. That's going to pack a huge punch as it gets closer to Pell City with potentially 70-mile-an-hour winds and 1-inch in diameter hail. Man, that storm to the south and west of Tuscaloosa is a true monster. Wow. Look at that. So once again, Interstate 59 between Knoxville and Bolagie. I would, out of anywhere on earth, I would not want to be on the interstate down here near Utah, Alabama right now, as this is almost certainly going to have some at least tennis ball size hail getting lofted across the area here with 70-mile-per-hour winds. That is just a recipe for disaster here. If you know anybody near the Knoxville, Union, or Utah area in Alabama, you got to let them know this one's coming. It's not, we don't think there's a tornado in there right now, but you wouldn't be able to tell much of a difference if you got actually cored by this thing. That's going to cause significant damage, okay? So make sure you're ready for that. And now they just issued a new warning that goes all the way out to Greensboro. That's considerable there for Hale County and Greene County in Alabama. My goodness, y'all. Let's come over here to the Shreveport radar. Ooh, what do we got going on here? It looks like our monster supercell that has escaped from Texas and kind of slid across southern Arkansas and is now in Louisiana is developing an area that could produce a tornado. So that's something that we have to watch out for here. With or without a tornado, though, Grove, Holly Springs, and Homer, you literally need to brace for impact here, as this is going to be a huge storm with 80-mile-an-hour winds potentially and up to baseball-sized hail. I saw the lights turn green briefly, I think, and then orange. But go ahead, Carly, and then we'll have Andy come in after if he's got something too.
I don't think I did it intentionally, but I will take the second to tell you that we have more reports of damage in Eufaula, Alabama. Please excuse me if that's horrible pronunciation. But as of right now, we have no reports of injuries from any storms so far. I would like to think that's because people are taking today very seriously. But some of the storms, Ryan, just to let you know, moving forward are in no comms areas. So we're working with what information we have, and I'll keep you updated.
Okay, thank you, Carly. Andy, did you have something?
Yeah, that was from like 15 minutes ago. We have our tech Ryan in the back end updating everything live actually, and it's already starting to go smoothly again. So live updates to this are an amazing team that we have here. But what I was going to say was recommend that everybody in Albany, Georgia, just practice taking shelter right now while this it's a weaker supercell that's coming toward you. There may be a chance that the sirens could sound. They could be sounding for the tornado warning entering the county from the southwest near Milford, which I believe will attempt to put down another tornado as well. So I would just recommend that everybody in Albany, Georgia, just take shelter, and you have time to do so calmly. It's a good idea to practice this now while you're in the active storm area, so to speak, through the rest of today. And the other thing I wanted to address was how a derecho is going to form here. Because right now we only have a couple storms, right, that we can see in Louisiana. How does this just form into a line of storms? Well, everything in between is actually going to fill in. And if we look at it on Radar Omega, we actually can watch from the HRRR model how the line forms and how it will, essentially carry that wind risk all along it through the particularly dangerous situation watches that we'll have in place. The first one of which is out now, and I think there will probably be be another one for parts of south central Alabama, where these storms will go through later tonight. So that would be a really cool thing to look at, so that we could, kind of show you guys how these are forming just from a couple supercells, and how all the storms will kind of fill in themselves, and self-propel and give us that damaging wind threat through the rest of today, as well as spin up tornadoes.
Awesome. Yeah, thank you very much, Andy. So this is simulated what the future could look like through the HRRR model. We're looking at this on the Radar Omega app. Once again, nothing you can't do on there. So it starts off kind of small, honestly, what we're dealing with right now is not small, but if you look at the whole context of the situation, we have small coverage of storms right now compared to what we will have later. And you can see that happen very dramatically here as we go later into the evening tonight around 10 p.m. Lots of people are going to be experiencing severe weather. I mean, we're talking about way back here towards Dallas, up to Little Rock, potentially maybe even up there around Knoxville, Tennessee, down to Birmingham, Montgomery, Jacksonville, Tallahassee. All of these places are in for potentially several rounds of supercells, and then, strong damaging winds, and then heavy rain, all hazards. Tornadoes, damaging winds, large hail, flash flooding. Think of it. What comes to your mind when you hear about severe weather? It's all on the menu tonight for the southeastern United States. Okay, so that's why we're here. That's why we're live, and that's why we are relaying these warnings for you. We do believe it's going to get pretty gnarly out there tonight. So we're trying to give you a heads up before it gets there. It's already happening for a lot of you, but if you do live out in front of this huge cluster or multiple clusters of storms that's getting ready to pop up, you got a little time to prepare. If it's still sunny out there, take whatever precautions necessary to protect your life and property tonight. It does look like these storms are going to continue to cause a problem over here in Georgia. Like Andy said, it would be a good idea for everybody in Albany to practice taking shelter. You're not under a warning, but if you're watching this stream right now, your goal is to be extra weather aware. There is a supercell coming through. It's hard to tell what's going on with it exactly with radar right now, but we don't think that there's a tornado with it. But hey, let's go ahead and get to shelter anyways. If you've got your family around with you, go over what you would do if that warning came through, and you'll be even more prepared for next time. And of course, there is a strong storm going to go right over town here pretty soon. Now, the one just to the south and west, closer to Milford, is, like Andy also said, probably going to try to produce another tornado here if it's not already, and that's moving deeper into, once again, Baker, Calhoun, and Daugherty counties. We can see a little bit better on Radar Omega the town names, but honestly, this is pretty rural right here. The next places that we've got to really watch out for
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Red Store Crossroads and Rolling Acres. And look, it's no longer even practice in Albany. We have a real tornado warning now that includes Albany, Georgia, and Stocks, Forester, Chehall, Warwick, and Davis Mill, and Cuffytown. All of these places in Georgia, you are now under an actual tornado warning. It expires 45 minutes from now, so please take shelter immediately if you have not already. Okay, Albany, it looks like the main circulation is going to go just to the north of town. It's hard for me to say that confidently though, because you are in a little bit of radar hole, so we want everybody in your safe spot, but definitely Stocks, Forester, and the Highway 300 corridor here to the south of Davis Mill and Warwick. You guys are under the gun for a huge potentially dangerous storm. Okay, and if you know anybody in these areas, guys, please give them a heads up. Let them know what's going on. This is, once again, not unprecedented, but unusual to say the least. And I'm sure it's going to catch some people off guard today. We were a little bit late to the game today because we had some technical difficulties. We got some new abilities in the studio that we're working on. This is happening behind me right now. We got Riley, Kyle, Ryan, Tech. We've got a lot of people in the background helping us make this a as informative of a production as possible. So huge shout out to the team. We are getting it going. We're getting it ready. We thought we had a little bit more time. You know, we're going to be 175% ready by the time we get deep into hurricane season. But this one kind of jumped up in front of us right in the middle of the very week we had planned to do all this. Because, 5 months ago we were like, yeah, June 14th, that'll probably be all right. Yeah, we can schedule some upgrades around that time. Of course, we were a little wrong about that, but that's okay. We're here with you now, and we're continuing to track these tornado warnings in Georgia, and we're continuing to track all of these other cells that are popping up in Alabama. We'll have to watch those closely, and of course the developing derecho that's going to be coming through here later tonight. Big time supercell getting ready to move into Homer, Louisiana. You got to get ready for that. I don't have, I feel like I don't have the chaser locations like I normally do. I could probably turn those back on. Give me just a second. I am going to go into Radar Omega and turn our Cyclone Port network on so we can see that. Brad Arnold's way down here. We've got a couple other storm chasers back here in Louisiana. I know that. Brett Adair is right here near Ruston. And once again, guys, we've got a team of some of the most capable storm chasers on Earth, helping us see the storm on the ground here today. And let's actually get an update from a couple of them if we can. Let's start off with Brad Arnold. Looks like Brad might not have service. Let's get Zach. Zach, we are live on YouTube. Just looking for an update from you. What are you seeing out there? What are you feeling? What's your plan for tonight? Let us know. So Zach Hall is also in Louisiana.
Hey Ryan, I'm currently west on I-20 myself. Meteorologist Brett Adair is right in front of me. We're headed west for Arcadia, Louisiana. The severe
A new
thunderstorm that's just
tornado
northwest of the
warning has
area
been
is
issued.
our initial target for the day. We'll probably get on this and then transition east with time. The National Weather Service issued a PDS watch for this complex, so we'll see what happens with time.
Okay, so that was an update from Storm Chaser Zach Hall, who is going to continue to give us updates throughout the day. You can see his feet above my head there. And we just got a new warning here that includes Red Store Crossroads, Rolling Acres, Riverbend, Baconton, Hollands Folly, and Crestwood, Georgia, as an observed tornado warning. Okay, that's Daughtry, Mitchell, and Baker County until 3:45 p.m. Eastern. A tornado-producing storm was located near Newton, moving east at 40 miles an hour. The hazards here are going to be a damaging tornado and quarter-size hail. This is a radar-confirmed tornado. And, flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur. And tree damage is likely. Okay? So that's what we're dealing with now for Red Store Crossroads, the Highway 91 area between Rolling Acres and Red Store Crossroads, and then eventually Baconton, Riverbend, and Hollands Folly in Georgia. And we, of course, still have that tornado warning for Albany as well, but the storm is now to the north and east of Albany. I'd be most concerned around Stocks, and then now up towards Doles and Davis Mill with that hook. These two areas right here are what we are watching closest, as that's where the tornado would be if we're going to have one in the near future. And it looks like we have one now on the Baconton storm. That's why we've got that confirmed tornado warning. Or if we don't have one, then we're going to have one very, very soon. Okay, so let's get back over here to our multi-view with our storm chasers and say hello to Brad now. I think Brad might have service. Oh, nope, I am very wrong. Let's see, who else do we have today? We got Brett Adair, Hunter, Zach, and Wills. We'll wait here. Oh, Hunter, we are live on YouTube. Go ahead and give us an update whenever you get a chance. Just tell us where you are, what your plans are, and what you're seeing out there. And then after Hunter replies, we will go to Riley because he has an update. But we don't want them talking over each other, so we're going to wait just a second. Once again, thank you guys for sharing. We're all over the place on the internet. Thank you for helping us get the word out here. Wow. Lots of
Hey Ryan,
impressive
I'm just right
pictures
now
coming
just
in.
southeast of Clanton. I'm going to be following
Hey
this
Ryan,
cell
I know you
that's
said
just
the wave
east of Clanton all the way out to Rockford.
There's a large tornado on the ground in Newton.
Okay, so it happened. They both talked over each other. What did you say, Riley?
There's a large tornado on the ground in Newton. It's
Okay.
a cone. Reed has it on his stream. It looks very, very bad.
Okay, so this is the storm that we have been watching for a while, guys. We have official confirmation from the storm chaser, I believe it's Reed, that there's a big tornado on the ground right now with this storm. So this is, once again, the same one that we've been looking at for a while, the one that we just got a confirmed tornado warning issued for. If you needed any further reason to take shelter, there it is. We've got a big old, a big nasty one on the ground right now not in Newton, but north of Newton. It's more specifically going towards the town of Red Store Crossroads. Okay, that's what we're looking at there. And you've got to get shelter. You got to get to shelter for that one. That is nasty. Yeah, and I am going to, as soon as Reed tweets something about this, I'm going to share that. A lot of you guys are taking screenshots of it and sending it to me. I don't think I can show that. But yeah, big one coming right for Red Store Crossroads. Let's go check on the velocity here. So the velocity, we'll probably learn a lot more in the next scan, but on the one that we're looking at here, it doesn't even look as impressive as what we were seeing earlier. So that's why it's important to, as the man James Spann says all the time, respect the polygon, right? Whenever these warnings are issued, the radar can sometimes be 3-4 minutes behind real time. Even at the time of update. So anything can happen in a very quick fashion with these storms. So this could, wrap up before it even shows on radar. So that's why we want everybody to take shelter as soon as the warning is issued, and don't wait on it to look bad on radar. So Albany, that storm's moved off to your north and east. We do have a big tornado on the ground right now, moving right towards Red Store Crossroads. I'm going to pull up the mesoscale here just to kind of give you a better idea of where exactly that is. Oh, wow. That is a mean looking hook there. Unfortunately, this might, Red Store Crossroads, it's a small community here, but this might impact that area directly, the Highway 91 area. If you zoom in on Radar Omega enough, you can literally see houses. Like you can see your house. That's what we're looking at here. A bunch of little houses. It's not a huge town or anything, but this is a community, and real lives are in danger along Highway 91 as this tornado is probably crossing within the next minute or so. And then we have to, be wary of Baconton, Rolling Acres, and Riverbend. All right, these are all north of Newton, Georgia. So make sure you're taking shelter up here. We're getting dangerously close to Albany once again on the southern side. This one might be impacting you all directly here before the end of the day, or really before the end of the hour. All right. So that's what we're dealing with here. We've got a observed, confirmed tornado coming into Red Store Crossroads, moving up towards Holland's Folly and Riverbend. We've got a confirmed view of that from a storm chaser. And I'm sure we're going to start hearing some news come out of that area. Thankfully, it's in a slightly rural area, but there's still people out here, and it's moving towards a pretty significantly populated area. So this is a concerning situation. Hopefully, everybody knows about this. The sirens should be going off. There should be no stone left unturned in the process of getting this warning out. And Riley, if you could DM me or paste it somewhere, do we not have the locations for GR today, or am I just not looking at it right?
Screen text.
Okay, thank you. All right. And then Riley, if you do you have any updates for us from the storm chasers perspective while I paste this in?
I don't really have that much. All I know is Zach Hall. He is out in Louisiana, and he's getting ready to intercept one of the thunderstorm threats from today. So he is on a destructive, severe thunderstorm. It is destructive because it is producing baseball-sized hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds. This is back to the west in our severe thunderstorm watch. It's actually just south or northeast of Shreveport, so we might have an issue where traffic going east out of Shreveport is going to be driving into the path of this destructive severe thunderstorm.
Okay, thank you, Riley. Okay, so now I do have the ability here to see where our chasers are. A lot of them are back here. A lot of them are a little bit farther back here in more central Alabama. However, Brad Arnold is right here. So he's getting close to those supercells that are impacting the Albany area. But unfortunately, right now, we don't have anybody right on that specific storm. Okay, and we just got an upgrade. Okay. Never mind. We've got a little bit of an error there. That was a false light switch. Okay, so for anybody that's just now tuning in, let's go over everything that's going on right now, okay? Because it's a lot. It's a lot. We have a PDS severe thunderstorm watch in effect. We have a tornado warning. In effect, a confirmed tornado down near Putney, Georgia, and Baconton, Georgia. And we also have a tornado warning up here near Doles and Oakfield in Georgia. What we are experiencing right now, and I want to make this abundantly clear, is not the main event. Okay, this is the first part of the sequence of storms that we're going to see today. Now, don't get me wrong, this is a big deal, especially if you're in Baconton, for the potential tornado that's going to be moving through here soon. But what we're really here for, what we are waiting on, is this big wall of wind that's going to extend across the deep south tonight, and we're going to try to be with you for a long time while we relay those warnings, because the tornado situation here is bad, and we're going to continue to relay that information to you. But this widespread damaging wind event will affect a lot of people, and we want to make sure that everybody knows that that's coming. The storm coverage right now is nuts. There's a lot of people that are seeing new storms form. We're going to see a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings go out. And of course, we're going to continue to see a lot of tornado warnings. Right now, we have the two right here in Georgia. We do expect to see quite a bit more than that as time goes on. Look at all these sails. Look at all this. Wow. That's nuts. And then, of course, if I go all the way back here to the Shreveport radar, we're still seeing them all the way back here. Brad Arnold is getting ready to intercept potentially a destructive severe thunderstorm. Not Brad Arnold, but Brett Adair here in Louisiana with the baseball-sized hail and 70-mile-an-hour winds. And Carly's got an update for us. Go ahead, Carly.
Yeah, so of course, we're still waiting to hear any news coming out of Newton and Baconton, Georgia, but I did want to give you another report that comes from Early County, Georgia. Again, this is where the Damascus and Arlington areas are, of a severely damaged home off Quail County Road. Occupants have made it out, but are injured, unfortunately. We have additional reports here of downed trees and wires blocking roads and heavy damage in that area, unfortunately. Again, this is the same area with Highway 200 with multiple structures damaged. So definitely a lot of reports coming out of Early County. I think we'll probably be hearing some more. And again, I will keep my ears open for Newton and Baconton, Georgia.
Okay. Thank you very much, Carly. Keeping an eye on, all of the developments that are happening out there with the damage reports that are coming in from these storms. And my goodness, Carly's going to be busy tonight, because I do think that we're going to see one of the more widespread severe weather events of the year if we get this, the derecho kind of situation that we are expected to see tonight. So that's what's going on there. We're also still looking at some incredible imagery of the tornado that's currently still down in Georgia. I am retweeting that now. So if you guys want to see that, you can see the danger of what's going on out there. And now Andy has an update for us. Go ahead.
Yeah, Ryan, our stuff is all working again. Shouts to Tech Ryan for that. What I want to tell you about actually is to bring your eyes over to Valdosta in Georgia here, the south central part of the state near the Florida border. We have a supercell there that I've been watching for a while, and it's quickly gained strength. And I think it's still in a favorable environment to potentially produce a tornado. So it is currently passing over the city, the hook of the storm where it would be, at least as it forms. So I think it will pass Valdosta before it does anything potentially dangerous here. But that is where we'll have our eyes most closely there in Lowndes County, as well as possibly this storm to the south of the Baconton tornado warning. It's going to become our new tail end, Charlie, meaning the southernmost storm that has access to the cleanest air flowing into it. Nothing that's been rained on yet. So if this storm continues to intensify near Camilla, closer to the south part of this line of storms here, then that will be also our new storm to watch with these storms over here in Georgia. So that's where my eyes are on those two in particular, but also keeping a close eye on anything that might spin up in our storms in Louisiana and Mississippi right now.
Okay, thank you, meteorologist Andy Hill, for the update. We are watching this storm very closely near Valdosta in Georgia, right next to the border of Florida and Georgia there. And then, of course, we're continuing to hone in on the very strong storm and the tornado near Baconton. And right now, that's continuing to be a situation near Riverbend. If you're in Riverbend or Hollands Folly, you've got to get to shelter now. You can't wait around anymore. Once again, sometimes the lights, the wee-woos, the sounds, the words, it doesn't matter to people. Everybody, especially in this region, you've probably been under a lot of tornado warnings before. You might feel like you want to disregard this one. Please don't. And if you need one more stimuli, if you need one more thing to help you do that, go look at what's going on Twitter right now. We've got some storm chasers that are actually in the path of this thing that are posting pictures and videos of it, and it is bad. It is bad, okay? This is a big, nasty tornado, so you've got to run, not walk, to your safe spot in Riverbend and Baconton, anywhere in that area in Georgia. And then Freeze Plays is sending in some images of damage. This is all the way up in Texas, near Atlanta, Texas, earlier today. So look at this, guys. We're going to see imagery like this a lot today, whether it comes from tornadoes, which is happening right now, and potentially even just straight line damaging 90 to 100 mile an hour winds later. So once again, Freeze, thank you for sending that in. But guys, remember, don't take pictures and stuff unless you can do so safely. The first thing you've got to do is take shelter whenever that warning comes through. Wow, yeah, big storm chaser Jordan Hall also has got a drone imagery of a big tornado out there as well. I've just retweeted that. So yeah, it's important that we share that stuff, not because obviously everybody is interested in seeing a tornado, right? Like, whoa, that's crazy. But also it really does. It's scientifically proven that if people in the path of a tornado can see it, they are much more likely to take shelter. So help us spread that information as much as possible on social media, and we will hopefully save some lives today as a result of all these crazy storm chasers out there taking pictures of these things. So currently, 2 tornado warnings still in the Albany region. Now, downtown Albany, you're okay for right now. However, there is the southern side of town does have to keep a very close eye on this storm. But I think that the best chance of like anything significant happening here is south of town. Putney, Acre, Gordy, Sylvester, all of you guys are in the path of a very dangerous storm here, so take shelter now. And then Doles in Georgia, you guys are also in that same situation, okay? This is our observed warning, confirmed on the ground near Baconton, moving towards Riverbend. And then, of course, you're really starting to see the polygons fill in here, okay? If I go to the Tuscaloosa or Birmingham radar, you can see what's happening here. Lots of new supercells, lots of new problems forming. I mean, every one that pops up has something like this, you know, a little curved bean there. And then the bigger ones, the more congealed together kind of cells are going to literally meld together and form a derecho later tonight. And we're starting to see the beginning stages of that back here towards Homer and Sugar Creek. This is moving towards Arcadia and Grambling and Ruston in Louisiana. We're also seeing the baby beginning stages of that up here north of Jackson, Greenville. You guys, Silver City, you know, we were just down here not too long ago near Rolling Fork and Silver City and Midnight. You guys are getting ready to get slammed by a very strong storm. We're talking about 60 to 70 mile an hour winds and maybe up to 1.5 inch in diameter hail. And then this is going to continue to go down towards coast. How do I say that? Kosciuszko? I hope I'm saying that right. And Williamsville in Mississippi. I can't believe this is probably like the 39th time we've done severe weather coverage for this town, and I still can't say it right. But in the beginning stages of this, you know, potential derecho forming, we're going to see these cells try their best to, you know, become surface-based and try to produce tornadoes. So we're going to watch them very closely for that as well. But even if they don't, guys, I can't express to you how dangerous this situation might be later tonight as these storms really get their act together. So here is a look at Albany once again in the general Albany area. We're continuing to be very concerned about the tornado situation moving into DeWitt and Putney. Make sure you guys are taking shelter. And let me see. You guys are really killing it on social. I've got a lot of updates on Twitter from y'all. I'm going to try to I'm trying to pick and choose what we relay here because we want to utilize every second as much as possible. But keep doing it. Keep sending in the information. There's also people behind the scenes that are watching that stuff as well. And we do have a new SPC update. We've got a locally greater risk for tornadoes over the next couple of hours. So this includes Moultrie. This includes Tifton. This includes a lot of southern Georgia here. So make sure you guys are ready for that. And I've got to really quickly change something on our thermostat here at the Weather House. It's about 80 billion degrees. Andy, can you give me just like 5 seconds? Or Riley, whoever's got any information?
Yeah, I got you, Ryan. I'll come through here. Still watching that near Valdosta. Thank you. I got that, by the way, guys. You guys should correct the Google pronunciation for that town name. If you search Valdosta on Google, it'll tell you to say Valdosta. So they got to fix that stuff, man. It's really important so that we could get these town names out as succinctly as possible. So still watching all these storms over here. I've got my eye along Interstate 20 east of Shreveport. It's now east of Shreveport and exiting Bossier Parish there for all of our friends in those areas. And it will eventually make it to Interstate 20, probably right around Ruston there in Louisiana. We've got storm chaser Zach Hall in a position to intercept that storm that's currently warned for 80-mile-an-hour winds, I believe. But it may be downgraded. It looks a little bit weaker now, so hopefully that warning is downgraded, but it's not going to stay that way for sure. That's going to be one of our storms there tracking along Interstate 20 that eventually will reach our particularly dangerous situation, severe thunderstorm watch there for our friends in Jackson, Mississippi, all along Interstate 20 from west east across the state. So that is going to become our focus, of course, These storms that are in southwestern Georgia now, as they get closer to Tifton and Douglas and these areas east of I-75, they will encounter an environment that is less supportive for tornadoes. That's the hope there in those areas. So hopefully, that's whatever Reed saw is the last tornado we see from this storm, and it doesn't manage to put down another one. But we still need to be thinking about taking shelter out ahead of this. In Tifton, the southern supercell and over Putney and Baconton is going to head in your general direction there, and eventually cross over Interstate 75. So I would recommend just thinking out ahead of time, even if these storms do begin to weaken as they approach Interstate 75, to be thinking of taking shelter from Arabi, Dakota, and south through Tifton. As well as for the storm that is now east of Valdosta there, headed towards Stockton along Highway 84. So all of these areas, great idea to be thinking about taking shelter. And your risk is not done today. There is a slight to moderate there are slight and moderate areas of excessive rainfall from the Weather Prediction Center, meaning flash flooding is going to be a big concern in these areas. And that's because we have storms moving through right now, and we're also going to have storms move through sometime later tonight from the leftovers of our expected derecho that will set up and bring a lot of damaging wind to many people across the south central parts of Mississippi through Alabama, and then back into these areas that are currently going through tornadic storms. So keep your eyes about you, keep your wits about you too. Don't drive through flooded waters, of course, if you're in these areas and you plan on tuning back into our coverage later in the day. So that's what I got to say, Ryan. Hopefully everything is going to start cooling off where you are.
Yeah, we're experiencing a problem similar to back in the old days. I don't know if you guys remember whenever we had the one room here at the weather house where we would do the broadcasts out of, and it would get like 100 degrees. Well, now like the whole house is getting that way because we just have so much stuff going on. But we're all right. We're getting it fixed, and we are going to continue to dive into some of these warnings. The warning for Daughtry County over here near Hollands Folly, Riverbend, Crestwood. This is still a dangerous situation. We've still got radar indicated tornado warning there, but the storm looks much less impressive now. The storm that's moving towards Ashburn, the same thing can be said about that, but we do not want to disregard it. That's not at all what we are trying to say here. Okay, we're going to watch that very closely. And then we're also going to turn our eyes to the west a little bit and watch some of these other storms very closely. Brad Arnold is closing in on a very interesting looking storm near White Oak. Okay, White Oak, right on the border between Georgia and Alabama, south of the town of Eufaula. I think I'm saying that right. We've got a developing a couplet here on the south side of this storm that could potentially cause a tornado. So we're watching that very closely. The southern side of, any of these storms, as this line starts to form, right, you're going to see a lot of cells pop up, and then eventually they're all going to congeal together. In that process, before the congealing happens, each cell is going to try to produce a tornado. Now, will they be successful? Most of them won't. But we have to watch them very closely in that process, because like this could turn into a very dangerous situation very fast. So Brad Arnold is driving through the core of a pretty strong storm just to the north of this right now. You can see him in the Radar Omega app, and you guys that have it on your phone, you can see him there too. You can click on him, you can mute him. I tried to be fast. Sorry for anybody with headphones. And you can make him full screen, or you can move him around the screen just like this. And that is, one of the cool things about that. But you can see that he's actually going south. He's going to try to get to this storm. And let's actually see if we can't get an update from him now. I know he's still in a remote area. Brad, we're live on YouTube. We can see you're punching through this storm. You're getting ready to go through the border between Georgia and Alabama. We're watching that storm down there near White Oak very, very closely. What do you think about it, and is that the one that you're going after? So we'll see what Brad has to say about that as soon as we get him up here. This is a live view, by the way, from Brad. And once again, he's in a very low
Yeah, hey
service
Ryan,
area.
hopefully you can hear me with the pouring down rain. It's torrential rainfall. We're just north of Eufaula right now. I'm headed down to that storm that seems to be strengthening just southeast of Eufaula, headed to Springvale, north of Coleman and Cuthbert, I think is how you say that. And we're going to continue east with these. The better environment is to the east. So once they kind of hit that state line, they really maximize, and then they continue with their rotation. So also watching that storm northwest of Blakely and the one that's near Morgan as well. But the one that we're closest to that is showing some broad signs of rotation is the one that is south of Eufaula. So we're going to keep with that one, and we should have visual of it pretty shortly.
Okay, so that was an update from Storm Chaser Brad Arnold, talking about, you know, what his plans are with this upcoming storm around the Eufaula area that may cause problems. Now, even if it doesn't produce a tornado here, we've got several different areas that could have some problems with hail cores, and then flash flooding. I can already see it happening. You know, here in Eastern Kentucky, we deal with flash flooding a lot. This is starting to look like a flash flooding scenario. We've got back building storms. We've got areas that have already seen inches of rain. They've got more inches on the way. It's all happening very quickly. Anywhere between Tifton, Ashburn, Albany, all the way up to Eufaula, anywhere in that general vicinity, get ready if you live in a flood-prone area, because things are going to get nasty pretty quick. More storms trying to get their act together back here near Montgomery, Alabama. You guys are getting ready to get a pretty good storm come through here soon. And then same can be said about that storm that just went through Utah not too long ago. That's going to be moving down towards Marion and Uniontown and Selma over the next little bit as well. So we've still got the 2 tornado warnings. That's what we are watching. The hardest right now. We do expect that focus, I guess, to change a little bit, though, as we go later into the night. So the supercell that's approaching Ashburn is, you know, exhibiting some interesting features right here at the last minute as it you know, moves closer to the town. Let me take a different look at that on a different radar. Yeah, so, you know, this is not a very well-covered area as far as our radar goes, but you can see here that this storm is definitely still concerning enough to take seriously, and I wouldn't be surprised if we saw another polygon issued here for the Dakota and Ashburn areas, as, you know, this is obviously still rotating. We've still got the big forward flank and the open inflow area. We'll see what happens there, but definitely get ready in Dakota and Ashburn, Georgia, for a potential tornado as this moves through. And it's going to be in a unique situation where in Ashburn, you're going to see the hail and the strong winds and all that probably right now or within a minute from now. And that's going to go on for 10, 15 minutes or so. And then it's going to stop. But then that's when the real, you know, potential tornado threat would kind of unfold, because the storm is going to hit you in a different way than most tornadic supercells do. But still, from now until the moment the warning is lifted, let's get into our safe spots over here in Turner and Worth counties in Georgia. Same thing for you guys down there in Baker and Daughtry and Mitchell counties in Georgia. This one looks a whole lot less organized, though. The one that's moving out of Acre and Bridgeboro right now, there could be another warning issued for Sylvester, but I wouldn't be surprised if there wasn't one with this one. I'm more interested in the more northern one now, but that'll go back and forth as we continue to watch these cycle and move off to the east. Let's come back down to Valdosta. Let's check in on that storm there. Still looks very, very interesting. The core of the storm, the heaviest precipitation and the hail is about to hit the radar site there. So we don't have the greatest view of the base of it right now, but that may change as that storm moves farther to the east. And then, of course, we've got our big storms back here in Louisiana as well, which Brett Adair is getting ready to hone in on now. He's got a pretty good view of it there. Pretty good view of it, which it would be hard not to.
A new tornado warning.
It would be hard not to with how big it is. New tornado warning for Ben Hill, Irwin, and Turner and Worth counties in Georgia. So that new polygon is going to be for the storm that's going into Ashburn. So once again, this is the one that I was talking about that I was concerned about. And it looks like the National Weather Service shares that concern with all of us here who are watching it, as this one definitely looks like it's still trying to do something. If I'm on the I-75 corridor between Ashby and Sibley, I am definitely being hyper cautious about this scenario, as this is a radar indicated tornado warning that's going to go on for the next 40 minutes. It includes Rebecca, Arp, Abba, and Westwood, and Fitzgerald as well. We've seen these storms produce several tornadoes today. There's no reason to think it wouldn't do it again. So take shelter if you're in Ashburn. Take shelter now. And everybody's doing a great job of helping us get the word out there. I want to say thanks to everybody that's tuned in right now. And of course, I've got to go to every scene and delete these things. I don't know why they're here. Okay, so I got those. Huge shout out to Judy Menzel. Thank you guys for being here. If you haven't yet, if you have not done this yet, please help us spread the word by sharing a link to this stream on social media. Send it in a text message to a family member or a friend. Put it on Twitter, Instagram, Snapchat, TikTok, YouTube. You got, as long as it's just my face and the radar here, you can steal the, whatever you want and put it wherever you want, as long as we are getting vital information in front of people who need it, okay? Just don't take anything from the storm chasers. This is our new warning. So we did get a new polygon right here near Crestwood and Deerfield Farm Estates. That's a new tornado warning for Sylvester all the way over to Sumner, Georgia. So take shelter now if you're in those areas. And I believe we've got an update from Riley. Go ahead. Oh, you're muted. You're muted, right?
Okay, I don't think my Stream Deck mute button's working. I think that's the issue.
I can hear you now.
Anyways, Zach is back on the PDS severe thunderstorm warning. He has a really good view, and he has an update for you if you want to go ahead and reach out to him.
Okay, Zach. All right. Zach, we've got you live on YouTube here. We're looking for an update from you. What do you got, man?
Hey, Ron. Yeah, I'm in Arcadia, Louisiana, and I think what you're seeing in the screen here is the leading edge of what's going to become the derecho that's expected downstream tonight. It's pretty ominous looking, not going to lie. A lot of lightning, a lot of rumbles of thunder, so we'll see what happens here over the next few hours.
Yeah, absolutely. That is ominous for sure. And like Zach said, what you're seeing in front of you here, this is live from Zach's camera in Louisiana. This is likely going to become the leading edge or the beginning stages of the derecho that could happen later today. So Andy's got an update for us. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, in addition to that, you could take a quick look from the Jackson, Mississippi radar at the storm near Silver City and Belzoni. That's well to the east of Rolling Fork there. Take a look at that. Was just upgraded to a destructive warning for 80-mile-an-hour winds, I believe. Yes, 80-mile-an-hour winds, also ping-pong size hail in there that could be wind-driven hail. And just look at how the velocity is blown up over the last few scans there, right as it passed over Belzoni. Now we have an area on the Jackson radar that's showing a solid 95-mile-an-hour pocket, about 4,500 feet. So just under a mile above the surface here is where we're looking at this storm. So those winds can easily mix down to the surface as it approaches Highway 49E and also Interstate 55 there from the west. So again, this is another strong storm that it should only, be able to intensify from this point on as it accelerates forward and develops into the rest of our derecho. You can kind of see that these storms are filling in now, almost from a west-east line. There's a bunch of storms now popping up in the southeast corner of Arkansas. This is what's going to fill in and give us that solid band of very, very windy storms with possible spin-up tornadoes. That will lead to our expected derecho event. So we're already seeing the power in one storm here near Belzoni. The whole rest of the line could look exactly like this with this 90-mile-an-hour mile-per-hour pocket of winds. So this is really going to be something we're going to see a lot of damage reports. So Carly picked a great day to start back up with us on the live streams here, because there are going to be a lot of wind damage reports to sift through, maybe even ripped up roofs from houses here. We might even see some roof damage from windstorms like this. So please have a plan in place ready. And all of our friends in Jackson along I-20 here, Vicksburg, etc., please have a plan in place ready just to stay sheltered for a while these storms blow through, if this potential for wind damage is realized like we're seeing now near Belzoni.
A new tornado
Okay.
warning.
Thank you
has
very
been
much,
issued.
meteorologist Andy Hill, for the update. We got a new warning for Crisp and Wilcox County in Georgia. That's an extension of an existing warning. And just to reiterate what Andy just said, he articulated it beautifully. We're seeing the beginning stages of our wall of wind, the derecho, whatever you want to call it, tonight, and it's already packing a significant punch. I think that very soon we will probably start hearing about some of these damage reports from damaging winds up here near Chula, all the way down towards Silver City, and then we'll see more pockets of increased activity like this all up and down these clusters that are forming up until we have the one solidified large literal wall of wind that works through later this evening. So Heidi, Coxburg, Eulogy, Lexington, all of you guys in Mississippi, you got to watch out for this one, man. 80 mile-per-hour winds and 1.5 inch in diameter hail. That is nothing to play around with. You got to take that seriously, and you got to take shelter. Treat it as if it's a tornado, okay? Because, there are some tornadoes you wouldn't be able to tell much of a difference from if you actually get hit by the core of this storm. So let's come back over to our cluster of tornado warnings in Georgia. Okay, we've still got new polygons going out. We've still got interesting things happening over here. So we're going to go pay close attention to this. We're going to try to jump back and forth between everything, but the one that's approaching Ashburn, or going just to the north of Ashburn, is still looking very, very interesting. Okay, so we want everybody in Dakota and Ashburn and Rebecca to be in their safe spots, and then the lights are purple, so that means we've got an update from Riley. Go ahead, make sure you unmute.
All right, I'm unmuted. Amazing. Anyways, there is a new severe thunderstorm warning near Springvale, and the reason I'm highlighting this is because this storm is starting to produce a little bit of a dangly bit. Now, this is just to the west of our other tornado warnings, and we do have 3 chasers on this storm, so I do think if we start to see this storm going tornadic, we would be able to see it. You cannot see it through KVAX. You need to switch to KEOX.
Okay, thank you very much, Riley. And if you could hold the mic just a little bit closer to you, I think we'd be able to hear you better. I know it's not the best mic, but yeah. Anyways, this is the area that he's talking about near Springvale. This is the storm that Brad Arnold is in pursuit of. This is the one that we've been talking about back when, Brad was behind Eufaula. He is actually going to get into position here to see what's going on with this thing for real. And, I mean, something's definitely happening down there. We don't have any warning yet from the National Weather Service, but I wouldn't be surprised if we saw that come through soon. We'll probably see a new pink polygon pop up here somewhere. That it might even include Cuthbert. So, y'all get ready. Y'all watch out for a potential warning here as this storm continues to come together. And, of course, Brad's going to be able to see this whenever he gets into view. There's 40 of you guys watching with me in the app right now. Just click on Brad's face when you get in there, and you can see his camera. And honestly, Riley, I think we should put Brad in the number 1 position. We should put Brad up there above my head for now, just so we can see the moment he breaks in front of this storm. So, let's see here. What else we got going on? Monster hail reports coming in across Mississippi. And then we've got an update from Carly as well. Go ahead, Carly.
Hi, yeah. So my update is that I don't have much of an update. I just want to keep you in the loop. Some of the counties, like in Valdosta, Georgia area, don't have any comms, so we're working to get any information that we can. But I did just want to kind of piggyback off of what you and Andy were talking about with the severe thunderstorms. A lot of the damage that I have seen has come from severe thunderstorm warnings, particularly from the areas in central Alabama and in central Georgia, where I know a lot of you in the chat are. The severe thunderstorm warnings have been causing a lot of damage. I've seen pictures of a lot of trees down. I've seen car windows blown out, and I've seen pictures of very large hail in Louisiana. So again, just highlighting that even outside of the tornado threat today, there's definitely the threat for very strong winds, damaging winds, and the flash flooding threat today. So please, if you're in central Georgia, if you're in any of the threat areas, wind or hail or otherwise, just please be vigilant and make sure that you are staying aware through these multiple rounds of storms.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Carly. And I was scrolling through Twitter, and of course we've got to show the classic gotcha from Storm Chaser Nick here. I for 2.5 seconds, my jaw, well, actually for probably about 0.25 seconds, my jaw just about hit the floor as I thought that this was something that somebody had actually sent me. But the hail is not necessarily that big today. But it's getting close. I've seen a lot of pictures you guys are sending me of baseballs. Some of these look like softballs, especially over there in Mississippi and in Louisiana. So I know that we've got some large hail out there. Remember, guys, whenever you send me reports today, please also consider tagging your local National Weather Service as well. If you know who they are, if you know their tag, just add them on there at Ryan Hall, y'all, and at NWS, whatever your local weather service is, as long as it's relevant. And as long as it's novel and you haven't already done so, they could use that information. So, and also remember, don't be taking pictures in the middle of the hailstorm. Wait until it's done. Don't put yourself in danger to get a picture. Still, I'm on the edge of my seat, honestly, waiting to see what happens with Brad here. Brad's little icon, you see him right here. He's going to come down this road. He's going to try to get out in front of this storm. And we're going to see if there's a tornado here very soon.
New information.
Okay, we've got a new confirmed tornado warning for Ben Hill, Irwin, and Turner counties in Georgia. So let's go. Okay, so that's our Ashburn storm. That's our Ashburn storm. Guys, Ashburn, Rebecca, Arp, Westwood, take shelter now. We've been talking about you for a while. This is a confirmed tornado located near Ashburn. Weather spotters confirmed a tornado northwest of Ashburn, west of Highway 41. Flying debris will be dangerous. So this is going to affect many rural areas of northwestern Irwin, northern Turner, and northwestern Ben Hill counties, including the following locations: Worth, Louisville, Amboy, Rebecca, Turner Co Airport, Dakota, Sibley, Arp, Abba, and Queensland. This is in Georgia, guys. Make sure you're taking shelter as we now have another confirmed tornado here. Really, I mean, very close to Ashburn, if not like in the northern part of Ashburn right now, moving up towards Rebecca. So that's a extremely dangerous situation. We want everybody in their safe spots now. How many people do we have watching in Georgia right now? If you're from Georgia in the chat, raise your hand. And then use that hand if you're not currently like in the process of taking shelter. If you're not in one of the counties that are currently highlighted in the warning, use that hand to hit the share button and just let your family members and friends know downstream from these storms what's going on. Because I'm telling you, there are people, I see it already on Twitter and everywhere. People are being caught off guard by this. People will say, well, wait, what? It's June. I'm supposed to be dealing with pop-up thunderstorms, not naders. Let's try to spread the word as much as possible. And I think, Andy, did you hit my button?
I did. I got something for you, Ryan, here southwest of Arcadia in Louisiana. So this is in the northern side of Beanville Parish here. And I've been watching this right near Mount Lebanon. I think we have an area of rotation that's ramping up here around the southern side of this gargantuan supercell here. Should pass the south of Arcadia at the moment. We've got Zach Hall right in front of it. So I believe this is developing rotation over the last few scans. You can look at it going there. And that's right along I-20 north central Louisiana from our storm over there. Not currently tornado warned.
Okay. Thank you very much, Andy. Yeah, it looks impressive on radar. It looks even more impressive on Zach's stream here. As you can see, the thing is really coming together. I do see that rotation around Bryceland, between Mount Lebanon and Bryceland. And then, of course, the incredibly heavy rain, large hail, and damaging winds that's going to be coming into the Arcadia region here in the next little bit. Wow, that's moving fast. This is real time, guys. This is a live look. Ooh, whoa. I don't know what happened there, but this is a live look at a very strong thunderstorm, considerable severe thunderstorm moving into the Arcadia area right now in Louisiana. And we did just get, I believe, we just got a new update from the Storm Prediction Center on the day one categorical outlook. It's still moderate, and it's pretty much unchanged as far as the categories go and their placement. So we'll look at the detailed breakdown of the specific threats here in a moment. For now, though, Riley's got an update for us. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Ryan, I just got an update from Caleb. Unfortunately, we don't have his feed up right now, but if you want to go ahead and pull up my radar, I do have his location for us. He is on a normal severe thunderstorm warning. It's supposed to be producing hail of a 1/2 inch, but it's producing hail upwards of 2.5 inches. So this is concerning because it seems like some of the warnings that these storms are receiving are actually a tier under or 2 tiers under how bad these storms are actually.
Okay, thank you very much, Riley. Just an absolutely insane situation unfolding in front of Zach here, so I wanted to keep that up while we also touch on some of the stuff that Riley's talking about there, and also some of the other reports that are coming in. Remember, guys, we still got Ben Hill, Irwin and Turner counties in Georgia under that confirmed tornado warning. Crispin, Wilcox, and Worth counties in Georgia also under tornado warnings, radar indicated. We've got a destructive severe thunderstorm warning for Carroll, Holmes, Humphreys, LeFlore, Sunflower, and Yazoo counties in Mississippi. And in Louisiana, we got the destructive severe for Blenville, Claiborne, Jackson, Lincoln, Union, and Webster. So we've got a ton of severe thunderstorm warnings right now. The majority of them are considerable or destructive. That's something you don't see every day. And my goodness, something else you don't see every day is the video that I just shared on Twitter from Jordan Hall. Unbelievable drone footage of the tornado near Newton, Georgia, about 30 minutes ago. Wow. So that's on Twitter there. So if you want to see that. And of course that tornado has lifted, but once again, imagery like that getting shared around on social media on a day like today is only a good thing. It makes people pay more attention to the weather, and that could literally save lives. So, that's what we're looking at there through Zach's feed. He is entering this storm up here near our Arcadia. This is the beginning stages of our derecho today, okay? So pretty serious situation unfolding. Make the chat a little bit bigger so you guys can see it. There's even some rotation still trying to come together here on the southern side of that storm. We'll have to watch the inflow and how that interacts with the way that the storm progresses. Of course, at some point we do expect it to become outflow dominant. It's just going to become a huge wind bag. And it'll be extremely dangerous, but in the interim, there's a chance that we see a tornado aspect out of this as well. So another area that I'm concerned about is Sylvester, okay? Sylvester here in Georgia. We talked about you guys earlier. This storm is showing signs of increased rotation as it approaches town. You are under a tornado warning, okay? And for the next 20 minutes, Poland, Sumner, you guys in Georgia need to take shelter now if you haven't already. Hopefully you have Hopefully you have. We've been hooting and hollering about Sylvester for who knows how long. But also back here, Rebecca, Arp, Abba, and Westwood, you guys need to be in your safe spots as well as this storm continues to look gnarly. The one to the south looks a little bit more interesting right now. Look at that. There's your couplet. Potentially Sylvester, Poland, and Sumner are having a bad time right now. You want to be underground. If you can't get underground, you want to be in the most interior room of your home. You want to get into a closet or an interior bathroom, whichever one of those has the least amount of glass. Once you get in there, imagine you're trying to protect your head, right? The number one way you're going to get injured in a situation like this, whether it's damaging winds or a tornado, whatever, is by debris falling on you. Wear a helmet if you can. Bring the mattress off the bed with you if you don't have something like a helmet. Barricade yourself between your head and the outside world. Put as much protection between those two things as possible. And bring me with you, tablet, cell phone, something with cell service, and we will get through this, okay? If you're currently not under a tornado warning or a severe thunderstorm warning, and you live in the moderate risk, which, by the way, looks like this, you probably will be at some point today. So you need to go ahead and prepare for that. Okay, go ahead and make sure your phone, your tablet's charged. Make sure you are going ahead and getting your helmet ready, right? Get your safe spot ready. Have a go bag ready. Prepare for a power outage. Prepare for damage to your home. Prepare for having to take shelter. Prepare for maybe having to evacuate your home after taking shelter with glass on the ground. Get shoes ready, right? The more prepared you are, the less scared you're going to be. That's the whole thing, right? Don't be scared. Be prepared. The more ready you are for a worst case scenario, whenever it happens, you're not going to be freaking out like, oh no, what do I do? You're just going to do it. And when you're able to make calm, cool, collected decisions like that, you are much more likely to end up, coming out of the situation okay. All right, so don't be scared. Be prepared. Go ahead and get everything ready just in case. Let's see. Rolling Fork. Yeah, so Rolling Fork, you guys, there's definitely some big storms coming for y'all today. The one that we were talking about earlier went to the east of Rolling Fork quite a bit, but there's going to be some storms that hit Rolling Fork today, and pretty much all of western Mississippi. Just because there's a big gap right now between these two big thunderstorms doesn't mean that you're going to miss the severe weather action. It's just going to fill in at some point, so make sure you're ready for that. And my goodness, the Ruston storm, this one looks nasty. This one looks nasty. Once again, maybe the beginning stages of part of our derecho here, and the rest of this as well. Like this, it's hard to tell exactly what's going to become the leading edge of this. It's all going to be bad. This storm coming down towards Selma, I would definitely watch out for it. We got another destructive severe thunderstorm warning for Selma and Valley Grande in Alabama. Holy smokes. A destructive storm for Hamburg, Marion Junction, and Selma counties. Baseball-sized hail, y'all. And 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts. That will blow out your windows. That will total a car. That could just cause so many problems. And I'm not saying this stuff to scare you. I'm hopefully helping you understand the gravity of the situation. If you're in the path of this, you've got to take shelter right now. Destructive severe thunderstorm warnings are just as important, and you should take them just as seriously as the tornado warnings, okay? Even like PDS ones, because that's basically what a destructive severe is. It's a PDS, severe thunderstorm warning.
New information.
Okay, we got a confirmed tornado warning for
upgraded.
Wilcox, Georgia, Wilcox County, Georgia, and Crisp County, Georgia. So we're continuing to watch Georgia as these storms are continuing to cause big-time problems here. Sylvester, hopefully everybody in Sylvester is in their safe spots. The warnings are definitely filling in. Yes, definitely. Here. I'm just looking through chat. I'm trying to see if there's anything. Let's see. The wall cloud is currently, yeah. So if you're in Sylvester, you probably shouldn't be looking outside. You should probably be in your safe spot. But there's definitely something going on there. Look at all those hooks. Yeah, there's a bunch. There's a bunch. We wasn't playing around. A lot of people have been given us grief because we haven't went live in a while, as if we just decided not to do live streams. No, like we've been missing this. We usually go live during moderate risks of severe weather. We haven't missed one. We might have missed like 2 in the past year or year and a half. I don't know. It's just been a while since we've seen one. There's been a lot of slight risks and enhanced risks in the plains. Lots of good storm chasing weather. But we've used this semi-quiet time as far as weather goes to try and enhance the stream, and you guys are going to see a lot of those enhancements very soon. Today, we're still in the middle of putting them together, so there's probably more bugs than enhancements, but it's all right. We're here. Here's an up-close view of the Deep South for that moderate risk. So this includes Tuscaloosa, Auburn, Troy, and Greenville in Alabama.
Brian, did you just see us nearly get struck by lightning?
Oh, no, I didn't. I did not. Hopefully we can get a replay. How close was it? And is everybody's pants clean?
It was no more than 50 to 100 yards away. It was. We heard the thunder before we saw the lightning. Chris may need a change of underwear.
I figured. By the way, Chris Hall, something's wrong with his car. I don't know the details, but something is wrong with his car. So I believe Chris Hall is driving Brad around today. They're chasing together. So yeah, hopefully no soiled pants in that vehicle today. But yeah, these storms are very strong. The ones that Brad and Chris are around. We were watching. One of them very closely for, potential tornado development. It looks like that has kind of pushed off a little bit, but it could happen again. We've learned to not become complacent in our current analysis of any situation and just always be looking forward and understanding the potential danger of any, situation that could unfold. I'm rusty. It's been over a month since we've done a live stream. I hope your pants are okay. That's literally what I just said. One time I had a hard hat and I wore my motorcycle helmet. I didn't need them, but we were ready, not scared, prepared. That's beautiful. That's why we say it. Not 9 times out of 10. You're not even going to need the helmet, right? You're not going to need the preparedness even, A lot of people go their whole lives and never get hit by a tornado. It's not an uncommon thing. But having the preparedness is one of the best ways to come out on the good side of things in a bad situation. Almost always the really bad situations happen due to a lack of understanding of the situation, being caught off guard, something like that. That can't happen if you truly take the steps to be prepared. D-Lunatic, thank you for that. New underwear for Chris. Yeah, we'll hear from Chris at some points today, but he is piloting the Brad Arnold storm chasing mobile right now. And by the way, if you're just now tuning in, we do have a bunch of storm chasers helping us out today. Zach Hall, Brad Arnold, Caleb, Bryce, Hunter, and you see a new name on there, Wills. The infamous Wills. You guys don't know why he's infamous, but he's been a part of the team for a while. And today he's out there chasing storms. Interesting roster today. We will be checking in with Wills here soon. Just looking through Twitter just to see all the latest stuff. Golf ball size hail in Montgomery, Alabama. Sorry, got my buttons mixed up. How's Oklahoma looking? Oklahoma is looking pretty all right. I think that you're pretty much out of the risk area today, except for maybe eastern Oklahoma as new storms form here. We're starting to see some pop up around Little Rock, and this is all what's eventually going to fill in and then make it down towards Greenville, Rolling Fork, back down into Yazoo City. This will all fill in into our Derecho potentially later tonight. Really, I mean, just a nasty, very nasty storm here near Jonesboro and Ruston right now. That's nuts. And this is the one that Brett Adair and Zach and all these guys are on. So we've got coverage today way over in Louisiana. We've got stuff in Mississippi, Alabama, and Georgia now, I think, with Brad. Or I think Brad might have turned around, but he's right on the Georgia-Alabama border. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Ryan, Caleb is just outside of Montgomery and he has power flashes on his screen. He's in spot number 3.
Okay, so Caleb B is out there and he's seeing some pretty significant imagery out here from around Montgomery, Alabama. It does look like there is definitely something going on here with the base of this storm. Probably some very strong damaging winds, 60, 70 miles an hour, 1.1 inch in diameter hail. So this is going to be moving towards places like Pike Road, Chesson, Liverpool, Cotton Valley, and Union Springs. Okay. So this is a considerable severe thunderstorm. This is not your average everyday severe thunderstorm. Keep that in mind. And we will watch this continue to get bigger and evolve as it moves off to the south and east. As this will also be a part of our big wall of wind at some point here. And here's a video from earlier today near Damascus. And this is coming from, who's this coming from again? Scott Childress, tornado north of Damascus, Georgia. This is a couple hours ago. And you can see that, you know, for June, this is pretty nuts. You know, the amount of visibility we have here. I mean, it's just really unusual, the kind of storms that we are seeing today. Thanks for sending that in, Scott Childress. Tabish says, I've never been in a tornado. We don't receive them here in South Africa. I'm just watching this live stream since I'm really interested in meteorology. I think there's a lot of people like that are watching. The beauty of the situation that we have here with our live streams is we have a lot of people watching, and a lot of them are in the local areas and they need the information, and we're able to relay that to them. But we also have a lot of people not in the local areas, and they're watching because they are interested in meteorology. And heck, I mean, some people are just watching strictly for like literal entertainment. I mean, you know, sometimes during a big severe weather event, like it's crazy, you know, what can happen. But it all works together to actually help us just get in front of more people. And the more people there are, the more each of those numbers grow, the more people directly impacted by the storms we can reach, and et cetera, et cetera. So it works. It works. Wow. For any reason that you're here right now, thank you so much. And we're going to try to make sure that we serve whatever purpose we serve for you. Big time wind coming through central Mississippi. The most impressive cell by far right now, in my opinion, is this one back here in Louisiana. And that's the one that we're going to see a lot of through Zach and Brad, well, not Brad, but Brett's feed on Radar Omega.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Okay, so we got a new warning for Ben Hill, Irwin, and Turner counties in Georgia. And look at that. Look at how fast. You guys remember the days when radars didn't literally update the moment the warning came out? That was not too long ago. Things have changed thanks to Radar Omega. Literally the fastest in the game. So this is for northwestern Irwin County, northeastern Turner County, and Ben Hill County in south central Georgia until 5 p.m. Eastern. So this is still being warned for this. This little thing right here is our enemy tonight. This is, I mean, since the beginning of the stream, this is what we've been following. These two cells here, there's been multiple chances for them to give up. They're not doing so yet, and they're continuing to cause problems. So now if we're in Abba, Westwood, Fitzgerald, all the way over to Queensland and Red Bluff in Georgia, we need to be in our safe spots, okay? I know a lot of you already were, but this is still rotating as it approaches Fitzgerald, Georgia. Please take it seriously. Interesting storm down here south of Morgan near Leary. Got to watch that closely. Anytime you see the arch, the little, the hook, the bean, anytime you see that in a new storm, especially along a boundary like this, you got to watch it very closely. Yeah, back months ago when we decided when we were going to do the updates to our coverage studios here, we thought, June, we might be doing a tropical storm. Maybe, a Midwestern derecho. Maybe. I don't think we saw this one coming 5 months ago. But everybody has done a good job with the forecast. SPC, I don't know if you guys watched the main channel or the extra videos that we had on this leading up to this. It's not like it was a literal surprise. We did see this coming. It's just kind of hard to believe we're here in June talking about Dixie Alley wedges. Texas Annie says, thanks, Ryan and Andy. Emily, thanks for being here for 12 months. Will Birmingham, Alabama be okay? Birmingham, Alabama is going to be okay, yeah. But there is still a chance that you get in on some of these storms tonight. It looks like a lot of them will be to your south. But definitely stay vigilant until later tonight, just in case there's a little wave in that line and some of it comes back up towards you. I remember the one in Selma, Alabama. Yep, we were here live for that one. I remember that as well. And in fact, Selma, Alabama is about to take a direct hit from a considerable, actually, a potentially destructive severe thunderstorm here with 3-inch in diameter hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds. So get ready for that in Selma, Cahaba, Valley Grande, and Manila. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Ryan, so this is a little bit just of chaser news, but I was on Twitter and I saw that the wedge that we had earlier that Reed Timmer was on, he did in fact intercept that in the Dominator 3. So I
Oh.
think it's just cool that those vehicles are back out there and literally getting inside tornadoes.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that, Riley. And if there's somebody in there that can adjust that mic to where the top part points towards his mouth, that would help us out
A
a
new
lot.
tornado warning
It's hard to
has
hear
been
you,
issued.
and I know the mic itself is in bad shape, but that would help a lot. Okay. So yeah, so we actually did get an intercept there from the from Reed, and we are now seeing even more warnings pour out here as we've got an update to our existing warning back here a little bit farther to the east. This now includes China Hill and Bowen's Mill. That's actually our latest update to our tornado warning. And some good news is that we actually don't have a tornado warning now for this storm, the one that's going to the north of Tifton. So this is the first time since we started the stream that they haven't extended the polygon to for this storm. So hopefully that continues. And we will transition away from tornado coverage at some point, maybe. Right now, still looks very interesting. And man, I wouldn't be surprised if this tightens up any little bit. I wouldn't be surprised if they try to reissue a warning for that one as well. If I'm north of Tifton, near Sunsweet, Waterloo, Mystic, any of these places, I'd definitely be watching out. And of course, Fitzgerald and Jacksonville, Georgia, you guys need to be in your safe spot. This one looks pretty intense on radar reflectivity, but not so much on velocity. So this is why it's very important that we have storm chasers like Brad Arnold out there giving us the latest information. He's gonna get up underneath that thing and inspect it for us. He's gonna do a whole routine procedure and inspect all the nooks and crannies of that storm and tell us in detail what it's got going on in there and if we should be concerned about it when he gets down there. Oh, wow. Yeah. Huge shout out to Wolf Gamer. Wolf Gamer 12345 for the 50 gifted memberships. Everybody say thank you to Wolf, and Austin Chapman for the 10. Thank you guys so much for helping out, and congratulations to all the new members. Y'all are the reason we're able to be here all the time. Really, really appreciate it. If you're just now tuning in, we are on the brink of a significant severe weather outbreak. We've had multiple tornadoes already today. Big ones too. Not normal little ones. Big ones. We're probably going to have more. We're in this weird intermediary phase where the tornado threat is still there, but I think it is waning a little bit on the eastern side of this complex of storms. And we're starting to see it kind of increase a little bit back towards the western side. That's why we're kind of focused on this Ruston, Louisiana storm back towards, central Mississippi. And then we're going to focus on a big line of storms, a potential derecho later tonight with embedded tornadoes that's going to sweep across the entire deep south, really. And by the end of the night, several million people will have experienced one of the stronger storms that they've probably experienced this year. And there will probably be a lot of damage. And we're just trying to do everything we can to get ahead of that. Thanks to you guys sharing on social media. I think we've done a good job so far. But we are just getting started. It's 4:20 p.m. Eastern, where I am. I don't remember when we started. I've been here since 5 a.m. or something. I don't know. Trying to get this thing ready to go. but we will keep going for quite some time until we don't need to go no more, or until I pass out one. Do you think the storms are going to shift down into the Gulf Coast? They'll make it close. I don't think that the target area would be the Gulf Coast, though, specifically. But they will make it close. And if I'm talking about like the actual coastal area way down there, you know. I think actually let me show you. Let me show you on Radar Omega, because we can do that. There's so many cool things we can do with Radar Omega, I often forget. 3.6 million people in the red there. That's your moderate risk. That's your danger zone. That's your path that the strong storms and potential derecho may take today. But the enhanced risk does go all the way down to Mobile, Pensacola. So yeah, definitely later tonight could see some big storms down there. Oh, go ahead, Andy.
Hey Ryan, I think we're gearing up to see a new tornado warning coming
Yep.
pretty soon here near Leary to the west of Albany. This is going to go through the same areas.
A new tornado warning
There it
has
is.
been issued.
Right through the same areas, probably just south of Albany and Georgia again. So you guys might get another round of tornado sirens here now that we've got this new warning issued. That will include
A new tornado watch has been
that
issued.
will include parts of the county that Albany, Georgia is in. So this is not like a rehash or anything. This is another storm that is now tornado warned. Right when I was coming through there, citing these tornadoes as soon as they're being warned here. So if you hear those sirens again in these areas, Baconton, Putney, Albany, this is another one that looks healthy, strong rotation with it. Very well could put down a tornado right as it exits the Leary, Georgia area and heads along State Road 62 here up through Doherty County. Hopefully I said that right. So there you go, Ryan. Called that one right when it happened.
Awesome. Thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill. As always, the wizard sniffing them out long before anybody else. And like, this is a very valid warning. I'm glad that we are focusing our attention over here, because this looks concerning. We've got another supercell that is in the same environment that we saw, earlier, where we had these big tornadoes. This supercell is, there's nothing really interfering with it. This could do it again here near Leary. And Albany is actually in that tornado warning polygon as well. So if you are out here, you've got to take shelter. Let's zoom in a little bit more. This is more specifically near Holt. It's going to be pretty much riding along the Highway 62 area near Ducker, Pretoria, and Rolling Acres. A lot of these town names I just called out in these previous tornado warnings. You're not watching a replay. This is happening again. Another tornadic supercell is going to come through these areas and maybe even go towards Crestwood again, Powell Place and Red Rock. So make sure you are paying very close attention to the warnings downstream. And then if you are in, any of these places, Albany, Evergreen, Rolling Acres, Red Store, Crossroads, get back into your safe spot, because round 2 is coming through. And we got a new tornado watch as well. Look at this. 1 million more people under a tornado watch. A couple tornadoes possible tonight through 10 p.m. Eastern on Wednesday, June 14th. This includes Savannah, Georgia, Brunswick, St. Mary's, Douglas, Baxley, Reedsville. Big coverage in severe watches now. Wow. So we've got storm chasers almost everywhere. Alabama, Georgia, Louisiana, Mississippi. So, I mean, we're covered. At some point tonight, all of these guys will probably get hit by the derecho. The 10%. Oh, okay. Yeah, I want to take a look at the updated SPC outlook with all of the parameters in mind. Do this. Let's do. Give me just a second. Bear with me. Okay, wow. Okay, so here it is. We've talked about this already. But is this the updated one? Am I looking at the right thing here?
Yes, you are.
Okay, all right. So we talked about this already, but here's another look at that updated moderate risk from the Storm Prediction Center. And then look at the 10% hatched risk for tornadoes is also still here. And it's actually expanded from where it was before. So we do expect to see more tornadic activity with these storms, even maybe back farther west as some of these cells move into that favorable environment that we've been seeing all these storms in Georgia interact with. That's exists between Mobile and Montgomery as well. There just haven't been as many storms to play around with that atmosphere. So once we see that happen, and also you got to think once the derecho actually starts moving through, there's going to be prime ingredients here for spin up tornadoes as well. And that goes all the way back towards Shreveport. The 5% area goes all the way back towards Shreveport, and then we've got a very thin 2% outlier area here. But it's very easy to see why we have the moderate risk. The main driving force today behind the risk is the damaging wind threat. And I don't know what happened there, but the main driving force is the damaging wind threat, and everybody in the pink hatched area specifically is under the gun for 45 to 59% probability of seeing significant damaging winds. Very strong winds in excess of hurricane force at times, okay? Keep that in mind. Let's go back down. Ooh. Let's go back down and okay. Whatever y'all are doing in there, stop it. Whenever we come back down here to look at our tornado warning, we can see that it is definitely coming together here. This is the couplet. This is the reason why we are concerned, right? That couplet there tells us that there's a rotation in this storm, and it lines up with our hook. So we've got inflow coming into the storm like this. We've got a rear flank downdraft sending in cooler air on the backside, where that warm, cool air lifts up over top of the descending cold air. That's where you get the rotation and the ascent for the tornado. It all happens right here. And we can see that happening on radar. It's unbelievable, the technology that we have. But that's why we're concerned. That's why we think there may be a tornado happening here. However, we don't see the fine details of what's actually going on the ground. So we don't know for sure, but we're going to assume that there is a tornado on the ground. And I'm going to, and we're going to take shelter. All right. Definitely a different look on the storm chaser feeds than when we first started. We had lots of clear blue skies. Now we're seeing lots of dark skies and even just some milky skies across the the area where these storms are, and that's, or the chasers are, and that's because the storm coverage has increased so much. When we first started the stream today, we didn't have every single area covered in a cell. And now that's changing, and that's going to continue to change as time goes on. Where are we at? Right now, I'm zoomed in on Louisiana, but we're going back and forth between Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, and Georgia. Georgia is our most active state right now. We got multiple tornado warnings. The reason I'm trying to keep the Storm Chaser feed up is because Brad Arnold is getting close. Brad Arnold is getting close to our tornado warned storm down here near Albany, Georgia. So we're trying to keep him up, and then also pay attention to all of our other warnings as well. We still got that tornado warning over here for Fitzgerald, Red Bluff, and near Jacksonville in Georgia. But that storm is looking a little bit less impressive now. Definitely not something to disregard, but slightly less impressive to say the least. Y'all don't want him to mention your town. That's right. A lot of people get upset when we don't mention every town. Hey, listen, if I'm not hollering your town name, it's probably a good thing. Our job today is to focus in on the most significant areas of severe weather where we believe life and property is in danger, and try to relay that information. Now, today it's going to be hard to cover all those areas. But if you are not in the thick of it today, if you're up here in Kentucky, we're probably not going to be talking about you much today. Update from the Storm Prediction Center. Severe threat continues across the particularly dangerous situation severe thunderstorm watch. Severe winds are the main threat, with large hail also possible. If upscale growth can occur with storms approaching from Louisiana, a derecho would still be possible. So we are still looking at the possibility of a derecho tonight. And lots of people are asking about time. I mean, it's from now until midnight, or maybe even beyond that. These kind of storms are not easy to forecast the placement or the time of. It's just anywhere in that moderate risk. Go ahead and assume you're going to be busy, watching the weather from now until you go to bed tonight, and maybe even beyond that, because it's there's a lot of energy down here, and it's nowhere close to being taken full advantage of yet. Lots of storm chasers, almost one in every state that is in the moderate risk. Almost, not quite. Well, what is a derecho? Just a big, damaging windstorm. I don't like it, and nobody likes it really in the weather community or whatever. But some people will refer to a derecho as a land hurricane, and that's not at all what it is. But it does help emphasize the damaging wind threat. Right? You have an organized system that goes on for a really long time, like a hurricane, and when you're in it, it feels like a hurricane. So, it's imagine a hurricane, but not up, on the coast, with anywhere from 70 to 100 mile an hour winds for a little bit less time. Go ahead, Riley.
So I'm actually going to have to correct your definition a little bit. A derecho is like a line of damaging winds, like you said, but it has to last more than 240 miles in length. So that's from where it starts to where it ends. And it's just any severe wind gust greater than 58 miles an hour. Now, there does have to be some amount of severe wind gusts, so that is over 70 knots, but it does not need to be the majority of the line.
I love it. So basically, what you're saying, Riley, is a land hurricane.
I think a hurricane itself is still on land. So I think a hurricane is a land hurricane. I think a derecho is a
Right.
thunderstorm with a lot of wind.
Yeah. Basically, to anybody who is still confused as to what a derecho is, just wait. Just get ready for some strong storms and potential tornadoes. And we'll see if we even get a derecho that forms tonight. And if we do, we will show you that as it unfolds and what it looks like on radar and how it's different than any other MLQCS. It's really not. It just lasts longer. And it's, in this case, it could be much more intense. So we got a new, no, never mind. I was getting ready to show a severe thunderstorm watch that was issued yesterday, thinking it was new. Yeah, we try to lighten it up a little bit. These kind of situations are really unfortunate. Like, there's a lot of sad things that are more than likely already happened today or going to happen today. It's good to step back every once in a while and look at any bright side that there is, surrounding the situation. But of course, whenever we need to get serious, that's our focus here. And right now, we do have the couple tornado warnings. We really have two. It says 3 up there. One of the three is just another part of an existing warning, though. So there's this weird thing that weather services have to do if a warning extends into another area or a different weather service. They have to issue it twice or something. But yeah, we've got 2 tornadic storms that we are watching right now. One of them is very close to Albany, and I hope everybody there is still in their safe spots. Go ahead, Carly.
Yeah, Ryan, I just wanted to give you and kind of everybody else watching a little bit of an update. So we're not really getting a ton of news on any major damage. The most damage reports that we've gotten so far have come from Early County. And that was where we talked about Highway 200 that had some damage, possible injuries. The people ended up being okay. They were rescued out of the house, but it is being advised to avoid that area in Early County. So that's really the most damage we've gotten up until this point, outside of just some hail damage, wind damage, which is still important, of course, but that's really all we have for now. Sometimes, like you said, it does take a little bit of time for the news to come out. The first thing people are doing after events like this isn't necessarily to tweet about it. So I'll keep you guys updated, but as of right now, nothing too much.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Carly. And like Andy said, Carly picked one heck of a day to debut back on the stream. Everybody say welcome back to Carly. We haven't properly got to do that, but it's going to be busy tonight with the damage reports. I think that's one of the biggest things that we're going to be able to do tonight if a derecho were to form. Like, there's only so much you can do. Like, here it is. It's coming. Get ready for it. And then, kind of focusing in on, okay, which part of it is the most significant? Where are we seeing the worst damage? What, that's going to become like a big part of our coverage tonight, I think. And Carly's going to be helping us a lot with that. So super thankful to have the team, lots of people involved. And yeah, I think that everything is going much better than I expected. When we started this morning and half of our computers weren't even hooked up, I expected the worst. But we got it working. We got everything together, and we are here, and we will be here with you for the rest of the night. Yeah, the main PC here, literally moments before we went live earlier, blue screen of death. And it's just, we've got a lot of new hardware, a lot of new tricks and bells and whistles that we're trying to pull off for in the future that just aren't necessarily fully implemented yet. So there's going to be bugs, but it's all good. Yeah, a lot of people are putting in chat, derechos that they remember from the past. A lot of people remember the one from August. A lot of people around my area remember the one from, I believe it was June of 2012, or the big one that went down from Ohio down into Kentucky and West Virginia, and then Virginia and down into the Mid-Atlantic region. Stuff like that is, this kind of thing that people remember for a very long time. And it's not a tornado, it's not a blizzard, it's a derecho. And very unique, ingredients in the atmosphere have to come together for something like that to happen. So let's dive back into our tornado coverage here a little bit, as we still do have a couple tornado warnings south of Albany. This is the most convincing signature that I see. Right now we've got a lot of clear air coming in to the storm. A lot of people will see this blue dot here and say that it's a CC drop. I see that in the chat. That's not what we're looking at here precisely just yet. It's likely just, clear air coming into the storm, into the inflow area. But we will see if that converts into debris as, the storm gets another ingestion of life as it moves off to the east, because all that clear air is just very humid, warm, unstable air that's going to try to help increase this storm and its intensity even more as it goes forward. Still got a tornado warning over here near Jacksonville, Georgia, and we'll let you know if that updates or becomes more of a concern in the future. But right now, it looks like that storm's kind of falling apart. But look, just to the south and west of Ocilla, I think I'm saying that right, and to the east of Harding in Georgia, we've got another new area of rotation showing up once again. Maybe that's going to be the one that we have to watch as we go forward. It does have a little bit of a dangly bit. It does have rotation. So we'll watch that one as it goes off to the east. And remember, this whole area is under a tornado watch now. It's happening. It could happen all the way down towards Waycross and maybe even Savannah, Georgia. So keep that in mind as we go forward. Let's go back one by one. Let's look at all these storms here. Columbus, between Georgia and Alabama there, you guys have got a big storm coming in. Just to your south, though, we've got a severe thunderstorm warning that goes from Pittsview all the way down to Clayton. This is one box, huge, for 60-mile-an-hour winds and potentially 1 inch in diameter hail. And then, of course, back here towards Union Springs, we've got the same thing coming through. And then Montgomery, right now, you're not under any sort of warning, but you do have a very big storm coming through. And then 70-mile-an-hour winds and 1 inch in diameter hail getting ready to come in to areas just west of Montgomery. So Hayneville, Whitehall, get ready for that. Let's go all the way back to Utah. Once again, guys, y'all got slammed earlier by a huge storm. Another one's coming in right now. This one's considerable, 2 inch in diameter hail, 70-mile-per-hour winds, and the I-59 corridor between Livingston and Utah.
A new tornado warning
all getting
has
slammed.
been issued.
All getting slammed right now by this big area of storms. It's going to continue to strengthen and move off to the south and east. How about you over here in Philadelphia, Mississippi? Get ready. You're under a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. Holy smokes. This is for, let's see here. Yeah, that's for 80 mile per hour winds and 1.5 inch hail. That's going to be bad in Philadelphia, Mississippi. Good Hope, Coldwater, Madden, North Bend, all the way up to Claytown and Fern Springs. This is going to pack a punch as it comes through Philadelphia and Bluff Springs in Mississippi. Get ready for that. Wow. Once again, guys, this is the kind of storm that you also need to, like, if you know anybody in that area, let them know what's coming. There's no tornado warning. I think the tornado sirens are going off, and they should be, in a destructive severe. But if they're not, if for whatever reason anybody thinks that this is just an everyday average severe thunderstorm, somebody needs to call and let them know that that's not necessarily the case. This is going to be one that you definitely got to get indoors for, potentially even take proper shelter for. Back down here in Louisiana, our giant monster supercell
A
is
new tornado
continuing.
warning has been issued.
And now Columbia and Grayson, you're next in line here for 60-mile-an-hour winds and 1.75-inch in diameter hail. Now we got more tornado warnings getting issued back here in Georgia, so let's go check in on what's going on back here. Albany, you've got the next hail core moving in now, and the area of rotation with this storm in Albany, Georgia is to your south. So between Rolling Acres and Evergreen, we could have a developing tornado here moving over towards Putney, Hollands Folly, and eventually towards places like Crestwood. Now, in downtown Albany, I think that your main concern is probably going to be the hail. I mean, we probably got big hail getting ready to come in. We will see that on Brad Arnold's feed as he's pretty close. If he gets into the hail core there, we'll be able to throw that up. But our newest warning is an extension of the warning up here near Jacksonville, Georgia. This is now including Relay and Saps Hill and Prigden in Georgia, so take shelter immediately. And then, of course, we continue to have a tornado warning for Ocilla, Holt, and Ray in Georgia. We got 5 warnings in Georgia, as this is where all the spin is right now, I reckon. Really appreciate everybody who's been tweeting reports and also tagging their local National Weather Service. They love it just as much as me when they get reports. And they need it more than me, so make sure you're tagging them as well. This is from Hailburg, Alabama earlier. From Matthew. Thank you, Matthew. That's some big hail. Wow. Huge hail. You guys want to see some hail? Monster hail. This is Matt. And this was from Noxubee County in Mississippi. That is... that's the kind of hail that you don't want to play around with. So whenever I think a lot of people don't normally contextualize it when we say, 2-inch in diameter hail or 2.75-inch in diameter hail, blah, 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 whatever it is. Whenever we get to the destructive level of a severe thunderstorm warning, this is what we expect. So yeah, and it can, you guys have seen it before, it can even get bigger than that. And we will see more of that today in several of these storms. So if you're still downstream, if you haven't been hit yet, that's the kind of thing that you should be preparing for. Not everybody's going to see baseballs. Not everybody's going to see hurricane force winds. You might be somebody who, it might skip over you. Who knows? But the odds are, if you're in the moderate risk tonight, you will see one of those things or both, or even worse. So make sure you're prepared for it. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, not talking about any particular storm here, but rather looking at in the environment out ahead of these tornado warning storms entering southeast Georgia now. I think that our friends around Waycross, Douglas, over to Jessup here, eventually even toward the coast near Brunswick along I-95, it seems like most of the spin in the atmosphere that's concentrated, so areas of rapid spin or storms will tend to spin rapidly, are actually out in front of these current tornado warnings, and they're going to enter this environment. So while it's not actually that the sun wasn't shining over here, it's very cloudy out here, and it's not actually that hot. The best spin in the atmosphere is definitely concentrated out in front of these as we get through Coffee County towards Pierce County, Bacon County here in and around Waycross. So I think that we're actually going to continue to see these tornado warnings pop up here with all of these strong storms. The storms are already in place. They're already strong. They don't need to, take time to develop. So they're going to enter this supportive atmosphere right out ahead of them as they travel in between interstates 75 and 95 here in this area. So friends in and around these areas in Southeast Georgia should know that these storms are headed toward them. They should be prepared for them over the next couple hours. I think that's when we're going to see most of our tornado warnings actually for the rest of the stream, even if we do continue on into the late evening hours, into the early night hours, covering a lot of some of the destructive severe thunderstorm warnings for wind that are expected. So right now, my eyes are focused on this area, south central to southeast Georgia in particular, because I see on the meso analysis that we have a lot of helicity out ahead of these storms. So lots of tendency for them to spin. And I think that will continue to promote some tornado warnings. So that's where my focus is. If you don't see me popping up all that often, it's probably because I'm looking in the back ends, checking on the science, making sure everything's sound and making sense and what's going to happen next. So that's what I'm doing.
Okay. Thank you very much. Meteorologist Andy Hill, always keeping us in the loop on everything, right? So I'm one person whenever we do these streams, especially whenever there are a ton of warnings and a ton of area to cover. Whenever we do these streams, it's impossible to keep up with everything. So Andy is one of the, seriously, he's a great meteorologist, and he's keeping an eye on a bunch of different things at once and making sure that, whenever we're talking about one storm or one specific thing, we also talk about this other thing, and our attention is always directed in a way that is efficient and useful for you guys. So huge shout out to Andy for being such an important part of the team. Looking at the SPC mesoscale analysis, which is something that we don't pull up on stream very often, but this is one of the indices that you can look at here. This is the significant tornado parameter. You can see that we've still got some nadir juice, if you will. I know some people hate that when I say that, but that's the easiest way to describe it. We've still got some supercell composite. We've still got CAPE. We've still got energy. We've still got a lot of stuff out in front of these storms, and that's why we expect this to continue for quite some time. Okay, so that is one of the things that we are looking at. And another thing is the Derecho composite. That's something that you can look at. How about that? And look at where it's most increased or significant, I guess you could say. It's also out in front of these storms. So we're going to see continued tornado problems out in front of these storms. But these storms, as they move in this direction, they're going to take advantage of the environment that is very much favorable for the formation of a derecho today. Okay, that's a 14 there. Back to the multi-view. Storm chasers all over the place. Let's see what they've got to say about what's going on right now. Let's talk to Brad. Brad, what do you think about this storm, man? We've been following this for a while. I know that you have been as well. Are you going to keep going east with it? At any point, do you think it's going to enter an environment that will make you turn around? What are you thinking? Just let us into the mind of the tornado sniffer as we go through the next little bit.
Yeah, we're going to keep with it, Ryan. I've actually got Sylvester in my GPS. There's not really any great routes. We were going to try to drop to Putney, but we had to fill up the gas real quick, so that would put us behind time. Plus, going through the city is always tough. So we'll see where we're at once we get through Albany, but we should be able to get to Sylvester in plenty of time to be able to drop southeast. We're going to travel. Hold on just 1 second. We're going to travel as far as we can with it. I don't see any reason why this thing would slow down. We've got tornado warnings well east of it as well, all along this boundary that reaches through here. So I don't see any reason why it would stop. But we're going to get on. We're just going to keep heading towards the Sylvester area. At some point, we're going to drop south of it. If it is on the ground, we're going to know pretty quick because in Putney, there's a decent population there. So and we do have a good couplet. So if I see anything, I'll let you know.
Okay, so that's an update from Storm Chaser Brad Arnold. Once again, MVP from a lot of our recent, storm, chaser coverage kind of things. Brad is always on it, and he's down here with the most active tornadic storms today. Got a lot of storm chasers. A lot of them are back here a little bit farther west. And, if you're a storm chaser, it's not always just about seeing the tornado, right? A lot of these guys are out here just to help us tell you the story of whatever it is that's happening, whether it's, a tornado or a derecho, a long, band of damaging winds or a blizzard, whatever it is. So, we're going to be checking in with them very often. And the lights are orange behind me. So that means Carly is wanting to talk. Go ahead, Carly.
Yeah, I just wanted to give you a report, Ryan. Unfortunately, we have one injury coming from Utah, Alabama, when a home was destroyed earlier during some storms and 3 people were trapped inside. And I want to note that this was not from a tornado warning storm. This was from a severe thunderstorm warning. Utah has been through multiple rounds of severe thunderstorms this afternoon. So again, just really highlighting the importance of taking these severe thunderstorm warnings very seriously today, because they can cause a lot of home damage, damage to property and to you. So just again, reiterating that these are very dangerous storms and to really just be vigilant through the rest of the night.
Okay, thank you very much, Carly, for relaying that information to us. Lots of unfortunate news probably going to come out of these towns tonight. I do think we just got a new tornado warning.
A new
there
tornado
it is.
warning has been
Daughtry
issued.
County, Mitchell, Turner, and Worth counties in Georgia now under a tornado warning. That's the storm that Brad is on. You can see it flashing black there through the Radar Omega app. This includes Sylvester. Okay, so now you've got another tornado warning for you. You got to get back into your safe spot. Tornado and ping pong ball sized hail on the way. And of course, that is now our 6th warning. We have 6 warnings at the same time. This is a high point, I think, for this evening as far as the amount of warnings that we have. But remember, it's mostly for these 3 storms over here, okay, in southern Georgia. And that's why we're kind of zoomed in on that area right now. Andy, go ahead.
Yeah, Ryan, what that latest destructive severe thunderstorm warning that actually came through there in Louisiana for Winsboro, Franklin Parish, and Catahoula Parish, the northern part of that parish, that's for softball size hail. So that's 4-inch hail. And we've already seen a 5-inch hail report from earlier today in what is it, Brooksville, Mississippi area in Noxubee County. So another softball size hail warning is put out for this storm. It has a history of having a softball size hail warning associated with it too, back further west, when it was approaching Jonesboro there in Louisiana. So once again, we have a destructive warning for well above destructive warning criteria of baseballs. This is over 1 inch larger than that, possibly falling as it approaches the Mississippi River. So anywhere from Natchez up north to Vicksburg, in between there, is in the line of sights for this storm that could be dropping 4-inch hail once again. So we could have already broken a state record for hailstones today. And I mean, if this storm chunks out another 5-inch hailstone, we might break another one here in Louisiana shortly. So do not want to be outside in that whatsoever.
Absolutely. Thank you, Andy. Way back on the other side of our complex of storms. We're going from Georgia to Louisiana. Like Andy said, a destructive severe thunderstorm warning for 4-inch in diameter hail. That's, oh my goodness. Softball size hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. People and animals outdoors will be severely injured. People and animals outdoors will be severely injured. Expect shattered windows and extensive damage to roofs, siding, and vehicles. This is the kind of storm that tears up a bunch of roofs and, it damages a lot of vehicles. Like, this is a big-time nasty storm heading for you in Holum, Littleville, Winsboro, Extension, Windsor, Jones Landing, and Harrisonburg in Louisiana. And this is diving down to the south very quickly towards the Mississippi River. This is going to eventually make it down there towards Natchez, Vidalia, Fayette. And it's this part of the storm that may try to become one of the leading parts of the Derecho. So yeah, just get ready for that. Okay. That's going to be a huge deal as that continues to move through. And we just got a new severe thunderstorm watch for Texas. The expansive area that we will be covering tonight continues to grow, as now we have 9 million additional people under a severe thunderstorm watch for softball-sized hail, 70-mile-per-hour winds, and a couple tornadoes possible. This includes Dallas. This includes Fort Worth. This includes Weatherford, Denton, Greenville, Mount Pleasant, Tyler, Gun Barrel City, and Marshall, and Texarkana. And it goes until 10 p.m. tonight. So for the next 5 hours, we're going to be not only going between Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi, but also now Louisiana, Arkansas, and a good chunk of Texas. So once again, this is a new audience, right? This is a new area. I don't know how many people we have watched in Dallas, but we should probably get a bunch of people in here to let them know what's coming. A couple tornadoes possible. And then of course, we know it ain't a mistake. Like, there's definitely a possibility of seeing multiple storms with softball size hail tonight. We've already seen it. So we need to let everybody know that that's coming through. All right. So, buckle up. The severe weather is kind of starting to ramp up. It feels like it's been ramping up the whole time, but it really is now. We got 3 tornado warnings. Just got a new destructive severe thunderstorm warning for Coffee County, Georgia. So we have destructive severes in Georgia now as well. And I just want to take a moment to look at these tornado signatures, see what's going on with our tornado warnings here. The one that Bryce Shelton is on looks really interesting. I don't know if we have Bryce. Yeah, we do. We've got Bryce up on the screen. He's very close to a very broad area of rotation. And then, so that's the warning for Sylvester. Hopefully everybody in Sylvester is in their safe spots. And then Osceola, that storm has passed you now. That storm looks less impressive, but there is a new hook forming. We'll see if they reissue a tornado warning for Ambrose and Mora and Douglas in Georgia. And then, of course, near Prigden, we've got an existing tornado warning that may be continued towards Denton, Georgia, if that storm continues to move east in the same way that it has. So most impressive signature is near where Bryce Shelton is. So let's get an update from storm chaser Bryce Shelton, shall we? Let's see here. Bryce, we are live on YouTube. We see you're down here right in the middle of a very broadly rotating supercell. Whenever you get a chance, give us an update on what you're seeing, what are you hearing, what's your plans for tonight, what's going on out there. Bryce has been a commonly recurring storm chaser on the team here, almost as much as Brad and some of these other
Ryan,
guys.
at the moment, nothing but hail and heavy blinding rain. It's very hard to see. I'm coming in from the north side of the storm, so we'll see here in just a second if there's any rotation.
Okay, so there you go. This is a live look from Bryce Shelton's feed right now. He's going to see if there's any rotation. It's going to be hard for him to see anything in that downpour. One of the reasons why it's so important to take shelter. You're not going to see this one coming. If this has got a tornado in it down here near Sylvester, Georgia, it's definitely going to be rain wrapped. It's not going to be visible like the one that we saw earlier through Reed stream. So yeah. And let's see here. Somebody has sent me a video from Albany, Georgia. Can I show that? Can I put that up? Oh, okay. Hold on. Give me just a second. Yeah. So this is from Truck and Adventures. This is a video from Albany, Georgia, not too long ago during that tornado warning. And that is one impressive storm structure there for Georgia, for June in Georgia. That's crazy. Thank you, Truckin', for sending that in. Yeah, very interested in Bryce's situation there. We're going to keep the multi-view up. Just going through Twitter. Thank you guys. Thank you so much for sending me stuff on Twitter. You guys are my brain. Got a million things going on. I go to Twitter, I look at my notifications, and you guys are like, at Ryan Hall, y'all. Useful information. Meme. Like, it's perfect. I obviously, we got a lot of hardworking people on the team. A lot goes into making this happen, but the audience, I think we have a unique utilization of just like a massive group of people helping make sure that we efficiently relay this information. So thank you so much. Oh, and I just saw a very good reminder on Twitter from our nonprofit organization, the Y'all Squad. I just retweeted this. It just so happens that today, officially today, the y'allsquad.org is a thing that you can go to. We've been working on it for a while. This is an official nonprofit organization now. We raise money to help people after disasters. We'll probably be helping people after tonight via our storm chasers. We take resources down there. There's a lot of stuff that we do. You can watch these videos to help explain it. But now you can officially donate on this website, and it's tax deductible. It's all like you get a receipt that you can, it's an official 501c3 nonprofit organization, and pretty soon we're even going to have a partnership with YouTube, where right next to this live stream you'll be able to contribute to it and see that immediately go towards the people that are affected by severe weather. So we've been able to do a lot of cool things with this before, just as a thing from my merch store, but now that it's official, we're going to be able to do so much more. So thanks to everybody that supported the Y'all Squad in the past, and thank you to everybody that supports us in the future. This is where you should do it, theyallsquad.org. It was a lot. It was a little bit more difficult than what I thought it was going to be to create the 501 and all
Hey
that.
Ryan, change
But we
of
got it
plans.
done.
We're heading back to that western storm that was northwest of Morgan, Georgia, southwest of Dawson. Looks to be getting its act together. This one's really messy, very HP. The other one over there looks like we should be able to get a good view of it. So we're going to head west and backtrack just a little bit.
So that was Storm Chaser Brad Arnold saying that he's going to head west. There's a lot of options here if you're a storm chaser. Pretty much anything along this line, anything that dips south of that is going to be capable of producing a tornado. You see, each storm has its own little appendage, and they're all trying to root on that boundary and rotate. And we'll see which one does. Whichever one does will likely produce another tornado. That's why we see a bunch of tornado warnings down here. And Brad I think he said he's going to go towards this one. So we'll see what happens with that. We do have Bryce, though, right on the edge of this one. I mean, if any of them are going to produce a tornado in the short term, I think it's the one near Sylvester or just to the south and west. So Bryce is literally in the perfect position for us to see that if that's what's going to happen. Still just blown away by the amount of hail pictures that we're seeing, ranging in sizes from pennies to golf balls to baseballs and the occasional softball. From Texas to Georgia, large area being impacted tonight. Oops. And we got a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning for several counties in Alabama. At some point tonight, I do think we're going to see one continuous warning. Like if you compile all of the polygons, we probably will have 0 square miles of non-warned area between Georgia and Texas. That'll be a sight to see. It's not happened yet. The only gaps we got to fill, though, is like right here and right here. Why doesn't the National Weather Service have a unique watch or warning for derechos? Well, it's because it's just not necessary. The destructive severe warnings are much more impactful and apply to much more situations, and it's not as confusing. But yeah, maybe that's a good question to ask. Maybe that's something that it needs to be looked into, but I personally don't think it's necessary. As long as you got people like me communicating that's one of the risks anyways. And it's similar to like rating a tornado. Like we really can't say that it's a derecho until after it happens and we can verify that it was 240 miles long and blah, 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 blah. It's just a word that we use to kind of get those ears to perk up a little bit. He said, what? Something different? You know, like a lot of times people, their eyes glaze over when you start talking about severe thunderstorms. So you got to figure out a way to communicate the differences in the type of severe thunderstorms that we're going to see. Benjamin, thank you so much. Steve says, you're welcome for the video from the truck in Adventures. That was mine and Heather's. I love what you do. Still pretty bad here in Albany. Steve, thank you so much. I really, really do appreciate it. You're awesome. Can we get an update on Hunter's location? Well, yeah. Yeah. Hunter is in Lowndes County, Alabama. More specifically, just to the south and west of Montgomery, near the town of Snowden and Letohatchee. I think I'm saying that right. So he's right on that boundary too. Albany, I hate to say it, but you've been under a tornado warning for who knows how long. The sail behind you has a non-zero chance of throwing out another warning. I don't know if that's what's going to happen there or not, but I wouldn't be surprised. Bryce Shelton is still right on the rotating part of the storm near Bridgeboro in Georgia. Still not seeing any tornadoes on his stream, so that's a good sign. And then we still have that destructive severe thunderstorm warning down here for Cthulhu Parish, Richland, and Franklin Parish in northeastern Louisiana. Softball size hail coming between Winnsboro, Windsor, Silice Island, and Harrisonburg in Louisiana. Take shelter. Just like that, just like it's a tornado warning. Groot in chat is saying golf ball size hail in Columbia, Louisiana with 60-mile-an-hour winds right now. Our storm chaser, one of our storm chasers, Hunter, did send this video in. This is from Hunter. I'm retweeting this. And this is up here near Hope Hole in Alabama. So that's just the front edge of one of the severe thunderstorms that's coming through there. And Andy has got something. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, I have several things. You could see from that video you just showed. If you look at that storm from KEOX in southeast Alabama, you can see pockets of 80 plus mile an hour winds showing up there, just under a mile above the surface. So there's no doubt in my mind why this storm in particular is warned as a destructive severe thunderstorm for 80-mile-an-hour winds. Yeah, that radar shows the case. And the same thing is true if you look from the Montgomery radar towards Eufaula there along the Alabama-Georgia border. There's also pockets of really powerful winds in that storm too. So we're almost seeing, parts of this, what could be called the expected derecho also showing up here in Alabama already. But we're going to have another round from these storms all the way in West Mississippi, West Central Mississippi, that make their way over there eventually and cause problems with flash flooding, I'm pretty sure. So that's the case. That's what we're looking at for the rest of the night. But on a completely different note than you would expect me to say, there is now a couple of tornado warnings in South Alberta, Canada. So there actually are tornado warnings there north of Lethbridge. And there's a couple of storm chasers too that are reporting a bunch of land spout tornadoes with that supercell up there dropping a lot of hail. So even Alberta, Canada is getting in on some of the tornadic action today with some land spouts associated with that. I don't know if there's been a legitimate tornado, but I have seen pictures of the land spouts on Twitter. So even up there in Canada, getting in on the action today, all the way from the Gulf all the way up to Canada.
Wow. Awesome. Thank you, Andy, for that update. This is an incredibly widespread event, even if you just look at this. But, all the way up in Canada, we've got stuff going on up there as well. And Riley, I think Riley's got something for us. Go ahead.
Hey, Ryan, I was just going to point out that we saw that video from Hunter, and now you could see a few minutes ago on his feed, he's since moved, but all the power in that town is out.
Okay, so all of the power in that town is out, and that's going to be in Lowndes County, Alabama. So that's going to become a thing. That's going to become a very common thing tonight, power outages. We're going to see a lot of those. In fact, I would just about bet we've already got quite a few. Power outage. I cannot type. Yeah. So actually not as bad as what I thought it would be, but you can see where the storms are happening. Right now we've got 13,000 without power in Texas, 10,000 in Louisiana, 11,000 in Arkansas, 22,000 in Mississippi, 25 in Alabama, and 21 in Georgia. The numbers, I believe, in Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, and Georgia will increase dramatically tonight as the winds continue to cause big-time problems. Brad Arnold is right here. You can see him in the Radar Omega app. If you go down to Albany right now, you can see where Brad is. You can pull up his feed, and you can see that things are pretty rough out there as far as, the conditions go right now. He is after, though, the potential rotating aspects of these storms. Now, we got Bryce Shelton a little bit closer to Parkerville and Tempe, but Brad's right in here. He wants to see if this area of increased winds coming out of the storm will meet up with this area of increased winds coming into the storm and potentially cause a tornado. And if it does, he will be the first to let us know because he's literally right under it. And let's go back to Montgomery. Look at that. Yeah, once again, destructive severe thunderstorm warning here for 90-mile-per-hour winds. Gibson, Macedonia, you guys are next in line. Dallas just got put under a thunderstorm watch with a possibility of 4-inch hail or higher. Yes, we went over that earlier, and I don't think we have much going on over there just yet. Yeah, we really don't. So that goes on. That further explains how early we are in this system, where like some of the bigger hailstones and bigger storms that we see tonight will be around the Dallas area, and it is currently quiet there, very quiet. Things are going to blow up very quickly around Dallas here soon. And this storm getting ready to cross the Mississippi River area between Louisiana and Mississippi, I mean, several words come to mind, including Chungus. Like that, I mean, that is a monster of a storm, and it still carries the destructive severe thunderstorm warning with it for softball-sized hail. And I want to go over here and see some of the reports that are coming in with that, if there have been any. Yeah, still estimating 3.4 inch in diameter hail there. Susan Lee, thank you so much. Sorry, guys, I'm just kind of speechless at this monster of a storm. If I'm in Wisner, Gilbert, Sicily Island, any of those areas in Louisiana, I am putting the car in under the carport in the garage, and I'm getting inside fast. Unbelievable. Yeah, thank you so much, Susan, and thank you, 217 Dent and Melody Little. Appreciate y'all. When you guys send stuff on Twitter, please include your location. It just helps. And don't forget to tag your local NWS. Dan says, thanks for keeping us updated. That big Chungus storm in Louisiana is headed right for me. Dan, get ready for it, man. I'm telling you, I don't call storms nicknames lightly. Like, that one deserves it. Kazaki says, Ryan, I can't believe how far you've come. I've been following you since less than 30,000 subscribers. Glad to be a part of the team as a mod. Hey, you do great, and that's crazy that you've been here for so long. I remember it, though. Baldevi, thank you so much. I appreciate everybody being here tonight and supporting the stream. It means a lot, and it does help. It does help every time we go live. Every time there's a significant weather event, we always reach more people. And we wouldn't be able to do that if you guys didn't help us appease the YouTube overseers, the algorithm, whatever you want to call it, and just show up every time. That has tricked YouTube into promoting us and getting in front of the right people. And I believe what we're doing is hugely impactful in spreading warning information about severe storms. So couldn't do it without y'all. Currently have one tornado warning. And that's going to be for Worth, Daughtry, Turner, and Mitchell, Georgia. It includes Sylvester. And it is very close to where Brad Arnold and Bryce Shelton is. Neither of them are telling me they see a tornado, though, so that's good news for right now. Now, we have to assume that there might be one in this area, and we're going to take shelter anyways. Oh, look, another mesoscale discussion. Supercells with a risk for large hail becoming likely. A new watch may be needed. So now we're also talking about Little Rock, Hot Springs, Arkadelphia, Pine Bluff. I mean, we've got to be up to like 30 million people now or more under the gun for severe weather tonight. Oh, and there are some photos floating around now of the land spouts up there in Canada as well. Twitter is like, honestly, I know people have problems with Twitter, but man, it's I don't think there's anywhere else on the internet where you can just like see things happening in real time like you can on Twitter. I don't know if there's a good alternative to it or if there needs to be or what, but like, man, Twitter is awesome for this kind of stuff. And just soaking it all in. All the information. I'm really trying to get a hold on like what's happening with these storms here near Brad and Bryce. The one near Bryce looks a little bit more concerning now. And Andy may have something to add to this conversation. Go ahead, Andy.
Thanks, Ryan. Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to talk to you about. If you have the latest scan of that storm, 26 minutes on the hour, now west of Tifton, it looks really bad to me. What I'm seeing here is what's called an RFD surge or a rear flank. So the back end of the storm is surging down into where that hook is. And I see a pocket of 75 to 80 mile an hour winds now right in that hook, right next to Bryce Shelton, actually. He is really right in the thick of it. I think if we have his feed, if it's working at all, I think we might see, well, he is going to have the best shot of this if this does connect together. But right now, that latest scan is probably one of the most concerning I've seen today so far, besides when we actually had a wedge tornado on the ground. So that should tell you something that this is probably one of the most concerning things I see as it heads towards Omega and Tifton there. We've been talking about you guys. They're right along I-75. So hopefully everybody is paying attention over there in case this does continue to develop in the way that I'm seeing right now, which is not good. So hopefully you can look at that now, Ryan, that pocket right there, right next to my face is kind of extreme. So that RFD surge, once again, rear flank downdraft surge, if it continues to push forward and wrap up right into that hook like we're seeing, we could see another tornado here shortly.
Okay, thank you very much, meteorologist Andy Hill, for the info there. There's your RFD surge. Here's Bryce Shelton, and here is Riley. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Ryan, I just talked to Hunter, and if you pull up his stream there, he has some of the first damage we've seen now. It looks like there's a power pole like in the tree. I'm gonna go ahead and get rid of my camera here so you can see that on the stream. But there's definitely wind-related damage, and if you want to go ahead and talk to him on Zello, he'll give you the rundown.
Okay, sounds good. I'm going to talk to both Hunter and Bryce here. I'm going to get an update from Bryce because we think there's a tornado developing there, and I'm going to get an update from Hunter. Let's go with Bryce first. Bryce, we are watching you live here. I'm sure you're keeping up with radar, but man, it looks like there's a pretty serious situation about to unfold near where you are. Just give us an update whenever you get a chance, okay? It looks like there's a RFD surge, potentially a new strong area of rotation trying to come together right on top of your location. Hunter, we're seeing the damage. What do you got there? What are you seeing? What road are you on? Do you know? We'll wait to hear from our chasers.
I was actually just looking at that. All I know is I am just southwest of Hope Hole, Alabama. I am currently seeing snapped power lines, snapped power poles, and a few trees that have been blocking roadways. I actually just had to turn around up here to go back to where I was from a tree that was in the middle of the road.
Yeah, I just got service back and I see that. I'm trying to get east now, Ryan.
Okay, so Bryce is trying to head east. Let's let him know because he's got bad service. Oh man, I can't reach him now. Yeah, Bryce, I know you got bad service. If at any moment you can't, look at the radar, if you need a quick update from me or something like that, just reach out. We want to help guide you through this if we can help at all, because it does look like there's some pretty significant convergence going on there. We might see a new tornado form near you very soon. Okay. Yeah, that doesn't look good. So, right now you're under a tornado warning in Worth County in Georgia. Now, Tifton, this has the potential to come in your general direction. However, let's hope that the main area of circulation, if this does end up becoming something, it might not. Hopefully that goes a little bit to your south. Okay, so I'm worried about Omega and El Dorado. You guys aren't under a tornado warning yet in Georgia there, but you could be very soon. So we're going to be watching that. And of course, we've got Storm Chaser Bryce Shelton on the ground there, giving us a live view of what's going on. So if there's a tornado, you'll see it right here on the stream as Bryce gets in front of the storm. And I don't know if we showed this yet or not, but there was a really interesting update from the Storm Prediction Center here. Yeah, I think we did show this.
A new tornado warning.
But this just shows you the wide area where we expect to see very large hail, significant damaging winds, and tornadoes over the next several hours. Okay, new tornado warning. There it is. Brand new warning polygon for the storm that we've been talking about. This does not include downtown Tifton, but it does, however, include El Dorado, Linder, Lenox, Wagon Wheel, and Omega. Okay, specifically Scooterville and Excelsior. These two places are next in line to potentially receive a tornado from this storm. So if you're in Scooterville, Excelsior, Omega, or El Dorado, Georgia, please take shelter now. Let's see, what do we got? Yeah, still looks developing. Still looks like it's developing into a more concerning situation. I keep hoping to see maybe this bows out, maybe this disconnects, maybe this falls apart. However, it still looks like it's getting more serious. Putney, the storm back here near Putney, is also showing signs of becoming more tornadic as well. So we're watching these two very closely right now in Georgia. That's not all we're watching, though. We do have several other storms, including a destructive severe thunderstorm warning near Montgomery, just to the south and east. We also have that continues, wow, all the way down into Sandfield, Monticello, and Smudeye in Alabama. Let's see here. Where else can we fly to through the Radar Omega app? Looks like there's another destructive severe way back here for 2.75 inch in diameter hail for Sicily Island, Wisner. Now also destructive for Clayton, Faraday, St. Joseph, and Newellton in Louisiana. So yeah, lots of warnings tonight. Wow. Let's fly back over to our newest tornado warning. Once again, this includes the I-75 corridor between Adele, Sparks, Lenox, and almost up to Tifton. I would definitely get to shelter in Tifton, even though you're not in the polygon. Why not? Right? There's a huge storm coming with big hail, and there's a potential tornado too close for comfort. Let's just go ahead and get to shelter. And we have another severe thunderstorm watch until 10 p.m. tonight. This is for parts of Alabama, Florida, and Mississippi. A couple tornadoes possible, scattered hail up to 2 inch in diameter possible, and scattered wind gusts up to 85 miles per hour likely. This includes Mobile, Pensacola, Montgomery, Troy, Eufaula, Columbus. Add 2.2 million people to the new watch area. Yeah, guys, I'm using Radar Omega. And I know a lot of you guys are too. You can get an iPhone, Android, link in the description. They're a big supporter of the channel. I love everything they do. We have a meeting like once a month, and they just let me tell them like what would be cool to have in the app, and I'm just like, hey, like, you know what would be cool? You know what would be cool right now? 3D. And they're like, okay,
A
it's
new
yours.
tornado warning has been
And this
issued.
is actually a good way to visualize the storm. You can see, like, this is the hook right here. That's the area that we're watching for the potential tornado. And this is the big hail core, the big tall parts of the storm. That's where we're seeing a lot of the hail. And look here, we got a new tornado warning for the area of rotation that we've been talking about back there near Putney. So now that one looks pretty significant. That's going to go on for 40 minutes. So now we're back to having two very significant looking storms here with potential tornadic activity going on near Tifton and Albany, Georgia. This area has just been pummeled today. Okay, I was like, I think it's raining here. It is. I just heard it's starting to rain outside. We're not getting any severe weather up here in my hometown today, thank goodness. Oh wow, another new severe thunderstorm watch. Let's add 1.7 million more people. Fort Smith, Little Rock, Arkadelphia. How about you? 70-mile-an-hour winds, tennis ball size hail, and a couple tornadoes possible. Wow. Riley, I saw you get up when I mentioned rain. I know you went outside and looked. What's the report here at the weather house? What are we looking at?
It's trash. It's depressing. I went outside and I saw clear sky, and then I came back into my 90-degree room because I decided it's nicer in here. Your golf cart is very, very wet, though.
Oh no, I didn't. I brought the golf cart. We'll have a wet ride home tonight, y'all. Here's another look at some of the damage near Utah. So this is the kind of stuff that we're talking about when we say widespread damaging winds. Yeah, exactly this. Like, this is going to be a very common sight tonight. It probably already is. But stuff like this is unfortunately going to be what we talk about a lot as these damaging winds and the potential derecho forms and moves on. Free golf cart wash. Yeah, that's a positive way to look at it, for sure. Looks like Bryce Shelton is getting closer to something. Something's happening there where he is. And man, it does look like on radar, it looks very, I mean, it still looks very concerning. So it'll be interesting to see what unfolds here. Yeah, still just looking through Twitter. You guys are blowing it up. I appreciate it. It really does help paint the story of what exactly is going on. If you're just now tuning in, the story of like what we are experiencing here is we've got a widespread destructive severe weather situation happening. We've already seen a bunch of tornadoes today. We're probably going to see a bunch more. In fact, right now, a sequence of really nasty supercell producing or tornado producing supercells is lining up from, you know, somewhere in western Georgia over to Tifton, and it's getting ready to cross I-75. So we're going to have a train of tornado producing man, I can't talk right now. Tornado producing supercells train over one of the busier interstates. And behind that, we have several hundred miles of damaging winds getting ready to kind of go through a bunch of areas and also train over some areas. So we're going to have some flash flooding, some large hail, and some damaging winds tonight. And, you know, Georgia has been battered so far by some of this severe weather. And, you know, we're starting to get some pictures and hear some reports. But Carly is, you know, what I'm hearing from her in the background is that there's a lack of communications available in southwestern Georgia right now, and that could be due to several reasons. One of those reasons is probably because, you know, there's cleanup going on right now, and maybe we're just not hearing a lot of the initial aftermath of some of these storms. Or the best case scenario would be that hopefully, you know, nothing really bad has happened yet. Which of course we know that there has been some significant damage. We just hope that is limited. A tornado producing tornado. Yeah, I know. Thought I was going to get through a stream without giving y'all bait to make fun of me, but it's impossible. What do we got going on here in front of Hunter? Okay, looks like a downed tree. Something blocking the highway. I don't know if that's Hunter over there talking to the trooper or what. If he's in the vehicle, let's see if we can get an update. Hunter, you got an update for us? What's going on there? And then also Bryce. I would like to hear an update from Bryce as well. Bryce, your storm still looks incredible. You're literally right underneath the circulation. Whenever you get a chance, just let us know what you're seeing. You seeing that? Are you seeing the rotation? Are you seeing any lowerings? Anything interesting so far? I think he's in a little bit of a low service area, so it might take him a second to get back with us. But I'm telling you guys, looking at radar, like he is exactly where he needs to be if there's going to be anything to see.
Hey Ryan, there is quite the lowering behind me now. I'm headed back east, trying to stay out in front of it, but it is a very ominous lowering. I cannot tell anything more than that at this moment.
Okay. All right. So pretty much what we expected to hear from Bryce. No sign of a tornado on the ground yet, but an ominous lowering just behind him. And we're talking about just behind him, because he is close. Yeah, we've got a ton of watches. Ton of watches, ton of warnings. Got 2 tornado warnings. Who knows how many severe thunderstorm warnings, but at least 3 destructive severe thunderstorm warnings, which is not common. Not common at all. Let's hopefully Bryce. So we've got we've got Brad Arnold on this storm. We've got Bryce Shelton on this one. If either of those throw down a tornado, hopefully one of them's going to holler at me. And that'll give us the ability to briefly go check on some of these other storms, because we don't want to leave anybody out. We want to make sure we're touching on everything. Let's go to one of our bigger deals. This storm has a history of dropping softball-sized hail. Not sure if it's still doing that right now, but it's definitely still dropping very large hail. It's getting ready to get into waterproof Louisiana. Okay, and that's going to go into St. Joseph, Louisiana. And it's going to cross the Mississippi River near Gibson Landing and go towards Fayette in Mississippi. Okay, so make sure you're ready for that. You skip a little bit, there's not as much development happening right here as maybe what some of the models were showing at first. That could still happen.
Ryan, sorry I didn't hear your radio transmission. Do you have a copy?
Yeah, go ahead.
Hey, sorry about that. The deputies I was just talking to right there actually pulled up to me back when I was looking at the snapped power line. He said to come back if I saw any updates, and assuming he wasn't watching radar, I went back and told him what was going on. He radioed to his other deputies that there was more storms coming that potentially had the power to produce 90-mile-an-hour wind gusts.
Awesome. Okay, thank you so much, Hunter, for that update. So we do still have a gap here around Jackson, Mississippi, where there's not as much, there's not as many storms as what maybe we thought there would be at this time, but I still think that area is probably going to get filled in. One of the ways that's going to happen is, through these storms back here, and man, there's a really, really interesting one that's just popped up here to the south and west of Little Rock. That is a pretty classic looking supercell there. And then another even bigger one back here near Waldron. So things are starting to pop off in Arkansas, and they are also starting to pop off in Texas as well. We're going to see these storms near Dallas really ramp up over the next little bit. And we've got an update from Andy. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan. Actually, I was watching that Arkansas one straight on. I was hoping you wouldn't mention it actually, because I was going to come in just a little bit to tell you that it doesn't have any low level shear, so it really needs that right next to the surface. Those winds really need to start curving with height and accelerating as you go up, and it actually doesn't have that. So probably what this supercell back here near Little Rock and Benton in Arkansas is going to do is it's going to look like it's spinning. It's going to look scary, but it's going to have a lot of trouble spinning up a tornado at the moment. So hopefully that doesn't change over there. But right now, no low level shear, no level turning with the winds with height. So that would very much hamper the threat for a tornado over here. And we would be looking at this confined to wind and hail in Arkansas. So that's my analysis of these storms over here. Hopefully non-tornadic.
Absolutely. Thank you, Andy. Another great reminder of why it's important to understand and take all situations seriously when it comes to storms like this. Even though we don't have like the imminent, oh, there's the hook, there could be a tornado down here. Even though we don't have that going on, what we do have going on is 2-inch in diameter hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. And this is the kind of storm that it's still a supercell, right? It's still going to have the ability to utilize the environment around it completely because there are not a lot of competing thunderstorms, okay? And instead of that increasing the tornado, parameter significantly, it's going to increase all of the other dangerous aspects of the storms significantly, including that hail and those damaging winds. So big time, nasty thunderstorm, tornado or not, heading towards Benton, Redfield, the area is just south of Little Rock. And then Little Rock, you're not going to get missed tonight. Unfortunately, I think this big cluster right here is going to come right through town later, and it is going to cause some problems. So make sure you are prepared for that. Okay, got to say shout out to Harry West. Harry, that's super generous. Thank you so much. And Regional Sky Girl, thanks for becoming a member. I appreciate y'all. Go check in on our tornado warnings once again. Still haven't heard anything from our chasers, but Riley's got an update for us. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Ryan, I don't actually have an update from the chasers, just from the weather in general. We are starting to see more flash flood warnings get issued. Now, we touched on it earlier, but I think it's important we touch on it again, that there is actually 2 moderate risks today. We have the moderate risk being driven by damaging winds, and we also have a moderate risk being driven by flash flooding. The moderate risk is for mainly extreme southeastern portions of Alabama and extreme southwest portions of Georgia, but we do have a large slight risk stretching from Mississippi all the way to the East Coast.
Yes, thank you so much, Riley, for bringing that up. We've mentioned it a lot today that we have the chance of seeing tornadoes and severe thunderstorms, and we've also talked about the potential for flooding, but we haven't shown that graphic, I don't think. So this is what Riley's talking about with the other moderate risk that we have. This is from the Weather Prediction Center, which is different than the Storm Prediction Center actually, and they've actually issued a moderate risk for excessive rainfall right there in the same area where we had that increased tornadic risk. So big time flash flooding is going to be happening down here. I think even well into that slight risk, we're going to be having problems with these training thunderstorms tonight. So if you live in a flood prone area, this is not something to disregard. A lot of times, whenever there's big weather events and a lot of interest is gathered around it, it starts off as tornadoes, right? And that's when everybody's like, oh my gosh, we got to pay attention. And then when the tornado threat dies down, a lot of times it becomes a damaging wind kind of thing. And sometimes people stop paying attention at that point. And then that's when you start hearing about people getting surprised by damage and getting injured and stuff because they weren't ready. And then after the damaging wind or during the damaging wind portion of the storm system or whatever, flash flooding almost always is the thing that happens and ends up becoming the bigger issue than almost all of the preceding issues. And then that's why I believe that flash flooding is the one of the number one killers as far as like severe weather goes in the U.S. Flooding kills more people than tornadoes. It kills more people than a lot of the other aspects of severe weather, and I think it's because people disregard it a lot of times. So that is what we're dealing with there. If you live in a flood-prone area, make sure you know what's getting ready to come through. I gotta get some water. I'm parched. Who wants to relieve me for 5 minutes? It's up for grabs.
I can, I guess.
Okay, you Andy.
Do you have my radar screen? By chance?
Oh yeah, hold on, wait. Let me see if I can do that.
That's set up, yeah.
Don't. Now I don't know for sure. Oh, hold on, wait.
Kyle, I think we're gonna make you say hi too. Get over here.
Yeah. Here, you guys.
Yeah.
I don't think I have your radar. I'm sorry.
All right. Well, we could just Kyle and I could just talk to chat because Kyle never says hi. Say hi.
Doesn't this camera
what's
work?
up, guys?
No, he's just right here. This
Yeah.
is our phone.
Okay.
Yeah,
all
we're
right.
together.
I'll be right back.
All right. So I'm Riley. This is
I'm Kyle.
Yeah. We are the guys trapped in the room. Ryan
Yep.
actually just has us trapped in a room.
The production crew.
The production crew.
Yeah.
So I do all the stuff with the chasers. He does everything else. Get closer
Yeah.
to the mic. It does not matter how close I am to this mic. It's trash. Like if you were to go to your local dumpster, you can probably find this mic.
It's better than the snowball we have though.
Yeah.
That was the other option.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, okay. So actually, we can see my radar. My radar is upper left-hand corner. Now, I just got an update from one of our chasers who was out over here, Hunter Hurley. He is close to these storms just to the west of Montgomery. He's reporting that a lot of people are going outside. Now, there has already been storms that have traveled over this area. So most people are going to assume that the storms are done. So now they're all outside investigating, and there's still more storms to come. So if you know any people in this area due south of Montgomery, it is important to tell them that it's not done for them yet, and they need to be in their safe spots because we are still seeing these very damaging wind gusts. I know just to the west over here a couple of minutes ago, I think it was about 20 minutes ago, we had an 82-mile-an-hour wind report. Now, if you're outside and you get hit by something traveling at 82 miles an hour, that's not going to be a good time. That's all for me, Kyle. It's Kyle's turn. Kyle never gets to talk to you guys.
Well, I have saw a few chats accusing me of being Ron's brother. That is not true. I hate to burst your bubble.
Yeah, his last name is actually not Hall. I think he's one of the few whose last name is not Hall.
Did he just say accusing? Accusing?
Yeah, accusing.
That's an accusation? Come on, man.
Yeah, he's saying that's a bad thing.
Okay, I've got my my hydration liquid. Have you guys in that room, have you guys had food? Have you guys eaten?
I have had about half a pizza.
Oh, what about you, Kyle? Have you eaten?
I've not got hungry yet.
Okay, I haven't, and I don't think Ryan Tech Guy has either. So I think I'm gonna order some food.
Check.
Yeah,
your
check
messages.
the group chat.
Yeah.
Okay. Which one?
Weather house.
Oh, okay.
On your phone.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. Okay, guys, I'm gonna figure out. I'm gonna try to remember how to be a human and eat and all that stuff. But we are going to continue the coverage here. I'm gonna see what's going on the phone. Stopping to get pizza. I got y'all food. I learned. Oh yeah, you know that we're not. Okay, so there is food. I think it's coming here. I hope. Okay. I'm going to just trust the process and assume that there will be food that appears before me. But yeah, that's what's going on here. We are getting hydrated, and we are buckling in for probably several more hours of coverage tonight. Lots of people in the weather house now. And yeah, there's just a lot of cool things going on here, and we'll be able to showcase more of that in the future. Right now, we're still just kind of holding everything together with duct tape, but we'll get there. If you're just now tuning in, what you're looking at is an array of storm chasers sending us live video feeds of severe thunderstorms across America. We're talking about Alabama, Georgia, Mississippi, Louisiana. It's all there. And yeah, and like we're also looking at the radar, which includes something like 22, 23 severe thunderstorm warnings and 2 tornado warnings. The 2 tornado warnings currently are in Georgia, and we're watching them closely. And of course, the one that looks most interesting right now is near Tifton, Georgia, and Bryce Shelton, his camera right there, he's the one that's closest to this. So we're keeping an eye on all this for you. And I believe that, you know, if anything happens at all, tornado, whatever it is, you'll probably hear about it here first, because there's so many people involved in this. Like this. We got an updated tornado warning here that expires in 14 minutes. And this it does include Lennox and Wagon Wheel. And this is in Georgia. And then also, you know, Doe Run and New Elm. You guys are included in tornado warning in Georgia as well. And as far as the counties go, we're talking about Colquitt, Worth, Berrien, Cook, Tift, and those counties in Georgia. If you just heard your county name, you're under a tornado warning in Georgia. Take shelter now. Back a little bit farther to the west, we've got a huge conglomerate of severe thunderstorm warnings. Okay, we got a severe thunderstorm warning that goes all the way out to Fort Deposit, and we've got a severe thunderstorm warning that goes out to Pineapple and Vredenburg in Alabama. So this is all coming down across the Montgomery to Thomasville parallel there. It's going south and east. Eventually we'll make it into southern Alabama near Monroeville. Really, really strong storms continue all the way back here towards the Mississippi-Louisiana border, where we do have a considerable severe thunderstorm warning that goes all the way out to Bude. I think that's how you say that. And boy, the storm back here near Dallas, we talked about how it was going to blow up quick, and it sure has. We've got 2 storms back here near Dallas that are now warned. We've got 1-inch hail and 1.5-inch hail on both of these storms. So these are going to cause some big problems tonight. Remember, this area is under a severe thunderstorm watch for up to softball size hail until 10 p.m. We've got 4 hours left on that watch, and the storms are just now forming. So keep that in mind. And we've got a fan named Friend tuning in. Thanks for sending that in. It's a cool cat. That's what happens whenever I open my notifications. Something always stands out. A lot of you guys are still sending in hail. Lots of hail reports coming in. That's going to continue to be a thing. And wow, look at this from Fitzgerald, Georgia. Huh. Wow, I'm retweeting that one. This is from Fitzgerald, Georgia earlier. Unbelievable structure and just overall, just the entire storm today. The whole system has just been crazy for June. Absolutely nuts. Yeah, that kind of scenery is not going to be uncommon with this kind of storm. Especially once it really gets linear and we start seeing all those shelf clouds. I don't know if we'll see that a lot a little bit farther west during the daylight or not, but it's coming. You can see something similar here on Brad's feed. And if you guys take a look at your Radar Omega app, you can see exactly where he is. He's south and west of Albany. He's just waiting to catch another one. He's waiting for another dangly bit to fall off one of these storms, and he's going to go after it. That's exactly what he's doing right now. The storm that Bryce Shelton has been on, I mean, it was looking really concerning for a while. It still looks concerning, but it's a little bit less so, at least until, at least for a while. We might see this ramp back up and start curling up here, but this is still probably the most interesting looking one as far as tornadic activity goes for now. And this is for that warning for Lennox in Georgia. Yeah, there is more severe weather possible tomorrow. Whoa, here's another view of that from Irwin, Georgia. And some damage. Irwin, Georgia, all these places around Albany, between, let's say, Abbeville, Alabama, and Albany, Georgia, that's where like most of the really significant stuff has happened today. So far, I think that things are, I mean, obviously we've had a lot of crazy hail and stuff to the west. I think that we really haven't seen the most significant part of this storm yet. But the good news is we don't yet have an organized derecho in any stretch of the term. It could still happen, but this right here is one of the more intense things that we're seeing. And then, like, you go a couple 100 miles to the east before you see the next one. You go a couple 100 miles east before you see the next one. Everything's still broken up pretty good. I'm interested to see what happens with these storms back here, though. The ones that are forming up near Little Rock, I mean, those have a long way to go before they run into an area that's going to alter or halt their growth. So that's interesting. Same thing for these storms back near Dallas. And we got another fan tuning in. How many different kinds of animals are watching right now? You think we got a cat and a rabbit? Adeline, thanks for sending this in. That's awesome. Local weather report for East Texas is favorable for this evening. Do you agree or disagree? I think I disagree. It depends on what you call East Texas. If you're down there near Beaumont, you have a better chance of it being okay. But if you're up towards, the closer you are to Arkansas, the less pleasant the evening will be. It's definitely going to get rough out there. It's definitely going to get rough, I think, at some point. Man, this one just keeps drawing me back, man. Something is trying so hard to happen here. How do I send a picture to Ryan if I don't have Twitter? That's a good question. You can do Facebook, Instagram. It's just Twitter's the one that I check the most. There's other people checking the other ones, and it's just, I don't know how often that'll get relayed to me properly, but I'm like literally sitting here right now, like browsing Twitter. It's just, that's the best way to compile this information. Whoa. We got a new severe thunderstorm warning. And a new tornado warning
has been issued.
And it showed up on my screen for a second, and then it went away. There it is. Okay. All right. So the flashing black polygon there is our newest tornado warning. That's going to be radar indicated. It's going to go on for 50 minutes. I can't explain to you guys how impressive this supercell looks. I mean, look at this. This is probably, just if we don't look at velocity or anything else, this is probably the most impressive and significant looking supercell of the day. But when we do go look at velocity, it's a lot less impressive. It doesn't seem like there's much of anything going on down there yet. However, I mean, this thing is raring up. If it wanted to produce a tornado or something, I believe that it definitely could. So we are very glad that Bryce Shelton is right here right now, because if he wasn't, I think that we'd have a lot more questions about what's going on here, and he's pointing us right towards the storm. So we will see what's going on with that. If there's a tornado that happens, we will see it here first. And this is what it looks like from his vantage point right now. It's dark. He's literally right underneath where the circulation would be happening, and he's been following this for a while. Taylor Bates says, can you give a shout out to my 7-year-old nephew, Ethan? His dream is to be a storm chaser. He's a big fan, and I believe he's watching. Yes, Ethan, 7-year-old Ethan. You're going to be a great storm chaser or meteorologist one day. If you're 7 years old and you're watching the weather during summer break at 6:13 in the evening, you're dedicated. This is going to be your thing, man. Keep it up. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan. I'm going to talk about why. Hopefully, I can show up there at some point. I'm going to talk about why our derecho actually didn't materialize today. Because if you look at the severe thunderstorm watch that was given a PDS, particularly dangerous situation for Mississippi, it goes till 8 p.m. And at the moment, just looking at latest model data, runs, expected, storm coverage and so forth, we are not going to see the derecho that we expected to see. That is not going to that is actually just not going to show up. Nice production moment. Hi, Kyle. Hey, how are you doing? You can just mimic my mouth, by the way. It makes it look like you're saying all these fancy words.
Oh, man.
So the derecho is not going to happen in Mississippi, and the reason why actually is because we had winds that lended themselves to being too organized or for our storms to grow upscale. So instead, we just got this big time supercell in a small segment that gave us, a couple of warnings for softball size hail, and so forth. So we saw that, but we didn't see it just grow into this huge line of storms, and that's because we had so much wind shear, or the changing in winds with direction and speed with height. We had too much of that, and it caused the storms to want to stay together as supercells or very small, locally intense storms that we saw near Winsboro, Louisiana earlier. So that is the reason. Excuse me. That is the reason why we are not getting our derecho. And sometimes, we're gonna have these big time watches, and they're actually gonna bust. So we can bring out the proper bust word for that. We're not going to see the derecho during the evening hours. There is still the opportunity for storms to enter this region, grow upscale, and cause some severe thunderstorm warnings and so forth through the night. If we play back the latest model runs on Radar Omega, you can actually see those ones in Arkansas make it down there toward where we're looking at in Mississippi. But I think what that means is that as the tornado threat decreases with time in Georgia, these storms are just back building and being rained on and raining on themselves. And we'll really only see a couple more chances at tornadoes, I think, primarily from these storms. I think our focus is going to shift over to flooding. First and foremost, we already have a couple of considerable flash flood warnings, especially for Albany, who are going to get another couple of rounds of extremely heavy rainfall that just keeps pouring through the same area. So really, I think our biggest threat tonight is going to be flooding, especially for our friends there in Albany and Georgia. There are just more storms and more storms going right in the same direction. So I think that we're not going to see the derecho due to that factor of wind shear. Probably too much of it kept the storms together tightly, congested into a supercell or a very small bowing segment with some damaging winds and really large hail. But we will see flash flooding be the primary threat tonight. And we still will see storms move through Mississippi. All these ones back here in Arkansas, again, will find their way over there eventually. But no derecho, I think. So sometimes those forecasts bust, and those forecasts will bust. And I think that is one way to look at it. I'm pretty sure that those winds kept everything more tightly, spinning together than what we expected. So that should be good news. Hopefully a lot of people will keep their roofs tonight and not lose them to some damaging winds. So I think that is what's going on right now. I could pretty confidently say that we're not going to see a derecho tonight.
Okay. Thank you, Andy, for that update. I agree. That is good news. I think that the lack of the organization of these storms is probably going to be very good news for many. However, there is I still want to emphasize that there still is a pretty significant threat for those damaging winds and hail and all that stuff, especially, at least in the next little bit, and then later into tonight. So I think that we're still going to see a lot of the damaging winds, probably a lot of what we've been seeing, probably some more tornadoes. But it's going to be more spread out, I think, than what we originally thought. It's not going to be this wall of wind, whereas there will just be some wall segments of winds moving through some of the same areas. So it's kind of like, are you lucky or are you not? Are you going to get hit by one of these stronger sections of these storms as they move on to the south? Or are you going to be somebody that ends up in a gap in between these storms? So that's what we'll be looking at as we go forward. And hopefully everybody fares well. Hopefully this doesn't end up becoming a very significant event on top of what we've already had. Currently, we've got one tornado warning, and it's still for this storm, which looks fantastic on reflectivity. As far as storms go, it looks pretty concerning. But also, you know, at the same time, it's not looking that great on velocity. So we're going to continue to watch it. We do have a new warning that was just issued for that storm to the east of it. So they're extending this all the way out to Willacoochee and Pearson in, I hope I said that right, in Georgia, as that this is expected to continue to cause problems as it goes across Georgia. Okay. So that's something that's going to be with us at least for the next, 30, 40 minutes. And then the storm that Brad Arnold is on, it's also still trying to rotate a little bit. And in fact, he's got something going on there. I don't know what we were just looking at, but it looked pretty concerning. This is a live look at Storm Chaser Brad Arnold's feed. He's right on top of the very small and specific area of rotation that does exist with this storm to the south and west of Albany, and I saw what looked like a little bit of a lowering. So we'll see that as soon as he gets turned back around there. But no tornado warning for Albany. The only one that we have right now is for the areas just north of Nashville, Georgia. Okay. 1 inch in diameter hail, though, that's possible in Albany, and we're going to continue to watch that unfold through Brad's feed. Willacoochee. Okay, I did say it right. Great. Oh, did you guys hear that? I don't know what fell in there, but everybody's okay. Everybody's okay. It was an object. That's all the developments I have right now. I'm just waiting to get another good shot of that scary looking cloud, a little SLC there on Brad's feed. Still watching these storms explode in intensity over here to the south and east of Dallas. One of these has got 1.5 inch in diameter hail. The other one, same thing. Both warned for pretty large hail there. Let's ask Brad. Good idea, guys. Brad, looks pretty ominous right there in front of you. What's going on out there, man?
Yeah, so I'm still thinking I may create a little bit of mesoscale magic here. There's the outflow from the northern storms is pushed, and the one that we were on kind of ingested it for just a split second. It's not going to last long. But there's a quick chance for a tornado that may have put one down really quick. It's not even enough for radar to pick it up. Definitely observed a funnel over us, but we're dropping south right now. But see if it can ingest that outflow again from those northern storms that are overtaking that storm. So we'll continue to drop south into the southeast and see.
Okay. All right, so Brad is on that storm, and once again, it looks very interesting on the ground. It looks a little bit less interesting on radar, but definitely there is some rotation right where he is. And Brad is the tornado sniffer, so I wouldn't be surprised if something happened with that. We're going to keep a close eye on it. Jake the Weatherman has been a member for 16 months. Thank you so much for being here. Still looking at Twitter. Wow. Yeah, something ominous in the skies there near Brad. This reminds me of the way the last stream that we did. We were in the plains, and I remember it just being so weird that everything was so visible. This is the way it usually is. There's trees everywhere, at least during our streams. There's trees everywhere, and it's hard to see anything on the horizon. You gotta look at just the right moment. And lots of flash flooding reports coming out near the Albany region now, too. Caleb B. You know, we haven't got an update from Caleb today. Caleb, we're live. Just going through the rounds here, talking to all the chasers, man. What's up? Where you at? Where you going? Give us the Caleb B. Storm Chaser update. Cole Finch, happy birthday, man. Oh, you guys are like flooding my Twitter right now with animals. And I was wondering why, but I remember asking about the animals. What? That's awesome. Wearing our hat and everything. Betty. Gotta love seeing Betty. Yeah, currently there's 2 warnings, but there's only 1 storm prompting a tornado warning.
Hey Ryan, so
Why am I not getting notifications? So Caleb tried to send something. I think he's just in a bad service zone. We'll get back up with him in a minute. Here's a view from Bryce Shelton. Tornado warned storm moments ago outside of Lenox, Georgia. Are these storms breaking through the wall you talked about a few days ago? Are you still concerned about the jet stream creating more
just
severe
coming to
weather?
Rail. I did have to flip back around several times due to downed trees completely blocking the roads. I've also come to a couple of spots where the roads have completely been covered in water. I'm not exactly sure how much water was on the road, but I can definitely say that you could not see those lines. Circling back towards the Montgomery cells right now, that line of storms that's coming through there, just because I can't proceed any further east here right now.
Okay, thank you, Caleb. Thank you, Caleb. And we do have an update. We have a destructive supercell near Story, Arkansas, heading for the Hot Springs area. So let's go check in on that. This is something that we were talking about a lot earlier, about how these storms were going to ramp up pretty quickly. Yeah, this is a destructive severe thunderstorm warning for baseball-sized hail and 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts This one up here in Arkansas is going to come right towards the Hot Springs area, so a pretty populated area, getting ready to get in on some very large hail. Also, the storms down here near Dallas are really, really exploding. And earlier today, we were looking at some of the indices from the Storm Prediction Center's mesoanalysis site, and one of them was the significant and the violent tornado parameter. Right now, the violent tornado parameter is high in that area, but like Andy was talking about earlier, it's just not, a lot of stars have aligned for, the correct conditions to be in place for supercells, but not necessarily tornadoes. Now, does that mean there will be no tornadoes? Not necessarily. It's just it's probably not going to happen because some of the things are missing. Okay, no lower level jet in place. But like, these are healthy supercells, very healthy supercells, and I'm watching them very closely. Oh, there's food here. There's food here. Okay, Andy, you got me for like 5 minutes.
Yeah, I can try, Ryan. I'm not getting any radar updates though, so I'm next to useless right now.
Oh, I'm not either.
Yeah, it seems our radar is a little bit stalled out. I'm not sure what's going on or if other people are getting it, but man, yeah, I'm struggling here.
I'm also
Guys,
getting
ask
radar
Andy
updates.
questions in the chat. Help him out.
Yeah, give me some questions, chat. I got the chat up. I can answer those for sure. Hopefully y'all are doing well though. As it stands, you could expect from us, whether it's myself or Ryan, depending on the upgrades to tomorrow's risk from the Storm Prediction Center, you could expect another stream. It is possible that we will need another stream to cover tomorrow's weather. There's quite a few areas of concern, especially in Oklahoma, actually, and again, also down here near the Florida Panhandle, Tallahassee area, probably a result of the storms that are moving through Arkansas and so forth today, and will eventually make it down there toward Tallahassee and so forth tomorrow at some point. So we have a couple of areas of tornadic concern tomorrow. We'll see if that ends up requiring a stream or not, but just be wary that there may be more content coming from us. But South Carolina is not part of that. So York County, South Carolina, not looking at that for that area for the primary tornado concern. When is Andy merch coming? I prefer not to focus on the merch. I like to focus on, what we're now forecasting on the streams, and also the humanitarian efforts and so forth, especially the ones that Carly is focused on. Carly and I work together really well as a result of our what we're focused on in the weather industry here, and our reach
A
on
new
on
tornado
YouTube.
warning has been issued.
So that's part of the problem is I want some radar updates so that we can cover that. Why do we have a new tornado warning in Texas? Well, if I had a working radar, I'd be able to tell you why. But we were just talking about we were looking at some indices there on mesoanalysis. I'm getting a couple of updates, but they are very far behind. So that warning does include Canton, Texas, and it is, headed down toward the general area of northern Smith County in Texas for Tyler. So that's where we're looking at with that new warning. Please be taking shelter there. Thankfully, it's right here on the map. Ryan's left it there on Texas, so I'm able to show you guys that tornado warning. So Canton, Texas, please be in your safe spots. Yeah, it's really unfortunate when radar, data feeds don't make it to us in a succinct timing. It really incapacitates our ability to help you guys out. We rely on the radar very, very thoroughly, and that means we rely on the National Weather Service very thoroughly as well. So we always want to be in close cahoots with them. No, it doesn't matter which radar it is. All of them are delayed for us right now. I think Valdosta will have a tornado warning. You'll definitely have severe thunderstorm warnings through the night. You guys still got all those severe thunderstorms training off to your north and west. North Dallas looks like all the storms are forming right now in the South Dallas and east of the metro at the moment. And I think that they'll probably be focused. These supercells that have popped up are probably going to be the ones that will exist for quite some time in this area along Interstate 20. Savannah, Georgia, your chances for tornadoes are much, much lower, thankfully. I am a climatologist, Stacy. Yes. Forecaster and climatologist. Is Dallas safe? Right now, it looks like downtown Dallas is safe for the most part, but we still got these storms popping up around them. Kind of surprised we already have that tornado warning there, because there really isn't low level support at all for these storms. They're going to have to modify their own environment and start ingesting these winds to really spin up a tornado. So the fact that we already have a warning is probably one of the most surprising things of the night to me. Jackson, Mississippi, looks like you guys avoided the worst possible case where we were expecting that very damaging windstorm to pop up and be in the watch area through, right about now is actually when we thought, and the Storm Prediction Center thought that Jackson, Mississippi would be going through, what we're referring to as a derecho, but that did not materialize. There still is a chance for severe thunderstorms there later tonight, but they are not going to be they're not going to be of the same intensity, more than likely, of that expected wind event that was being forecasted in that PDS watch we had. Isn't it in central Arkansas right now? Some of the storms there. So some of them are moving from the west Hot Springs, Russellville area down through the Little Rock area. So over the next hour or two is definitely your stormiest time for central Arkansas. Well, I can't show you guys this because this is not my stream, so I'm not controlling anything here. But yeah, some of the areas of concern tomorrow are going to be around Oklahoma City into the west. And also we're also looking at the Florida Panhandle. Those are the areas of concern tomorrow, also subject to upgrades. We even have that tornado risk extending to Dodge City in Kansas, and a slim area down south through north central Texas, so through Wichita Falls and probably near Abilene, or just to the east of Abilene there in Texas, is where it looks like the tornado threat tomorrow could be at its highest. Which is not to say that it's high. It's still rather low end. We're still catching up with the radar, but very far behind. So we're keeping up, but we're just really far behind. So I can't tell you, right when a tornado warning is going to be issued. That's the thing you guys know me for. When we don't have, okay, now I'm catching up a lot more. Now it's looking better. Sometimes we can have brief hiccups in the feed of data to our radar programs that we're looking at. Nothing's perfect. So the fact that everything works as succinctly as it does is pretty amazing, all things considered. Yeah, so a lot of you guys in Jackson, Mississippi, South Central Mississippi, Alabama, Mobile area, you guys have watches that are already in place for you. But they might be expiring in a couple of hours. Yet there would be another round of storms that might get to you sometime, maybe even in the mid-morning, depending on how far south you are. So the watches that are in place right now, yes, they will be allowed to expire. You may get another one thereafter, though, because it does look like those storms, all in Texas and Arkansas right now, will eventually make their way down to you, but they should not be the main severe weather event. Massachusetts, there were a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings there in the Northeast today, but nothing that we were planning on covering for sure. So if it got windy, or if you got any hail at all there in New Jersey or parts of Western Massachusetts, do let me know. Yeah, I'm feeling all right. Thank you, guys. Ryan is eating pizza right now. For those of you asking for that. Southwest Dallas, looking okay so far.
New information, this tornado warning has been upgraded.
Southwest Dallas is looking okay so far. All right, let me bring a warning over there to see what's going on from our confirmed tornado warning. confirmation on that in Berrien County. I think that's our lead one there in to the north of Nashville, Georgia. Actually, why was that one confirmed? The storm is leaving that warning, so that's very interesting. I imagine we'll probably see an extension of the confirmation to Atkinson County. Kind of intriguing that that was upgraded there right then. So that warning there in Berrien County, the storm is leaving that county right now, right as that warning came through. I believe that may have been it could have possibly been from a report from Bryce Shelton, our storm chaser there, feeding information to the National Weather Service, because right now the radar looks like nothing. It's definitely going to be rain wrapped there near Weber in Georgia. Would head into Atkinson County next. So if that warning does come through for Atkinson County in Georgia and it gets upgraded, then that's the reason why. That took me by surprise. Like if I looked at the radar here, I wouldn't expect a confirmed a warning there. So that was definitely a product of weather spotters, storm chasers in the area, feeding information that they see at the surface to the National Weather Service. We're really not even looking that far up in the storm, yet I'm not seeing anything that's conducive to confirming a tornado here. So shout outs to the storm chasers right there in the area. Please be taking shelter, especially as this approaches Atkinson County here in South Central Georgia. I think this is really going to be the last hurrah, though, for tornadoes that we might have today as it approaches Pearson, Georgia, and goes well to the north and east of Valdosta. Closer to, Homerville and possibly Waycross, Georgia down the line, we'll get in on the severe action, but I do not think that our tornado threat is going to be that high. I think we definitely already rode over the peak of a possible tornado threat today.
I'm back.
Okay, thank you, Ryan. I was just
A
covering...
new tornado watch has been issued.
I'm not sure. Where is that for? Wow.
Alabama?
Okay, so Alabama tornado watch. So I was covering that we still have a little bit of a threat, especially for spin up tornadoes for any watch that would come through in Alabama. But we do have that warning east of Dallas now, and I think our radar should be caught up. I'm definitely caught up on my side, so we just had a little bit of a slow feed there for radar data. So we should be caught up, ready to continue coverage.
Okay. Thank you very much, Andy. We'll check out that tornado watch. There you go. Tallahassee, Panama City, Tifton again, Bainbridge. So like this is Florida, Alabama, and Georgia. A couple tornadoes possible. Honestly surprised that this was a tornado watch. But hey, a couple tornadoes are possible. Tennis ball hail possible. 80-mile-an-hour winds likely. So this is 1.7 million additional people under the gun today for significant severe weather. And that's going to go till midnight tonight. So, definitely not out of the woods. Definitely not out of the woods just yet. So we're going to continue to watch this stuff as everything continues to develop. I'm updated on my radar over here as well. We still got that tornado warning for Pearson, between Nashville and Pearson in Georgia. There is a new one that I don't think we talked about because I was away. Andy surely mentioned it, but this is a tornado warning near Canton, Texas. Okay, this is radar indicated. This is for central Van Zandt County in north central Texas. And it's hard to see exactly what's going on there, but certainly is rotating a little bit. And it's enough to say, hey, if I'm in Canton, Van, Lawrence Springs, any of these places in Texas, I am taking shelter. And we're just going to hope for the best and prepare for the worst. They actually went ahead and issued a severe thunderstorm warning all the way down to Tyler, Texas. So you guys need to be getting ready for that. Big. These storms are huge. Here near Dallas. This one's experiencing a left split. Look at that. Textbook. Split of the supercell there. And we're going to continue to see these grow and become more than likely monstrous hailers at least, and maybe even tornado producers as time goes on. I mean, we're definitely going to be sticking with you here as these storms approach Tyler, Texas, just in case. If I go to the Shreveport radar, you can see that this is a big empty area, so we're not seeing any major developments here. But just to the north, in and around Little Rock, things are going absolutely nuts. We've got a considerable severe thunderstorm warning over here, and a destructive severe thunderstorm warning around Hot Springs. And then we've got another big supercell really firing off here south of Little Rock, and another one back to the north and west. These are definitely going to be troublesome as they approach the Interstate 30 corridor. So get ready for that around Little Rock and Hot Springs, Arkansas. What about Mississippi? This big storm getting ready to move into Brookhaven is going to bring some 1.25 inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds with it. And then way over here in
A new tornado warning
Georgia
has been issued.
we've got a confirmed tornado warning now. Let's zoom in. Let's see what's up with that. Okay, so here we go. This is it. Observed tornado warning. Radar confirmed. So the hazard here is going to be a damaging tornado with ping pong ball sized hail. And this is radar confirmed tornado. So this is the same storm that our storm chasers were on for quite some time. Let's see, is Bryce still on that? Yeah, Bryce is just to the south of the actual where the warning is. And yeah, we've got a radar confirmed tornado warning here. So yeah, everybody in the path of this should more than likely be taking shelter. This includes Pearson, Kirkland, and Willacoochee. So make sure y'all are taking shelter. It's honestly not as impressive on radar as it was earlier. At least to my eyes, but there is definitely some rotation here. And we're going to continue to watch this closely as it moves towards Pearson. Okay, so all of southern Georgia, that's been like the target zone today. We've obviously had severe weather across the deep south, but this spot right here has been the hardest hit by far. Big time storm moving south of Montgomery, 60-mile-an-hour winds getting ready to move into Brantley, Alabama. And then I want to continuously make sure we're checking in on our Tyler, Texas storm, as that's a pretty good amount of rotation right there. We'll see what happens. I don't know if we've gotten any pictures of that. I don't know if we've got Riley, if we've got anybody on that, maybe on LSM or something. But I would love to see the base of that if that's possible. Wow. The tornadoes in Canada today were beautiful. Unlike the big nasty ones in Georgia today, we've actually seen some very photogenic and seemingly mostly harmless tornadoes up in Canada out in fields. I'm retweeting some stuff, as much stuff as I can find about that. Two tornado warnings. Yep. One in Texas, one in Georgia. There's 3 actual polygons, but 2 warnings. The ones in Arkansas are firing up pretty good. Yes. Yeah, we've been watching those very closely. I'm watching the ones in Texas very closely as well, because I mean, there's so much energy out there. Look at that violent tornado parameter once again. Probably nothing to worry about. Definitely, there's it. You know, as much as we do believe that the ingredients are not there for tornadoes to actually become like a huge, like big deal in this area, this does go to show that something is happening out there that's going to allow whatever does form to thrive. And that's why we're seeing the rapid expansion of the current supercells that are already there. And this one, trying to rotate a little bit. It's just not. It doesn't have the. It doesn't have the correct oomph. Zach, what's your synopsis of the day so far? Brad, what's your synopsis of the day so far? We haven't heard much from our storm chasers today. Trying to get as much.
I'd say so far it kind of went to plan. Storms started earlier than I thought they would. I thought we would probably start with tornado warnings around like 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock, something like that. They started earlier, that, so we're a little bit out of position with that. However, once these storms did, once the outflow from those northern storms did catch up with that main boundary, it's kind of hurting tornado potential right now, and that's why we're starting to see these storms that are over in Georgia producing where the other ones are not, because the other ones are outflow dominant in mainly Alabama, Mississippi, and southwestern parts of Georgia. That's why we're having to get a little bit further east and go over to Moultrie. This one storm that we're on has ingested the outflow.
A new tornado
from the
warning
northern
has
storms
been
coming
issued.
down. So tornado potential is still there, especially in southern Georgia. Alabama tornado potential is going down as those storms come through. They should mainly be outflow dominant as that possible derecho still works its way through.
Okay. Thank you, Brad, for that update. We just got another warning that just popped up here. Now this tornado warning for Pearson is radar indicated. If you're in Pearson or Axon in Georgia, just take shelter, at least for the next 23 minutes. This is a strong storm capable of producing a tornado. You know who we haven't got an update from? Wills. Storm Chaser Wills. How's it going out there, man? What have you seen so far today? What did you go to see? And what's your plan for the rest of the day? Give us an update, man.
Well, if it isn't the infamous Ryan Hall, we've seen some drizzles, we've seen some sunny skies, and we got a total bust today. And I do blame a little bit of it on Andy, because he said that it would be the most fun chase I would ever have down here. So that's what's going on. I honestly wish that I was down there critiquing your thumbnails, but instead I'm over here looking at the drizzles. So that's what's going on.
Awesome. That's awesome. Guys, Will's out there storm chasing today, but usually he's the one that looks at the thumbnails that we create for the channel and says that they are terrible. Says, do it again. But now today he's storm chasing. So awesome. And, I think that this is one of the first times that we've worked with Hunter too. We've definitely worked with Hunter before, but like I just want to say huge shout out to all the storm chasers today. Also for them, you know, there's been at least some period of quiet weather that we've all been able to take advantage of, and just look at how good everybody's feed looks. Notice how little anything has dropped. It's phenomenal how well everything has went today with the internet connections out here in the deep south. So like everybody has been working hard to upgrade their systems and do better so that we could provide better coverage in the future. So yeah, that is I just wanted to point that out. These guys are all independently, you know, doing all this stuff themselves, and they don't have to. And I really admire the storm chasers and think that they need more credit, I guess. Especially storm chaser Wills. Yeah, I know Reed Timmer got a he saw that tornado earlier, probably got the best shot of the day of one of the Georgia tornadoes. Yeah, his volume was low. Sorry, just looking through Twitter, looking for updates. Big Dreams, thanks so much for that. It says, thanks for all that you do. No problem. Once again, sorry for being a little bit late today. We had a very difficult time getting everything set up. Lots of new screens in the weather house. This is what it looks like back there in the room where Kyle and Riley are, pushing all the buttons, controlling the weather. Not really.
Ryan, do you copy this?
Yeah, go ahead, Zach.
Hey, sorry, my service has been a little bit in and out. I made a decision earlier to move back into Arkansas and target the supercells that are coming out of western Arkansas. I've kind of been out of position a little bit today, but the storms that we intercepted earlier in northern Louisiana were really intense. Significant wind gusts, large hail. We had some tree damage across the roadways. Any storm today has the potential to be pretty intense, and that seems to be holding up pretty well.
Yeah, I think you're right on it, man. It was hard to pick a bad location today, given the forecast. Everywhere, at some point, it's going to get hit by something. So, yeah, I think that. So, what's your plan for the rest of the evening? You going to stick around where you are? How far do you plan on going? What do you think? What do you think the future is for storm chasing tonight for you?
Well, I am driving towards central Arkansas to intercept those storms that have formed that are going to drift southeast. I'm hoping that I'm going to put myself in a good position to do so. I think that the large hail potential is there downstream. So that's why I made the decision earlier to just turn north, because I wasn't going to catch up to the storms that were in eastern Louisiana. I'll probably chase for quite a while, especially if they continue to produce large hail and remain severe through the next couple of hours.
Okay, sounds good. Just holler at me anytime anything comes up. So these are the storms that Zach is going towards. These look gnarly, man.
Will do. Thanks for checking in on me. Sorry I didn't hear it originally.
In a pretty ripe environment for supercell growth, but not so much for surface-based tornadoes, right? We don't have a lot of that going on here. If we did, this would be a pretty bad situation. It's already a pretty bad situation. We've got a destructive severe thunderstorm currently in the Hot Springs area and moving down towards Malvern. But it would be a lot worse if we had those other ingredients for the tornadoes there, because these, I mean, they look like tornado producing supercells until you look at the velocity. Speaking of velocity, let's check it out on our Tyler, Texas warning. Still got a couplet here. Van, Texas, you're under a tornado warning. Take shelter. No confirmation on that yet. And we still got a tornado warning for Pearson, Georgia. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Ryan, Caleb B believes that he may have just had a spin-up tornado.
Caleb B. Caleb B, tell us where you're at and what you just saw. Caleb is in Pike County, Alabama.
So right now about 8 miles east of Banks, Alabama, and then just in the field right in front of me, right on the front edge of this storm that was moving out of Montgomery. I just had a very brief spin-up tornado happen in the field, and it looks like we do have some rotation happening actually right where my windshield wiper is sticking up in the air right now, on the left side of the screen.
Awesome. Yeah, I would not be surprised at all by that. This is where Caleb B is. This is the monstrous storm that's approaching him. And this is the wind field. So we got strong winds gusting out in front of this thing. A little bit of winds coming into the storms as well. So it wouldn't be hard to get a little spin up right here in some of these areas right in front. So that is definitely something to watch out for. Regardless of, tornado activity, this is going to be a pretty strong storm for the location that Caleb's in. Brundage, Ayrton, all you guys in Alabama, you need to watch out for that one. That's going to be it's going to be a rough one. My goodness. A huge severe thunderstorm warning was just issued here. That includes almost, what was that, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 or 7 counties. 60-mile-an-hour winds getting ready to come through Bainbridge and Thomasville. This storm still looks concerning. The ones around Little Rock continue to look concerning. What are you guys seeing out there? What are you guys seeing where you are, chat? Sorry, just getting updates once again. Clear skies, smoke, sun, clear skies. Lots of people watching with clear skies right now. Somebody asked, are things winding down? And it depends on how you look at it, I guess. Things are certainly not winding down overall. We're going to have hundreds more severe thunderstorm warnings tonight. We're going to have hundreds more wind reports and hail reports tonight. Something has changed though. The forecast originally was for a derecho to form. It doesn't look like that's going to happen. The wind reports will probably be a little bit more scattered than what we thought, and maybe a slight bit less intense. However, there's still this, very interesting leading edge of this activity that's continuing to produce tornado warnings over here in southeastern Georgia now. So, like, I'm very interested in seeing how that's going to continue. And then we have the flash flooding threat growing around the Albany area. And then we have these very, very intense supercells forming around Dallas and Little Rock that would be prolific tornado makers if there was like one or two more things present in the atmosphere. So I'm also very interested in seeing how that goes. Sometimes when you have supercells, even if you don't have like all of the proper ingredients there for the supercells to create tornadoes organically, sometimes all it takes is an outflow boundary or some sort of weird storm interaction to actually end up producing a tornado. So we're going to stick with this at least for the next little bit, just in case something like that were to happen. And continue relaying all these considerable and severe or destructive thunderstorms warnings, like in Arkansas here. Hot Springs, Garland, Saline, and Dallas, Arkansas. Destructive severe thunderstorm warning for you. We've also got one. Actually, that might be the only. No, we've got another one in Alabama. Yeah, there you go. Pike County, Alabama. This is for 80-mile-an-hour winds. That's probably going to be allowed to expire soon. The newest update to that is a considerable warning for Ozark and Enterprise. Dogman164WX, thank you so much for the very generous super chat. Thanks to everybody that's been supporting tonight. I don't know how many people went over to our nonprofit website, but I'm assuming a lot of you did. I just want to say thanks for that again. It's been a long time coming. Oh. Okay, more pictures. This is coming from Jacob Dilworth in Texas, near Waxahachie. Look at that. Not only is that much larger than quarter size, but it's got freaking spikes on it.
It looks like, if you look at my live feed, we have a large rotation and a lightning bolt. I don't know why the lightning bolt isn't going away, but we're on it right now.
That was Will. So somebody has drawn a tornado on his feed or something, and he just was reporting that to us. Anyways, the quarter sized, the larger than quarter size hail here. This is something that we will see a lot of. But once again, another reminder of, like, you don't want to be out there in that. Caleb is experiencing a very interesting situation right now. This is Caleb in Pike County, Alabama.
Hey Ryan, it's Caleb. When you have a second.
A new tornado warning has been
issued.
Yeah,
we're looking at the stream now, man. Tell us about it. What's going on out there? Holy smokes. This is live from Pike County, Alabama.
So I just stuck my handheld anemometer out the window here, and I'm currently getting readings between 85 and 95 mile an hour sustained. I pretty much have zero visibility. My stream can see way more than what I can actually see. I just was underneath a tree canopy, could hear some trees cracking, so obviously bailed out of there really quickly. But I'm just going to sit it out because I'm currently down a windshield wiper, so I can't really drive through this.
Wow. Yeah, that's a strong storm there coming through where Caleb B is, and he's near Troy, Alabama. So this is, let me show you that on radar, just to give you guys context. This is what that looks like on radar. Okay. So here's where Caleb B is, and this is what we're expecting down towards Ozark. While we were looking at Caleb B's feed, we got a new tornado warning. Way over yonder in the northeastern side of our tornado watch here, we got a little bit of a couplet near Brooklet and Statesboro in Georgia. So here's a tornado warning for Atkinson County, Georgia. Take shelter now if you are in Guyton or Springfield. Okay, still looking at some of this stuff coming in from Twitter. Here's a video from T Corn on Twitter. This is a tornado that went near Newton, Georgia earlier today, 1/4 mile away from packing our sheds. Look at that. Thank you so much for sending that in. And I'm glad you're safe. Still, once again, I got to talk about how impressive it is what we're seeing here. Any other, like, I feel like a year ago, when our storm chasers would be in the middle of a storm like this, the feed was almost always cut and be choppy. We've got live HD views of a considerable severe thunderstorm here in the middle of nowhere, Georgia right now, thanks to innovation from our storm chasers. James says, "Hey Ryan, I just want to thank you, Andy, and the Weather House for everything you do and keeping us all safe." James, is no problem at all. Bro, it is, his windshield wipers just quit working altogether. Oh no. Okay, there we go. It's no problem at all. Yeah, these guys have Starlink. Some of them do. Some of them have everything, though. Some of them got... It's like they have a portable 1,000-foot-long Ethernet cord or something that they pack around with them. Yeah, I'm still just looking through some of these updates. I feel like I'm seeing a lot now from earlier storms. It's just another reminder of, like, you know, in the heat of the moment when these big storms are hitting places, the people aren't worried about posting to Twitter, you know, and a lot of times you don't hear about anything until several hours later. And speaking of that, I think Carly Sisson is back with us. Carly, do you have anything? I know that, like, things have been kind of dry out there as far as communications go, but is there anything at all that we haven't been able to relay out there now?
Yeah, so the biggest problem with today with the news aspect is that kind of the scanner radio feeds that we listen to, there have been almost none in specifically southeastern Alabama and southwestern Georgia. So it's been a real problem behind the scenes, even trying to find any information outside of what's essentially on Twitter and what you guys have been helping us with. That's why you guys are such an important resource for us. So we can really see what's happening in the situation like this today, where we kind of maybe have gaps that we're trying to fill. So right now I'm looking at a little bit of damage just from Blakely, Georgia from earlier. I'm looking at a pretty large tree knocked over, some property damage. And I'm also hearing a report of someone in Wilcox County, Alabama, with storm damage in their yard. We know that a possible tornado went through the Blakely area in Georgia, but all of the other stuff I've been seeing has really just been from severe thunderstorm warnings, which is why, you know, we've been placing so much emphasis on taking shelter during those because they're very dangerous storms. But outside of that, the most damage that I've personally seen today news-wise has really come from Early County, Georgia. And that's all I really have at the moment, which is kind of a good news. We've heard of one injury thus far. Hopefully there's not going to be any more outside of that. But really that's it at this point.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Lots of things happening, and not as much as what we originally expected, though, which is a good thing. It's very good news. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, but even so, take a look at another look at the storm that Caleb just rode out there. It's getting more and more concerning. Right now, what I see is a pocket of up to 104-mile-an-hour wind gusts headed straight toward the radar right there between Ayrton and Clio in southeast Alabama. It's really just that pocket right there is consolidated, and we're not looking very far up above the surface here. In some cases, there are 100-mile-an-hour winds on the radar, less than 1,000 feet above the surface. So those are easily going to make it down and probably produce some widespread tree damage right in this localized pocket that would head towards Newville, Headland, even Abbeville. Which was just impacted by a tornado earlier today, about 8 hours ago in the morning hours. So a vulnerable area here right now, despite what we're not hearing. In addition to that, there was also just a 4-inch hail report near Moultrie in Georgia, where Brad Arnold and Chris Hall are. If you play that back just a little bit, you can see where suddenly there was just this line of very high-end reflectivities, and that actually did end up dropping some really large hail. So the storm intensified for a very brief moment there, dropped some softball-size hail. Surprised the warning wasn't upgraded out ahead of it for Adele and Cecil there. So 4-inch hail report came in from Doe Run there in Georgia. And beyond that, really, that's about the most interesting thing. That tornado warning over in eastern Georgia, past to the north of Savannah, a good ways was a spin-up tornado, actually. So I think that's about all that I have seen in terms of recent developments today. I actually have been spending most of my time looking at tomorrow. Tomorrow, I expect, honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if we were right back here streaming on the main channel here, because there are some very, very intense looking model data or model runs for tomorrow, especially in south central Oklahoma and around the Wichita Falls, Texas area. So please be weather aware tomorrow in those areas for sure, even though right now it's just a slight risk slight risk for tornadoes. 2 out of 5 doesn't look like anything, spectacular, something you're not used to in these areas with severe weather rolling through. But oh man, if that does get upgraded, please make sure you know about it and that you're able to tell other people. As if it does, then we'll be right back here talking about it and now casting it as it happens. So make sure that you are ready for that, just in case tomorrow does, increase in terms of a potential in terms of especially tornadoes. So yeah, tomorrow looks like a tornado day is what I'm seeing right now.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much, Andy. Tomorrow is definitely something that we've got to keep our eyes on. And honestly, something that I haven't been able to look at very much until right now at this very moment. So let's actually look at that together real quick. Of course, I've got to do my live production here and delete some stuff. Okay. So I'm going to zoom into the central region and just show you guys. Normally, this is something that I would cover in an extra video. I normally was supposed to do an extra video this morning and some other things, but our delay with the production behind this was, put me behind. But anyways, you can see here tomorrow in the afternoon, late afternoon, early evening, we're going to see an explosion of supercells once again. We're going to have some down there around Dallas. Some up into the panhandles of Texas and Oklahoma, and then everything kind of, congeals really fast and then turns into a multi-cluster kind of system as we go into eastern Oklahoma. So, yeah, that's definitely interesting. If we look at some of the other parameters here, one thing that I think we're going to see that we don't see a whole lot of today is a little bit of a lower level jet. Not a huge, it's not like one of those huge sweeping troughs that you would normally see like in spring or something like that. But this is definitely something that we're going to be keeping a close eye on. And I would just about bet every storm chaser that's in Alabama and Mississippi right now is probably got a very long and tiring drive ahead of them because I would assume they're going to want to experience another planes chase after this mess that we've had here tonight. So, yeah, that's something that we're watching. More severe weather on the horizon. Somebody asked me earlier if this is happening because of the wall being broken. The theme that we've been carrying on the channel for a while, talking about El Nino and all this stuff. The Omega Block, the Death Ridge. And yeah, this is what we're seeing today is the result of all that essentially energy that would have normally been blocked by the wall, making it through and, causing problems down here. We've got that very classic southern, jet, subtropical jet down here. And we're going to continue to see interesting things happen for the next month or so as we come out of this extended period. Anytime we're in a period or a pattern that's, I don't know how to articulate it. Anytime we're in a pattern that seems to have staying power, right? So if we're in a pattern like we had the Death Ridge and the Omega Block for an extended period of time, anytime that lets loose and we start seeing other things happen, a lot of times almost as if there's pent up energy, we see a lot of things happen in the immediate aftermath of a more stationary or once again staying kind of pattern. So things are probably going to be interesting over the next little bit. We've got some stuff happening in the tropics, and we've got more severe weather on the way. So I'm almost done with my studio. So we should be back to like 100%. 4-5 videos a week between the extra channel, the main channel, Andy's channel. It was very soon. And we hope to have that in full swing and be full steam ahead before like the peak of hurricane season and then late tornado season. And of course, winter season as we go forward. Still impressed by these storms. in Texas, the one approaching Tyler, is going to be a doozy there as far as hail goes. Still very much impressed by the storm that went through Hot Springs earlier. We did get a 2, almost 3-inch hail report near Hot Springs. Wouldn't be surprised if we saw another one of those near Malvern. So y'all get ready for that. We are down to one tornado warning, and that was, like Andy said, it was a spin-up tornado, it seems like, over here near Springfield. Could happen again, though. So we're staying in our safe spots all along this polygon until the warning is allowed to expire. Give it another 20 minutes. And that's the story. Still looking at this incredibly strong area of winds near Ozark, Alabama as well. Dale County, Alabama. Somebody just shared with me a screenshot. I think this is from some newscast or something. Yeah, WTVY News. Looks like power flashes, more than likely from the straight line winds. And I just missed something from Caleb. Yeah, go ahead, Caleb.
I just want to give a heads up in Burndage, Alabama, there is insulation strewed everywhere. I haven't been able to find something that came off of a structure.
Okay, so we're getting an update from Caleb now about how there is near Brundage, Alabama, which is an area that this storm that we've been talking about just went through. There is damage out there. You see an insulation in the road and everything. Go ahead, Andy. Do you have something?
Yeah, Ryan. Actually, I'm pretty concerned that we're actually going to lose the KEOX radar here. That swath of 80, 90 mile an hour winds is coming straight for it, and it's very close to the surface. So I wanted to give an update on that, just in case we lose the radar. It should stay to the north of Dothan right now here in Alabama. But what I do want to say is this is what a derecho looks like, this thing in southeast Alabama. We actually are seeing the development of one. Several storms have kind of congealed together, gone upscale, and now are consistently producing these really powerful damaging winds and all of these destructive, considerable severe thunderstorm warnings. This is what a derecho looks like. And I do want to call out that even though we didn't get the one materialize in Mississippi that had the PDS severe thunderstorm watch associated with it, that's going to expire in an hour or so from now. I actually did call earlier that we would see something similar in South Central Alabama as well. So this is what would qualify as a derecho if it continues on for another couple hundred miles here, as it's already got a pretty broad damaging wind swath with it that goes back to Montgomery. So currently seeing the movement of our derecho. We expected it in Mississippi, kind of just topped over a state here, and now it's going to go through. It will go through the Dothan, Alabama area eventually here, but I hope that the strongest winds are not in and around Dothan. It looks like they're going to go just north and possibly take out our radar site here, KEOX. So eventually down the line, since it does look like this will continue, a derecho is mostly self-sustaining windstorm here. This will go down through Bainbridge, Georgia, down through the southwest part of the state. So I expect it to continue quite a ways, maybe even as far south as Tallahassee will eventually get in on parts of this damaging windstorm. So here's our derecho. Pretty confident in saying that it looks like this is going to be one that continues to have a lot of damaging winds associated with it. So it's just hopped over a state. Now you can see what a derecho looks like as it happens.
Okay. Thank you very much, Andy. This is what he's talking about here, big Boeing line segment. We just heard from we just heard from Caleb about how there was damage back here associated with this, and we think we're going to hear about more of that. And now Riley has an update for us. Go ahead, Riley. You're muted.
It's in a different spot on my monitor. I'm clicking the wrong unmute button every time. Anyways, I just spoke with Zach Hall, and he is up in Arkansas, and he is about to go to some of those more supercellular mode storms. And the view that he's had for the last couple of minutes has been really, really crazy. Like, these are very picturesque supercells. Now, of course, as I say that, the car turned and now it's just stratiform clouds. But we should keep an eye on his feed because I do think we're going to see some very pretty storm structures soon.
Okay, have you heard from?
Hey Ryan, it's Brad.
Caleb?
We are over in Moultrie, Georgia right now. Tornado chances over here have just gone. I mean, they couldn't be really much lower. So I think the tornado chance, unless an isolated quick spin up happens, I think they're pretty low. Everything's pretty much outflow dominant. So we're going to head over towards the Dothan area to go and get that what looks like a large wind damaging event over in that area. So we're going to hop down to Thomasville and then head west towards the Dothan area.
Okay, so that was an update from Storm Chaser Brad Arnold, who hopefully is going to get us in position to intercept this derecho once again as it gets closer to the area between Thomasville and Dothan. And then, Riley, I was going to ask you, have you heard from Caleb B. since the last time that we heard from him where he said that there was damage, or is he just completely out of service now?
Yeah, I actually just spoke to him. There is no updates, but I did see that his feed went down, so I reached out. I haven't heard anything else than that. I'll get an update soon for you, though.
Okay, sounds good. So, guys, this is where Brad Arnold is right now. He is going to go this way so that he can meet this as it comes down. This looks like very quickly it has become our not focus, but our area of interest. The tornado threat is gone down significantly over here in Georgia. It's not zero, but it's gone down. Now we're looking at a very dangerous area of very strong winds getting ready to come through the radar site if it hasn't already here near Ozark and Dothan, Alabama. And then this is going to continue down to the south and east. Dothan, Mariana, Bainbridge, Thomasville, Tallahassee. You guys are all in the path of this thing if it decides to keep going. And the environment is ripe for it to keep going. So keep that in mind. Dothan, you're next in line. This could be a very, very significant storm for you in the very near future. So definitely want to get ready for that. You're already under a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for 70-mile-per-hour winds. It's on the way. It is on the way. Let's see here. Considerable severe thunderstorm warning for Columbia, Mississippi as well. And then all these storms around Little Rock are just nuts. When you look at these from really far away, you can, I mean, that's just insane. Big hail. Whoa. Yeah, 3-inch in diameter hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds possible with the storm coming into Sheridan and Carthage, Arkansas. Also big hail near Pine Bluff moving towards Gillette, Arkansas. And we do have a storm chaser, Zach Hall, on his way up to Arkansas. He's getting close to these, I think. So we'll have a good view of that here soon. Still watching our storms back near Dallas. No tornado warnings right now, but, you know, they're trying to turn a little bit. We'll see what happens with these. Mostly just big hail makers right now. This one, actually, the one that includes Gun Barrel City and Valley Farms, that's got 3-inch in diameter hail. That's some baseballs getting ready to come through there. So get ready, y'all. Go ahead, Carly.
I just wanted to piggyback off what you said just now and let you know that there's a spotter network report of baseball-size hail busting car and home windows in those cells right outside of Little Rock. So really, really wicked storms over there.
Okay, thank you, Carly. Baseballs busting windows, and I'm assuming in homes and in cars. That is, I mean, once again, whenever we get these destructive, severe thunderstorm warnings, it's very important to remember that that is just as significant and just as important as any tornado warning. 60, 70 mile an hour baseballs slashing through glass is deadly. Okay. So, yeah, I think it's important to emphasize that. In case I haven't done so enough already. Birding peep. Of course, always with like monitoring every road publicly available webcam or road cam in America. Wow, check out this incredible shot from Troy, Alabama. Just now as a severe thunderstorm moves through with 80 mile an hour winds. So this was about 30 minutes ago, and this is what some of these really strong winds are looking like as they move through Alabama. This is the beginning stages.
A new
our
tornado
derecho
warning has been issued.
Got a new tornado warning for Jasper County, South Carolina. We'll check that out. So there it is. This is an extension of our other tornado warning. It does look like just recently this has increased in how concerning it looks. I guess there is definitely a more defined area of rotation here near Springfield. So I would definitely watch that very closely. I would get to shelter if I'm in Birds, Stillwell, Ebenezer, or Rincon in Georgia, and then of course in Hardeeville or Deerfield or Baker Hill, South Carolina. Brand new tornado warning over there. Storm's getting awfully daggone close to Dothan. Over here in Alabama with our developing Boeing segment of storms. Headland, Newville, Halesburg, all of you guys are getting ready to get slam dunked by 70 mile per hour winds, potentially even higher than that. It has debris. What doesn't? Definitely something going on with the storm over here near Springfield. Definitely got to keep an eye on that one. Take shelter out in front of it. Here is another view from our storm chaser, Zach Hall, who is in Jefferson County, Arkansas. It's pronounced Dothan. Okay. So yeah, that's a live view of one of our supercells in Arkansas. I'm assuming that's the southernmost one. I guess I could just look at the map. We got to get all of the chasers that we use very frequently on Radar Omega. I think that's the move. Radar Omega, if you're watching, send Zach a thing. So Andy just sent me a photograph for the area around the South Carolina tornado. It is curved. So this might be something that we need to pay very close attention to. Obviously, we should do that anyways. Anytime there's a tornado warning, we should. But this one is very interesting, to say the least. Remember, Hattiesburg, South Carolina, and Rincon, Georgia, right on the border there. Dothan. Yeah, there's two main areas that we're paying attention to right now. Southeastern Alabama, with the potential developing derecho, or at least a very large bowing line segment with damaging winds. And then a skinny embedded supercell that's been organizing rotation near Springfield, Georgia. And then, of course, we've got these just monster supercells popping up all over the daggone place in Arkansas. This one right here is nuts. Do we have anybody watching that lives right here? Or even like right here? What is going on out there? That's got to be some of the highest. 75 dBz. That's a big storm, y'all. Destructive severe thunderstorm warning warranted. If I'm in Brush Creek, Leola, Dogwood, Ivy, any of these places in Arkansas, I am making sure I'm treating this as if it's a tornado warning and I'm taking shelter. The storm that was going towards Tyler, Texas, is the southern part of it has almost completely dissipated. Northern part still has a little bit of a hail core. Let's go back and take a look at those Arkansas storms up close. It'll be swamped with roofers in about an hour. Oh, we got a new severe thunderstorm watch. Couple tornadoes possible. This goes until 1 a.m., by the way. A couple tornadoes possible, scattered hail up to apple-sized, and isolated gusts up to 75 miles per hour. Wow, got a new destructive severe thunderstorm warning. Multiple new destructive severe thunderstorm warnings. Now, Dothan, you are under a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. Dothan, wow. 80 mile per hour wind gusts. This is a life-threatening situation. Take shelter now if you are in Dothan, Alabama, or even areas just to the north. I think Smyrna, Webb, Barber, these places are definitely under the gun for some big-time winds. 80-mile-an-hour winds, guys. That is essentially a weak tornado. And even weak ones can cause big problems. Whoa. major hail in Arkansas. Those storms in Arkansas, the ones that you're seeing through Zach's feed there, and the ones that we've been looking at on radar, they are no joke with the hail. They are dropping huge hailstones, and it's occurring in like a hail blizzard kind of situation where a lot of times you'll see small hail and just a lot of them, but this is like very large hail, and still it's covering the ground. Wow, look, guys, in the production room, you were on stream during the break earlier for 5 minutes, and you've already got fan art. Look at this. Phi B Bartel. Love the Riley and Kyle segment. Here's a little appreciation for the production team. That's awesome. That's so cool. That's super awesome. It is very good. Thunderstorms will continue to train to the east along the sinking outflow down here. That's going to be the continued story here. I'm interested to see what happens in Dothan. I mean, those winds should really be pushing through here soon if they aren't already. Yeah, you're probably already seeing like some really strong winds in Dothan and areas just to the north and east of Dothan. Probably will lose power.
New information.
Okay.
This tornado warning has been upgraded.
So back to our tornado warned storm that we have been watching up here in along the border of South Carolina and Georgia. We do now have an upgraded tornado warning. It's now confirmed. For some reason, I'm not able to pull up that radar site right now from there. I can do it in Radar Omega, though. So observed, yeah, this is weather spotters confirmed a tornado. A trained weather spotter reported a tornado along Highway 21 near Rincon. So there you go. Even more reason to take shelter now in Hardeeville, in Purrysburg, and really anywhere along I-95. This is going to cross I-95 on its approach to Hardeeville in South Carolina. Very, very busy highway. And also a pretty heavily populated area here. Let's make sure everybody's in their safe spot. If this does continue to cause problems as it goes farther east, this is going to go towards, some pretty packed suburban areas. We're talking about Cherry Point, Copp Landing, Pritchardville, Bluffton. I mean, this is going to get dangerously close to Hilton Head Island even. So, yeah, you guys need to be watching this very, very closely as that moves east. And then, of course, if you're in Hardeeville, you need to be taking shelter right now. Do we have any Dothinians here? Oh my God. You guys hear that? That's the sound of softball size hail. Kayla Hartsfield. Listen. Look, they're like coming down like meteors. You see it hitting the pool? Oh, I've got it muted. I was like, why can't we hear anything? Isn't that? That's terrifying. Wow. So, more of that can be expected. That was from one of the Arkansas storms. Todd from KATV. That was in Piercy. That was one of the craziest. Honestly, that's one of the craziest hail like videos with sound that I've ever seen. The thumps. I retweeted it if you guys want to watch it again. Go ahead, Carly.
I don't have much from Dothan yet, but so far we do have one reported gust of 65 miles per hour from Dothan.
Okay, thank you very much. 65 mile per hour winds in Dothan, probably, at least if what I'm seeing on radar is correct, probably means the areas just to the north and east near Smyrna and Webb are near 85, if not higher. So that's moving into Ashford now. Ashford, Alabama, and then that's all. Then that's going to go towards Pansy, Calumet, and Philadelphia, Alabama. Okay, right on the border with Georgia. Okay, you guys are just trolling me now. It's not dot hand. It's not dot hand. Okay.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New confirmed tornado warning in South Carolina here. So this is going to go almost all the way over to Hilton Head like we were talking about earlier. Confirmed tornado here. Let's go back and see what we got. Weather spotters confirmed. Once again, trained weather spotters have confirmed the tornado near Purrysburg and Baker Hill and Deerfield in South Carolina. That's going to cross Highway or Interstate 95 north of Hardeeville here soon and then go towards Cherry Point Landing. There are a lot of people in this warning. I want to zoom in here and show you what I'm talking about. You see this? These are all cul-de-sacs. These are developments. We're looking at hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of houses here, thousands of houses in the direct path of where this shielded by rain tornado is likely going to be coming through. Okay, so we're not trying to scare anybody. We're just hoping that everybody out here takes this seriously and gets to shelter. The good news is from what I can tell from radar, this is probably not a giant, like huge tornado. But even small ones can cause significant damage, especially when you increase the probability of something being in its path, which this path is chock full of things. So take shelter all the way over to Hilton Head, okay? Go ahead and get to shelter in Port Royal and Burton as well. And we're going to keep an eye on that as it goes through, and we're going to check back in with our storm chaser in Arkansas. I don't know if Zach is going to get close enough to catch a softball today, but we can ask him. Zach, beautiful and ominous view in front of you there. I don't know if you've been seeing it, man, but we're getting videos from Arkansas of some of the craziest hail I think I've ever seen. We've seen like golf ball blizzards and softball meteors. Just wondering if your plan is to go catch a softball today, or what? Like what what's your plan going forward?
Well, I feel like the decision paid off to actually drive back to the north. I was getting pretty nervous, but yeah, I'm on a storm near Grady, Arkansas. That has some larger hail, I think. I don't think it's as big as the one you're referencing about Hot Springs, but yeah, I mean, if we can get some golf ball or larger, I'll do my best to go sample, get some good video, but I'm going to see what this storm has to offer here over the next 30 minutes or so. It's in really good terrain.
Okay, so that's an update from Zach, who is on his way to one of the storms in Arkansas. He's in Lincoln County, Arkansas right now. New considerable severe thunderstorm for Covington County, Mississippi, Jefferson Davis County, Mississippi, Lamar, and Marion counties in Mississippi. That's considerable severe. We still have our destructive severe down here in Alabama, moving into portions of Georgia as we speak. The worst hailstorm? No, it's not the worst hailstorm. It's the most ominous video. I don't know how to explain it. Not even the most I've ever heard. It's just a very impressive video, okay?
Hey Ryan, we're actually in downtown Jackson right now, Jackson, Mississippi, and we just had a pretty strong storm come in. I'm pretty sure it was releasing some considerable hail, quarter to baseball. We didn't get the hail on stream, but we got the storm passing through. It looks pretty dangerous down like south of Jackson.
Okay, so that's Will talking about the storms near Jackson, Mississippi, and how things are looking dangerous out there. And I tend to agree. We've got two storms. One is forming up here near Jackson, then the one south moving towards Hattiesburg. That one is absolutely nuts. And on the Radar Omega app, there is an emergency management office here in Hattiesburg that has a camera. That's the Forest EOC. And so you can watch this thing roll in here. I don't know if this is pointing in the right direction or what, but look at that, man. 85-degree temperatures, 73-degree dew points. There's a lot of juice for this thing to work off of as it approaches. And yeah, that's going to bring some big hail to areas near Hattiesburg here soon. Oh, yeah. Yeah, still looking at the tornado warning storm here that's moving over towards Hilton Head. Radar doesn't look nuts. I mean, I'm just being honest, but we do have trained weather spotters that are telling us that there is a tornado here, so we want to make sure we're in our safe spots. Yeah, we've been going for about 6 hours here. Yeah, we talked about tomorrow some already. I don't know how many considerable severe thunderstorm warnings we've had today, but it's been a lot. Forest County and Jones County, Mississippi, now under a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. So that's the Forest County EOC, the camera we were just looking at, now under a considerable severe. And by the way, if you're just now tuning in, this is a live look from Storm Chaser Zach Hall in Lincoln County, Arkansas. And I don't know when the last time we checked on these storms via radar was, but it's this is what we're looking at. Okay, I think that this is the one that Zach is on, and this is the one that's producing the meteors, the hailstones. We've had some big time hail reports back near Hot Springs down towards Malvern. This is still dropping very large hail. We're also seeing it over here near Cummins and Gillette in Arkansas. So yeah, lots of big hail kind of coming together here around Pine Bluff. That's going to move towards Greenville, Mississippi a little bit later. Back to these storms near Dallas. Honestly, they are not doing much now. We're starting to see them kind of get torn apart from the top there. We'll see if these start to fire up anymore. It looks like they're trying to get back into the productive phase. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. The actual way that today has went has definitely been a lot different than what was forecast, other than the fact that we've had widespread severe weather. That we knew that was going to happen. It's just been slightly different than what was originally expected. So here is what we are suspecting is our developing derecho. If this goes on past Tallahassee, it'll probably be a derecho. Look at how fast it's moving. It's not going to take it long to get to Tallahassee. And also, it's not going to take it long to get to Donaldsonville, which is probably the next place that we've got to look out for maybe some significant damage from this. Also, Colquitt down there in Georgia, you guys got to be looking out for that as well. And Damascus, once again, we had some big problems around Damascus earlier. Well, get ready for round, 7. And this hopefully will be one of the final rounds, as we're going to see some very strong winds come through here very soon. I wouldn't be surprised to see a new warning in the near future. Update to our tornado warning over here in South Carolina. Still tornado warned, but no longer observed. Radar indicated. That means nothing. You should stay in your safe spot in Seagrass Station, Island West, Cherry Point Landing, all the way over to Port Royal and Hilton Head Plantation. Looks like Bryce Shelton is in a pretty good storm here in Lowndes County, Georgia. Go find him. Okay, so Bryce is down here near Valdosta. And Withers in a very strong storm there. So this is what's heading down towards Fargo. Statenville, right along the border of Georgia and Florida. This could even make it down towards Jacksonville a little bit later. Oh, the camera in Hattiesburg. Oh, yeah. So this is in the Radar Omega app live. You can just click on the little icon for the Forest County EOC. This is the emergency. I believe it's at their command center. They've got a tower and a camera, and wow. We've got a view of this approaching severe thunderstorm, considerable severe thunderstorm that's going to make it into Hattiesburg here within the next little bit, if it's not there already. Yeah, it's moving into downtown Hattiesburg now. I think it's froze. I think that lightning strike took it out. Took out the power. I really do. No, okay, we're back. It's moving. But you can see how the storm's getting ready to hit Hattiesburg, Mississippi. This is where that camera is, though. There's 88 of you watching with me right now in the app on this specific camera. 92. 100. Yeah, so the biggest part of the storm has passed Dothan. Now we're worried about Jakin and Hentown and Colquitt. Remember, if you've got anything at all to report, send pictures, tag me in. Twitter is the best place to do it, at Ryan Hall, y'all. Make sure you only do so when you can safely, and tag your local National Weather Service on top of me. Oh, yep. There's 200 of you watching with me now in the app. Somebody said you're going to crash the camera. No, I've definitely seen over 1,000 people watching Brad Arnold in the app before at the same time. It was in a recent live stream. Now we have crashed the Radar Omega app before, but we're long past that. They've upgraded the whatever it is, the mainframe. You know what I'm talking about. Yeah, we've literally demolished their... That was a long time ago, though. Whoa. Major lightning coming out of that. That's a pretty ominous looking storm on radar, too, just in general. So far, only a 17-mile-an-hour gust, though. I'm sure we'll see that increase, which, you know, with this storm over here in Mississippi, the winds don't look to be as big of a problem as they are in our Georgia and Alabama storm. Yeah, I can give you an update on the Savannah storm. Just to be clear, this is quite a bit far. It's to the north and east of Savannah quite a bit. The area that would actually be in any danger as far as like a tornado goes would be closer to Hilton Head. But this storm just really isn't looking that impressive anymore. And the weather spotters that originally reported the tornado are not reporting one now. So Definitely stay in your safe spot, but I think that this one is dying out a little bit, hopefully. What's Arkansas looking like? Arkansas is looking like this. Well, it's actually looking a lot more intense than this. But whenever Zach moves his camera, we'll be able to see that better. Okay, so we do have an update from the Storm Prediction Center on the potential developing derecho here. A swath of severe wind gusts, potentially hurricane force expected. All the way down past Tallahassee, just like Andy was talking about earlier. Here's a live look at Hattiesburg and the Radar Omega app as the storm inches closer. Yeah, so Hattiesburg is under at least a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. So this should give us context as to what a considerable severe thunderstorm warning is. It's pretty it's pretty nuts. Yeah, there are currently no tornado warnings. But the scene that you're seeing on screen right now is happening near Hattiesburg, Mississippi, and it's a very common scene. In fact, this isn't even the worst storm that's out there right now. This one in Mississippi is probably, the winds here are at least 20 to 30 miles per hour less, maybe, than the winds with the storm that's moving towards Florida. But there's a lot of storms like this out there today, and a lot of considerable severe thunderstorm warnings. Go check on our developing potential derecho again. Man, that's a line. That's a strong line of storms. Yep, currently got no. That's right, 0 tornado warnings anywhere. Riley, are Caleb and Brett done for today, or are they just down for right now?
They are just temporarily down, and it's not really worth switching.
Okay. South of Little Rock. Yeah, so this is one of the, what you're seeing on screen right now is actually one of the storms south of Little Rock. Right now, there's a couple of pretty strong storms down there. One of them's close to Pine Bluff. It does have a destructive severe thunderstorm warning for 2.5 inch in diameter hail. Potential baseballs out there driven by 50 to 60 mile an hour winds. Here's what Reed Timmer had to say about the chase today. Reed saw a tornado earlier today in Georgia. He said, today was one of the most unusual setups I have ever chased with the southern branch of the jet stream so far south and broad. Gorilla hail and classic supercells in Dixie Alley in June. Weird setups do weird things. Now we blast 14 hours back to Oklahoma for tomorrow. Never stop chasing. I told you, all these guys are going to be going to Oklahoma tomorrow because it looks pretty interesting for tomorrow as far as the tornado setup goes. Yeah, we're going to keep going at least until this developing derecho slaps Brad. Here's Brad. Okay. Here's developing derecho. Here's Brad. Brad's going this way. The derecho is going this way. When they meet, we'll decide what the future of the broadcast looks like. Yeah, once the sun actually starts going down, there will be some significant down trending of the severity of these storms, but this could go well into the overnight hours. Some of these watches do go until 1 a.m. Yeah, Zach is on a very nice storm. I believe that's Zach there on the bottom left, taking a shelfie.
Hey Ryan, it's Brad. We are headed to the Bainbridge area, about to intercept this big-time squall line that's coming through this possible derecho. Got a considerable tag on it with pretty large hail, it appears. Tornado threat maybe just on the edge of that possibly, but I'm not expecting much. 80 mile per hour plus winds are likely, so it's going to be a wild. So I cut out. We should be there in about probably 20 minutes or so.
Okay, so that's Brad talking about how he's going to go meet the squall line. And once again, once that happens, we'll decide what we're going to do with the rest of the coverage tonight. There's a chance we wrap it up. There's a chance we keep going. It really just depends on what's going on with these storms. So we've got time to let things happen here with those storms in Little Rock and with these storms down here in the southeast. And of course, that we're still watching the ones up there in South Carolina. No tornado warnings right now, though, by the way. Zero, zilch. It's going crazy in Hattiesburg, somebody said. Yep, you've got a big storm coming through in Hattiesburg. 70-mile-per-hour winds. That's going to continue down towards Beaumont next in Mississippi. What in Oklahoma is happening tomorrow? We've got another chance of severe weather and potential tornadoes tomorrow in Oklahoma. Is Arkansas at a risk of a tornado? Yeah, but not much. Arkansas is mostly at a risk of seeing this. This is, I mean, honestly, that's breathtaking right there. Once again, this is in Lincoln County, Arkansas. Storm chaser Zach Hall is showing us one of these supercells. He's about to be right underneath the whale's mouth here of some of the cooler air outflowing from out underneath it. Really impressive views there. And I believe that was the closest thing to a tornado we've seen on stream today. Sorry, I'm loving the view from Zach here. This is an awesome look. And I'm just once again I'm shocked at how well everybody's feed's doing today. Everything looks great. Yeah, I'm also shocked at how well our feed is doing. Considering how literally held together by duct tape everything is right now. Let me give you an update on everything. Bainbridge, Georgia. Get ready. You're under a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. I'm sorry, a destructive severe thunderstorm warning, and Brad Arnold is on his way to your town. That's never good. Never good. Big time wind, hail, all that good stuff's coming down towards Bainbridge, Georgia right now. We're also watching these storms to the east of Valdosta, yeah. This is also developing a pretty strong wind structure right here. Another semi derecho kind of thing. Two of them right back to back here. We're going to continue to see these move almost due east-southeast until they get down to around Tallahassee and Jacksonville. We are starting to see things fill in. Hattiesburg just took a hit from a very strong storm. Next in line, we've got Beaumont in Mississippi. And then up here in Arkansas, these supercells are they mean business today. Thankfully, no tornadoes, but huge hail and just picturesque structure in Arkansas today. This is moving into the Mississippi area, so get ready for that.
Hey Ryan, it's Caleb. When you have a second.
Storm Chaser Caleb. Go ahead, Caleb.
I'm just heading south here on US 227 and going on the southbound lanes. The right lane was actually blocked by a grain bin about half a mile back from where I am. And I'm about 4 miles north of Ozark right now.
Okay. Thank you so much, Caleb. He's in Alabama, Dale County, Alabama. Yeah, a couple places that need to be watching out for destructive hail. Includes Arkansas Post, Stimson, Medina, and Star City, Friendship, and Avery, and Eunice in Arkansas, okay? And now we've got an update from Carly. Go ahead, Carly.
Yeah, it's a little bit later, but I'm just now getting reports on the feed of trees down on power lines, 2 large pine trees down covering both lanes of highway traffic from the Beaufort Fire Department, and that's in the Hilton Head area in South Carolina. So a little delayed, but there was clearly some kind of storm damage that did happen there. I'll keep listening and keep you updated if there's anything else, but as of right now, it seems like there's a couple trees and power lines down, things like that.
All right. Thank you very much for the update. So the big story right now is hail in Arkansas. It's damaging winds in Georgia, Alabama, and Florida. And everywhere else in between. It's a mixture of both, or it's flash flooding. Right now, things are a little, just to be honest with you, they're quite a bit quieter than what I thought they would be at this time. But like in little pockets, we are seeing exactly what we thought would happen. Like the area that Brad Arnold is driving to. This is, by every definition, a derecho. As long as it goes for as long as it needs to, as long as it continues for 240 miles. We just thought that this would be happening over a much larger area. So thank goodness it isn't. What do you guys think? Do they need more screens? Yeah, right now we've got a destructive severe in Alabama for Gadsden, Jackson, Baker, Decatur, Early, Grady, Miller, and Mitchell and Seminole counties. And we've got 8 total considerable severes, and then a bunch, probably around 10 regular severe thunderstorm warnings. Ooh. That's loud. No problem. Give me just a second. We got a video in from some of the hail. That is crazy. This is near Royal, Arkansas. Wow. And then there's pictures too. Yeah. That's bigger than baseballs. That's from, what is that? Haddison Bates. Thank you so much for sending that in. That's what we're dealing with in Arkansas. And here is Thomas is sending this in from Hattiesburg, downtown. Yikes. So this is from the storm that we just watched go through Hattiesburg. Huge tree down there. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Ryan, I just wanted to point out something really interesting we're seeing on radar. If you go to KEOX, which is the one you're on, and play the last loop of all the feeds or all the scans that we've had, we can see this derecho pushing across the land, and you can look at the prefrontals from the Gulf moisture, and there's so much force behind this derecho, it's starting to slam into these prefrontals, and they're actually moving, and the tops are shearing off.
Yeah, absolutely. There is this is definitely one of the faster moving systems that I think that we've tracked here live on the channel. I don't know how to put it into context for you guys that are watching just on the loop here, but this is moving very fast. And like Riley was saying, watch these, the last couple of frames, boom, you can start to see them get kind of smushed down a little bit, and the tops of them get more sheared off as this monster approaches from the north. And the monster is bringing with it extremely strong winds. That's why we do have the destructive severe thunderstorm warning for Bainbridge. And speaking of that, guess what? Storm chaser Brad Arnold is approaching this, and that's what it looks like. That's what it looks like as you approach a storm with 80-mile-per-hour winds. Oh, and he's turning around. Where's he going? He's turning around. I don't know where he's going. Maybe he wants to get. Maybe he's scared. Maybe he's running away from it. I don't know. But that was an incredible view there from Brad. Of the approaching storm coming towards Bainbridge, Georgia. And we got to give a huge shout out to the extremely generous Austin Chapman with not just 20, but 30 more gifted memberships. I think that's 80 on the day. Austin, actually, I don't know. It's something. It's something high. Thank you so much for the support, and everybody. Congratulations on becoming members. I think it's random, but like you can see, like all the people getting selected as members now. Thank you, Austin. Everybody say thank you to Austin. Helps us more than you could possibly know. Fix the chat scene.
Hey Ryan, it's Brad. I was just notified on my stream that you were accusing me of being scared because I was turning around when I saw the dark clouds. I'm trying to get a better view so that way your viewers can see. You're welcome. When have I ever been scared, Ryan? Tell me that. Tell me that.
I figured it was out of character. I actually thought it might have been Chris. Somebody in there was scared and had to run away. No, but I also figured you might have been trying to get a better vantage point on it. And we all appreciate it here. Thank you very much. Riley, let's see if Brad responds. And then you can go ahead if he doesn't. 5 seconds. Okay. I don't think he's going to.
Hey Ryan, it looks like at the front of this Boeing segment, just near where Brad Arnold is, it's trying to form a hook. Now, what's really, really scary about this is if this puts down a tornado, let's say that tornado has 40-mile-an-hour winds. Because that tornado is actually traveling at 80 miles per hour, that would mean that that storm actually has 120-mile-an-hour winds. So this is something that we really need to pay attention to because it could be a big issue here in the future.
Absolutely. Riley, thank you so much. And guys, this is why whenever we got a destructive severe thunderstorm warning, we do say treat it as if it's a tornado warning, because even if there is no tornado at all, we're going to see probably more than likely some damaging winds that are exactly like a lower end tornado, which lower end tornadoes cause devastating damage all the time. But we also have the very real ability for spin up tornadoes to happen within that. And then that can cause additional damage on top of it. And like Riley was saying, the fact that the storm itself is moving 80 miles an hour, that can only add insult to injury as these things fly by. So Bainbridge, we're moments away from impact, and let's just watch this thing unfold through Brad Arnold's stream. You can see it in front of him now. That is wow. That is a remarkable shelf cloud approaching where Brad is right now. So Brad's about, how far away is Brad from this? He is about only really 8 miles away from Bainbridge. He's more like 11 or 12 miles away from the actual storm. So yeah, that's what we're dealing with there. We're going to ride this out with Brad. If he doesn't get scared again and turn away. And hopefully everybody in Bainbridge is prepared. I don't know if we're going to see the extreme winds in the downtown area, but there's definitely signatures for, like Riley was saying, a potential spin-up tornado. There's, at least 60-mile-an-hour winds is going to be possible here as this comes through. At least. If you're just now tuning in, this is a live look at a extremely strong thunderstorm approaching Bainbridge, Georgia. Brad Arnold has given us a live HD view of this thing as it comes in. And you can see it, like, once again, Brad's 10, 12 miles away from this thing, and you can see it moving from here. That thing is trucking. And the lightning is incredible. What an ominous view there. Wyoming? Oh, yeah. Got a considerable severe thunderstorm warning in Laramie County, Wyoming. Yeah, the lightning, I think we're going to see a lot of lightning with this. Riley, I'm going to move off of the chaser feed real quick. Will you move Brad into the number 1 spot? So this is where Brad is. This is the storm. Moving extremely fast. So as soon as Riley gets those names switched, we're going to pull him back full, and we're just going to let it hit us. It's at this moment where I wish we had those daggone VR goggles from Apple already. We could have the 3D live chasing camera on Brad's car, and we could just be in the passenger seat with him. Yeah, this is the storm that that Brad's getting ready to get hit by. Does still contain a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. There is another general severe thunderstorm warning that's been issued for the northern side that goes all the way out to Thomasville and Moultrie in Georgia as well. But I think that Brad's kind of in the perfect spot to get hit by some of the stronger winds. It's getting so dark. Look at how much darker it's gotten just in the past 5 minutes. Once again, if you're just now tuning in, what you're looking at here is the result on the ground of this very, very strong thunderstorm approaching Bainbridge, Georgia. And it's not the only thing that's going on right now. We've got the big supercells up here in, Arkansas. We had some storms in Texas earlier. Everything else is kind of calming down. This is definitely the climactic thing that's happening right now in Georgia, which is unfortunate because this is the hardest hit area of the day today by far, all around this area. Chris is telling me that we might have seen some power flashes from that squall line there. It wouldn't surprise me. There's definitely some strong winds. You guys see, I know it's hard to see now because it's so dark, but whenever you see the lightning, do you see the different shades, right? It's a little bit darker up top. There's a row, there's a shelf, and then you've got that lighter color or the brighter area on the bottom. And right there, like when the lightning strikes the brightest part inside of that shield of rain and hail, there's definitely winds between 60 and 80 miles per hour. That's enough to knock down trees and power lines and cause power flashes and stuff. So I wouldn't be surprised if we saw multiple power flashes with this approach of the storm, which is now in downtown Bainbridge. It's more than likely causing damage in the town right now. Yeah, it's approaching him fast. Once again, the storm itself is moving at like 80 miles an hour. It's crazy how dark it's getting. Because I want to show you something, okay? So this is what it looks like where Brad Arnold is right now, okay? Now, This next camera that I'm going to show you is just a couple hours away. That's the difference. It's not nighttime, okay? These two guys are not very far away from each other. They're not very close, but like they're in the pretty much the same time zone. That's the difference. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, I'm not sure if you saw that destructive severe come through, that new one, but that's now east of Hattiesburg, headed towards Leakesville in Mississippi. It's doing the same thing, and the reason I'm pointing this out is because it's a pattern recognition thing here today. We've seen this pocket of really strong winds show up, and I'm looking at this from the Mobile radar now. This pocket of really strong winds will show up in a part of the storm, and I think this is where we'll see like that an area of very concentrated damaging wind gusts. It's going to get pretty close to Neely and Leakesville here in Mississippi, and if this continues to cycle like this one that we've seen as it formed upscale and went through Dothan and now through Bainbridge, I think we might see a similar case here for our friends in Mobile and those areas right along I-65 and I-10 where they come together in the bay. So if this does do the same thing and lasts for a couple more hours, then we may see several damaging wind pockets here in the storm in particular as it approaches these areas. So what you're seeing now in Bainbridge from Brad Arnold and Chris Hall there, you may see also in Mobile over the next couple hours before the storms start to peter out a bit and they reach the Gulf of Mexico. So just noticing that there is a very concentrated area of damaging winds, and I think that's why that severe thunderstorm warning was upgraded to destructive there in Mississippi.
Okay, thank you very much, Andy. Guys, the storm is now hitting exactly where Brad and Chris are. You can see the wind starting to whip up. It's getting even darker. Brad just turned his bright lights on there. And it's really starting to get a little bit more intense right in front of him here. So this is the big time destructive, considerable severe thunderstorm in Georgia. Andy was just talking about another one that's heading towards Leakesville in Mississippi, and we've got multiple areas of concern all the way up.
Hey Ryan,
into
we are
Arkansas
getting
as well.
pounded by this QLCS that's moving through just east of Bainbridge. We're near Climax, Georgia, southwest Georgia. Very, very strong wind. We've seen multiple power flashes off in the distance. We're sitting up on top of a hill because there's so many trees, but the trees are completely bent. We haven't quite reached that 80-mile-per-hour wind that I think is in here, but it's coming. And we can see the power flashes off in the distance.
Yeah, Brad, one of the things that we're so impressed by here is how dark it is. Like it looks like it's almost nighttime there, and just literally not very far away from you to the west. It looks like it's about 6 hours earlier in the day. So yeah, we've got you pulled up and we're watching closely. Yeah, guys, look at this. This is where Brad is, just a few hours away. This is what it looks like. That's crazy. Okay, so he said he just killed the backup. Back. Now, so we might be.
20 seconds.
Yeah, we might be live. We're either gonna see. Oh, yep, there we go. Awesome.
Let's go.
Wow. Successful save.
All right. Well.
All right.
Have fun.
Okay. So we are back, y'all. Sorry about that. I don't know what happened. We lost connection, but we had successfully, for the first time ever, not lost the entire stream because of a internet blip. Usually, what you just saw was a monumental occasion. Okay, I'm sorry that we were gone for a while, but we are back now on the same stream. Very cool. Okay, so you guys missed it. Brad Arnold just went through a crazy storm. Literally. And now it's going towards Meridian Hills, Beachton, and Thomasville. The daggone duct tape came apart. Yep, that's what it was. I told you all. We are, you know, we're roughnecking it over here for now, but it worked out really well. Then that was one of the things that we were have been working so hard on. We got all these servers and backup ingests and whatever to keep stuff like that from really disconnecting us in a situation where. You know, we lose power or briefly lose internet or whatever. It rarely happens, but when it does, it's detrimental. So now we hopefully don't have to worry about that anymore. No, definitely no overheating on the computer. That was just a little intermittent connectivity thing that. For whatever reason, YouTube really hates it, and normally it knocks you completely off your stream and you have to restart. But we have beat YouTube at their own game. We win. So today has been a remarkable test, at least for some of the new things that we'll be using here for the stream. A lot of it you guys don't even notice. A lot of you guys, you know, it doesn't really affect what you see, but it makes things a lot easier and more efficient for us in the back end. And we're getting better. I'd say we're about 20% good now, at least, at this. At least. If you're just now tuning in, you're watching a live view near Bainbridge, Georgia, of some very significant lightning. You really missed the biggest part of the storm. Sorry about that. But a very strong thunderstorm that's moving down towards Thomasville and Tallahassee now. A lot of these other storms are not looking as impressive. The ones back here towards Little Rock or Arkansas, I should say, are still looking interesting. This one actually has a little bit of rotation now, so we'll watch it. Zach's pretty close to it. Ooh. Zach, I heard something, but I couldn't really hear you. Lots of... I'm assuming you're in a heavy downpour or something. Lots of white noise. I don't know what happened with Zach's microphone there, But I think he's just trying to let us know that he's on this storm. That, you know, in the past couple of frames, it does look a little bit more interesting in terms of the size of hail that it's producing, and also the rotation at the base of it. This is near Coleman, Arkansas. Not a, you know, incredibly, you know, imminent, concerning signature, but definitely something to watch as this moves towards the Mississippi River there. Another big supercell is forming back and towards the western side of Arkansas. So this is another area where we got to watch out for the potential for big time flash flooding tonight. We're going to see these train a little bit. And the line of storms that Brad just intercepted is still holding on strong, but it looks to me like it's going to try to fizzle out a little bit here after it gets past Tallahassee, which was to be expected. So we might be getting close to time to maybe try and wrap some of this stuff up, unless there are any objections. Zach is heading to McGee, Arkansas to get a better view. Okay, well, that's a perfect place to go. I'm super excited that we were able to save the stream, guys. I don't know. That's a big deal if that's never going to be a problem for us again. Because that was a big problem before. I see lots of objections. Oh, boy. Oh, yeah, I got to drink water. I forgot about that. Are you related to Jordan? No, I'm not related to Jordan Hall. Or Chris Hall. Brian needs to sleep to be ready for tomorrow, y'all. Yeah, there is a chance that we go live tomorrow. Nothing's set in stone yet. Regardless of whether we go live or not, we are. I do have a lot of stuff to do tomorrow to prepare for our next video. And also, like, some of the stuff that, you know, some of the bugs that we've uncovered today in our live stream. We've got new things to fix. We will be very efficient very soon. But yeah, I think we're going to wrap it up. I don't hear any objections from the team. I do want to say real quick before we do that, huge shout out to Austin Chapman once again for all of the very generous channel membership gifts. Same thing to you, Stephanie. You guys are the you know, people who do what you guys do are the reason why we're able to do what we do without having to cut to a million commercial breaks and all that stuff. So thank you so much. Web, going to go over to the y'allsquad.org one last time. Guys, this is our official charity. Like, we literally have started a nonprofit organization based off of some of the stuff that we've been doing with helping people after disasters. Some people asked if we have raised $9 billion. No, that not necessarily. This is the estimated total costs of weather disasters so far this year in the United States. So it shows what we're up against, right? There have been 651 tornadoes. Probably add a few to that tomorrow based off today's data. You can watch some of the videos about what we do on here, and there's testimonials. Pretty cool stuff. Also, the team, the Y'all Squad here. Some familiar faces on here. You got my wife. You guys have seen Carly. I know you've seen Chandra. There's Carly, Anna, Chris Hall. And of course, there's the donate button. Official 501c3, tax deductible. You get a little paper in your email whenever you decide to make a contribution. You can do one time or monthly. And we appreciate you so much. And of course, we will be putting that to use this, this hurricane season after stuff like this. Whenever we're needed, whenever help is requested, we're making a network with all of the nationwide emergency management coordination offices. We're trying to do a lot of stuff like that. And whenever help is requested, we're going to be able to deliver it thanks to you guys. And it looks like we've got another update from Andy. Go ahead.
Whoa, Ryan. Before we do that, we might have one more tour warning to get through if this gets warned west of Jacksonville in Florida. So all the way over there, we've got another one of those structures that gave us looked like the warning that we had earlier that was north of Savannah, Georgia. We have another one of those, looks like an elongated supercell with that really suspicious curved bit right on the end of it. Just a scan ago, it looked like it probably, was just shy of having a tornado on the ground right near St. George in Georgia, about to cross over, and will cross pretty close to the north side of Jacksonville, Florida here. So hopefully that's just another one of those quick spin ups, but man, it looked really gnarly there for just a second.
Absolutely. Thank you, Andy, for drawing our attention over to that. We're going to go over to the Jacksonville radar and show you guys in greater detail here what it is that we're looking at. There's your hook. Little dangly bit there. There is a little bit of inflow trying to sneak into this extremely outflow dominant storm system. This can cause a tornado. We've seen it happen a million times, okay? So we've got to watch out for this. We'll watch it for a couple more frames, see what happens. We might see a warning, we might not. Nevertheless, if you're in Callahan or Hilliard in Florida, you should probably be watching out for this one. Andy objected. Andy with the objection. Whoa. Yeah, that is definitely something to watch there, though. I'm interested to see the next frame or two. And then also the decision from the local weather service down here as to whether or not they're going to warn that. Every weather service is different. Update on Little Rock. Yeah, absolutely. Let's go over there while we wait on what's going on with this one. So Little Rock has had like a bubble or a shield around it today. We've had huge giant hail in Hot Springs. We've had it down there near Pine Bluff. We've had it to the north. We've had, stuff up in northeast Arkansas, but in Little Rock specifically, nothing. And that looks to continue to be the case for the next little bit. Definitely got more storms on the way to Hot Springs, though. Our line that went through Dothan is fizzling out slowly but surely. And now we're really just watching this thing in Jacksonville. Going to give it a couple of frames and see what happens here. Definitely something going on there. So y'all watch out in Callahan, north side of Jacksonville. What's the new SPC outlook look like? I think they did drop the moderate. Let me go double check. I can remember how to type words. Oh yeah, big enhanced left over, but no more moderate risk. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, I think that tornado is on the ground unwarned right now, just to the north of St. George in Georgia. Very, very, very small debris signature there, just now starting up on the correlation coefficient, but I think it might expand on the next frame because we've got a couple of pixels of 110-mile-an-hour winds going one direction there. So definitely some very strong rotation. Definitely think there is a tornado ongoing right there. Just crossed over State Road 23. I think it'll go through nothing for quite some time until it gets to Callahan in Florida, north of Jacksonville. So right along this area in Highway 301, I expect to see a tornado warning soon. That would be the hope. So please consider taking shelter. Y'all watch out now, north of Jacksonville. This is headed your direction.
Okay. So Andy, thank you for that. This is the little bitty area of that we're looking at here as what could be the signs of debris. Correlates pretty exactly with where you'd think to see that tornado on velocity and also the reflectivity. So what we're going to hope for is that this is a very brief, quick spin up, and we don't have to worry about this going towards Callahan. But hey, if you're watching right now and you are in Callahan, I mean, why not go ahead and get ready to go to shelter just in case? Why not? But I'm hoping that it continues. I hope that it looks like this was a very brief rural spin up. Ryan, can you do a 3D scan? Absolutely can with Radar Omega. Only on Radar Omega. Boof. Look at that. We can also do this on the other program that we use as well, the volumetric scan. If we had some sort of a more significant debris signature in there, we could slice through that. But this is one of the features on Radar Omega as well. Literally just looking at the reflectivity, it goes based off of the intensity of the storm, the decibels, the radar returns. The higher they are, the higher they are, literally, and it almost represents the height of the clouds sometimes whenever you're looking at the structure of supercells and stuff. So that's that on Radar Omega, and then back here, yeah. So the last scan does look less concerning. Once again, hoping this was just a quick spin up, but Callahan, definitely, y'all watch out. Even if we don't have a tornado here, we do have a severe thunderstorm getting ready to come in with winds in excess of 60 miles per hour. Yeah. Considerable severe for Arkansas County, Arkansas. Yeah, the moderate risk has been erased. We have an enhanced risk from southeast Arkansas to northeast Florida. There's still a chance we see a few tornadoes and damaging winds throughout the rest of the night. Check the Big Sandy virtual rail. In Texas? Or am I looking at the wrong thing? Oh, wait. You're telling me to check it because you were on it? Is that what's happening right now? Is this you? Wave if that's you. Oh, that's funny. I was coming over here looking, thinking we was going to see some lightning or something. That's awesome. This is on the virtual RAILFAN YouTube page, live camera in Big Sandy, Texas. That's hilarious. Okay, so some of the more recent scans on that Florida storm do look less impressive. So I hopefully we don't see a warning come out of that. That's awesome, guys. That's a first. I don't think we've ever seen. How did I know to check it? Where did I see that? I don't know how. Like I went. Okay, well, hey, awesome. I'm glad to see you guys, and that was fun. That was cool. Okay, yeah, I saw it in chat. Yeah, and by the way, everybody should go subscribe to Virtual RAILFAN. They got all kinds of cool live cameras all over the place in America. The cameras point at trains. Now, apparently a lot of people love to watch trains. I like that. But the reason I like Virtual RAILFAN so much is because weather, right? So like anytime there's a train, if you look far enough in the background, you've got a cloud. And since they've got such a big network of cameras, a lot of times it helps us see storms as they're coming in. So we utilize this a lot. We've developed a friendship with them, and we're thinking about doing more cameras specifically for weather. How would you guys, we've talked about this before, but how would you guys like to see a nationwide weather camera network available on YouTube? We're working on it. How is Brad Arnold? He's fine. He's up there driving. Let's ask Brad if he's going to be going tomorrow. Hey, Brad, as we wind down tonight, what's your plans? You going home? Are you going out to the plains tomorrow? What's your plans, man?
Hey Ryan, we, Chris and I, are going to stay in Enterprise, Alabama, just west of Dothan. I looked at model data, and I also want to see how the overnight thunderstorms affect the setup for tomorrow. But I noticed that both NATOcast and the SPC have a decent tornado threat. Even the SPC mentioning the threat of supercells throughout early afternoon tomorrow across South Alabama, South Georgia, and the panhandle of Florida. So we're going to stay in Enterprise just to see if tomorrow does anything. The plan is to check base, unless we wake up in the morning and it just forces all the main dynamics and everything like that out in the Gulf of Mexico. then we're not just going to chase sunshine. But I don't think that's likely. I think that there are going to be severe storms around this area tomorrow. So we're going to be chasing tomorrow in Dixie Alley once again in June, which makes a ton of sense.
Okay. Awesome. So that's even better if we do decide to go live tomorrow. You know, we're going to have coverage more than likely in Texas or Oklahoma, wherever the storms end up happening. And also there's another slight risk down here in the deep south as well. So we'll have Brad over here. So we'll be able to provide extensive coverage once again. So that's pretty much it. That's all I have. I think we are ready to wrap it up now, as long as there's no objections. I keep saying that, but like, regardless, we're probably going to wrap it up. I really appreciate everybody for giving us the time. I know it's been a while since you've seen us. But we'll be back soon. Okay. And we're hopefully going to keep getting better and all that good stuff. Thank you. I don't know what else to say. Thank you. Riley, you got anything to say to close? I love putting people on the spot right at the end.
I mean, besides the fact that you're sleeping on my absolute gift of a radar scan and stream text, no.
Yeah, it looks too complicated to try to open right now. I have to download all those.
You gotta download them and drag them. It is really, really challenging.
All right. Okay, guys, thank you so much. We will see you maybe tomorrow. So make sure you subscribe, turn notifications on, and goodbye and good night.